Oh, I forgot that Elon did that shit again. You can't go live on Twitter anymore.
What?
He's desperately trying to get me to give him fucking money. I mean, like they finally, after ages and ages, and added an edit feature, edit tweets. I've been bitching about that for 20 years, but you have to pay for that.
But now you have to pay for Spaces or whatever it's called.
Well,
live.
You got to pay to go to live. You got to pay for longer tweets. You got to pay to edit things, and I would have had to pay to keep my blue check. So I let him take that away.
Looking out for Connor.
Little fucking Nazi boy. So we're going to remove the Twitter from this, save, and all right. So, I forgot to turn off the little brand thing. Well, I guess I'll turn it off because I use that more for the podcast. Let's turn that off. Put the comment section on. Okay, cool. Hello, soul. And friends there. And hey, what's that? Oh, special guest star.
Why do you have overhead lighting?
That's
why you look more attractive in person.
That's why I have that thing. I use that sometimes.
It's because of the overhead lighting.
Yeah, well, I can switch to this. I'm just lazy. When I'm recording the podcast, I use that thing. And so the umbrella's up there. For lighting rig. If you'd like, I'll set the lighting rig. Oh, okay, cool. Well, here, just sit down, eat your pizza. I'll set it up and I'll switch this light off. Yeah.
What's up, idiot? Just kidding.
Oh, I forgot to turn the volume on this, didn't I? Let's see. Let's get. Oh, is it already on?
Pizza Stromboli.
That's media. Yeah, okay. So that's me. Okay, cool. It is already on. Okay. There. Let's see.
I am the new cat.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be. She asked if I think she was asking if I was the new cat. Maybe she's asking about the cat.
I mean, the cats are still supporting cast. You're a guest star. That's how that works, right? Co-host. But they're just a supporting cast.
Emma really likes makeup. She's really girly now. Hi, fam. Yes. Wow. Oh wait, I guess someone's face has to stand here so people turn.
That. Let's kill this. I usually have to drape my drape a thing over there, but it's kind of dark already. That might be fine. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, it shines like mad on here, so I usually drape a flannel over it.
Want me to do that?
No, is this all right? Because it looks better here than here, but
this overexposes it. But I'll put a flannel on it if you want.
Okay, yeah, it's the one right there. Yeah. Just dims a little bit. Pizza.
Is that too dark now? That's too dark.
Mm. Yeah, made the YouTube better and the TikTok worse.
I don't know.
Here, you sit down. Let me see. Just this. Let's see how that is.
I think
That looks pretty good there, and pretty good there.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so just partial like that works usually. Ooh, Hollywood lighting. Get the whole Los Angeles experience here.
I
may or may not be back.
What?
Aw, you're leaving?
Oh, for the live.
Just got here. Let's see. What's Liam like in the flesh? I give off serial killer vibes. Definitely. Let's see. Okay. Oh, pizza or stromboli. Is that your new cat? Yeah, that was great. Okay, so. Ooh. Which one was that?
What? What are you talking about, Soul?
I don't remember that one. Spunky on YouTube asks, are there any main differences between the political triangle and compass? I don't remember the political triangle. I haven't seen it. The 8 values generally does a better job as a test, but it's not graphical, and people like the graphical stuff, like the compass or triangle. None of them are perfect. They're all just rough approximations. So just, you know, but they're better than a simple like linear left right BS. It's nonsensical. Pretty much anything's an improvement over that, I think. But I don't remember the triangle, so I can't really help. Sorry.
Well, maybe I'll go onto the live so I can talk in the chat. And just keep it.
Oh yeah, you can tap along. Yeah, exactly.
Like live.
It's quite hard to tap while it's in the stand there too, so you can always answer things too.
Mm-hmm.
You can use yours. That's a good idea. We're missed. Oh.
Who? Aw.
I mean, we didn't go anywhere. We're like right here. But
do you see what I said about makeup makes you look more normal on screen though?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have any color right there. That's a thing.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, tomorrow.
Looks like tomorrow made it in. Right on. Oh, wait. Johnny said yes. That's one where you pop up in it, right?
Yeah, that kind of
cool.
pops her up.
Okay, so she's there's a hey. All right, cool. She's here. I want to make sure. Right. Oh, and then you're popped in.
Mm-hmm.
So it just pops these things, I guess, for people who come up a lot.
Good, you're telling him
Shout out
that,
my
Emily. Telling him what?
The global capital of uncaught serial killers. That's an interesting distinction. Hello. Yeah.
Global?
Yeah, I mean, and this is Australia. It's not like the population's huge. Australia's actually pretty damn empty. How the hell do you get the global?
Kill?
That's somebody's gonna play with that and run with the whole like 19th century Victorian crime eugenics thing. Oh, this is what happens when you populate a country full of criminals.
I was trying not to make jokes about that.
I
Florida.
But yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I could just imagine some douchey like bell curvy type people running with that one. But it's really just more that
mm-hmm.
There's so many spaces for people to hide. You know, the country's freaking humongous for the population. It's easy to disappear.
Tamara, good. I'm telling him what?
It just took me a year to order. Yeah, you were ordering food a while ago. Yeah, that took a while.
Welcome to rural Wisconsin tomorrow.
Right. Aw, they're cute. Or rather, she's cute. I'm just
we are
whatever
cute.
This is.
Comrade.
You're telling me.
So wait, I'm just gonna look at my chat.
Yeah, look there. Yeah. Oh, interesting. So yeah,
fixing him up for the camera.
So this is Emily. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say surnames, but this is Emily something who is eating pizza on my mountain. Hello, co-host.
Eating pizza on your mountain.
Yeah.
Hi.
That does sound kind of funny. thing.
Wait, should I use my surname? Like, do people in anarchist space still know me from anything? No.
I mean,
No, I don't think it matters.
I mean, mine's inevitable. I can't escape it. So, but a lot of other people care about that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I just have to be public just because of the whole like academic shit as well. You know?
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
But this is Emily, who is considering whether a surname should be public or not. Been not tuning for a long time. Oh, okay. Welcome back, Jill. It's a team member. Look at all that. Yeah, Western Australia makes a lot of sense for that. I mean, that's a lot of open space to hide. I mean, you could. Western Australia has one of those like unrecognized microstates in it, just from some weirdo who decided I don't want to pay taxes anymore, so I'm a country now. It's got to be a cool place to live. Oh, thanks, Jill. Let's see. Emily Oppo. You can take Oppo's surname. Emily Calrissian.
Subcomandante Emily Calrissian.
There you go. Yeah, Subcomandante Emily Calrissian.
Or Gemma, that could be Syndulla. That's pretty good.
That's pretty. You're definitely a rebel.
Or I could take a nom de guerre from the gorilla in the mountains, as most do.
Someone says Destiny made you look uninformed. Really, anybody who thinks that, honestly, I don't give a shit, because Destiny is a complete fucking moron.
What kind
nationalist.
of name is Destiny, anyways?
Oh, I'm the world's destiny. Oh, you're all gonna be like me. Oh, he's fucking terrible.
What kind of name? Who names their child Destiny? Is that his Christian name?
Destiny's Child. Stop. Yeah, honestly, any Destiny fans can just get wrecked for all I care.
Go kick rocks.
Yeah.
Emily, what? Why?
Targaryen?
I don't understand. Explain this reference. This is from that show with all the
Game of Thrones. House Targaryen is the dragons.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Because they have pet dinosaurs.
You're not white-haired or whatever. You don't breathe fire.
Were they just calling me a bitch?
You're not like inbred.
Well, Ireland's not an island.
Well,
like, why is it?
Sure, but
shows up more. But
your family's more mixed up than that anyway. You're not all Irish.
Yeah, that's true.
German. So we got around.
Sorry.
Yep. I don't know. Other than just trying to suggest that you should be in charge.
Eat pizza, and that's it.
That's
what does that
it.
Mean? Do we know that?
I think that's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more.
Like, what else am I?
You're only here to eat pizza. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more.
But I'm also here to spread the Oppoist agenda. Is that the joke? Because that's funny. Why are my bangs?
Oh, Calrissian from Lando Calrissian, rebellious. That's Oppo's surname.
From Oppo Calrissian.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Mike is here. Oh, you're near.
I don't get it.
Okay, this the Principality of Hutt River or whatever. Like it's a little it's a self-declared country that's like tiny. This guy just on his freaking farm decided I'm not going to pay taxes anymore. I'm a whole different country.
I've heard of this.
Mm-hmm. I love that stuff.
Oh, wait,
this was so amusing.
No, but the whatever Stormlands.
What's up, Muse? Stormlands.
Emily Baratheon.
Oh, the Baratheon. Yeah. House Baratheon.
I think that's to kind of take away the incest reference, but give you a more honorable house.
Oh, yes, I am nothing if not honorable and prestigious
Mm-hmm.
and respectable.
Mm-hmm. Definitely not.
Elegant, many have said.
Yeah.
Oh, but they have dark hair. Mhm.
That's how everyone knew that Robert's kids weren't his kids. Just Jamie and Cersei were.
This is Game of Thrones
Yes.
lore. Yes.
But you know the whole Cersei and Lannister, like they were like the twins were like fucking the whole time.
I know there's lots of incest in that show, but I don't know the names.
It's basically just them.
Oh,
I mean, there's other
I
scattered
thought it was,
references,
like,
but it's more or
everybody.
less just them. Like
Okay.
they're the running bit there. But all three of Robert's kids aren't Robert's kids.
Muse says topic tonight or just casual convo.
Topic is
I guess the mods would want to
Emily's
know that.
Oppoist cult and how to change the world. I don't know. I really don't know. I had wanted to leave number 50 for guest star, guest co-host, whatever you want to think about that. But beyond that, I hadn't really thought of a topic. I'm just more interested in whatever people are interested in. But if you guys want to choose one, so if a group in the chat comes up with an interesting topic, just let me know. But or preferably one that we can both chat about, which would be nice, you know. So something in our
So not
respective
like
wheelhouse.
some niche thing from 4,000 years ago
or Game of Thrones.
that I don't know, or Game of Thrones.
Hmm.
They're going to talk about all of this now because these are neurodivergent people. If you say it, then they'll start talking about it. So we can't say it.
Game of Thrones. Niche 4,000 years ago. Weird ancient history shit.
Yes, Holly.
Whatever.
Yes. I mean, I've thought about this, but it's
Yeah, that works. That's a good way. Yeah, that fits.
mhm,
And Oppo's pretty terrifying.
he is. Tamara, if she's still here, she can tell tales about Oppo's great violence and his unquenched wrath.
And his deep lust for her already.
Oh yeah, trying to make eggies.
Oppo's in love.
Mm-hmm. I want to talk about Oppo. Which Oppo, the Kurdish revolutionary leader, or my son, the small parrot? Yeah, Tamara says it's true. I should have made Tamara sign a waiver.
I'm going to steal your bird.
No, but she's not gonna sue me when Oppo like gives her a nosebleed. Oh, don't Tamara, don't let him near your nose. He'll stick his beak up your nose and then he'll puncture it and you'll have a nosebleed. It's happened 3 times in my life.
No nose piercings. Going home with a nose piercing. That's great. So, the mother of dragons. God damn. Hit the fucking lottery here. Mother of dragons. Did not expect that one. So, I want to hear about your distant throne that you're entitled to that we can fight for.
Because I believe in hierarchies. Or...
No, so we can take it over and then turn it into a direct democracy and redistribute the wealth and, you know,
So,
retain
like,
all the ruling class.
You're saying the state will just wither away?
Well, I mean,
So you're proposing a vanguard, which, wow.
actually, anarchists
I
have
thought
frequently
you were
been violent
different.
revolutionaries. I mean, ask Bakunin or Sorrel.
So you don't need a vanguard.
I didn't suggest a political party. I just suggested dragons. Because we can ride it on dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Tanks are okay as long as it's not tankies driving the tanks, right? Right? It's okay when anarchists have tanks. Like, it was okay when the Maktavisti had tanks. That was okay, right?
Tanks are fine.
Give them tanks.
It's just a tool. I use it. Wait, what did Benny Maru say? Hold on.
What new fucked up thing? God, he has gotten worse and worse. He started off as decent in the 80s, and then just every decade, Benny Morris.
Oh no,
Yes.
I'm talking about this guy.
I should been. Oh, Benny
I
Maru.
was watching a video
I
about
heard something.
authoritarianism at the heart of U.S. capitalism, liberal democracy.
Yeah, the U.S. is a deeply hierarchical authoritarian
You
state.
guys
Yeah.
look so good. Thank you, Roger. We know. He did the lighting just to emphasize that. Why do
Sweet.
my
Sweet,
bangs
sweet.
keep? How do you make them stay? How does Tahani make them stay parted? Not that far. They have to be just a bit.
Here.
They have to just be just so. Just so. Yes, about dinosaurs having feathers.
Gigi, I am anti all forms of nationalism, and really anti-state as well.
Belly.
So, I cannot be Zionist. I've been anti-Zionist for more than 40 years.
Belly, come here. Why
Yeah,
do
we-
you do that?
Yeah, we have no guest requests. That's interesting.
You can invite people. That's what I did last
I can,
time.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
We'll have to figure out how to do it because right now we barely fit. It'll squish things. We can figure it out how it works.
no.
But it'd be nice to hear other voices. But right now, we eat pizza.
Where's Erica? What's she doing?
Venom.
I want to play Taylor Swift on ukulele.
I sent her the little thingy. Aw, we're favorite people. We're collectively favorite people. That's cool.
I know. That's what I was telling her to come here with them.
Weird afternoon combos. Yeah. What? I mean, the way this sort of works is, yes, we're sitting in a room with cats, but we're sort of virtually sitting in a room with whoever.
Todos la gente está
Developed.
mi gente.
So yeah. Okay. So yeah, I mean, the whole world would be kind of a third wheel, but that's cool. Like, it's sort of the whole point. We're trying to have a conversation with the world. So yeah. Anyone can hop on and say whatevs.
It won't be third wheelie in a minute because I'll get distracted and stop eating pizza and I'll be like all around the room and like things.
So like just like our normal.
Mm-hmm.
What are we talking about?
Mm-hmm. What?
Right now, I'm making pizza. Well, Soul, we're physically in the same room. Is that what you mean? I don't know. I think that there's some subtext there that autistic people like me are likely to miss. You should interpret this question for me.
Then, wait, is Soul neurotypical?
No,
Probably.
I'm just playing on the whole
She seems to.
easy mistakes. But clearly, I get the question, but it's not really a question. It was kind of obvious.
I know. I was gonna like riff off. I was gonna riff off that bit and like pretend to explain it to you.
You should totally do that anyway. You should just
I'm done.
over-explain things to me all the time,
The moment's passed.
but just keep doing it. It's a lot of fun.
I know.
It's great fun.
This
No,
is
I'm-
why
I'm-
they feel like a third wheel. Though.
I'm going to randomly molest her through the night anyway. So
Don't say the word molest on TikTok
Oh,
or
really?
in general,
Well-
or at least on TikTok.
Well, I mean, it's a word I use when like Jehovah's Witnesses come to the door. I mean, it does have
You are
general uses.
you are using it in the right way.
Yeah, I'm not using it in the like the weird ass, gross way, but in the actual word. Hi. Poke. Let's see. Ah.
Yeah, the Chinese dancing app algorithm. What?
Satan in it. You remember the little kid rhyme? That's cute. Let's see.
Oh, she addressed me. Or did she? There was an
Yeah. Okay, so you have a spiel about the Chinese dancing child, like whatever, like the what is it? Chinese dancing app for children. That's what you called it, right? So the how is it the new place to find people? What is it about that algorithm that worked?
autism.
Okay, so it's helps,
honestly really freaky.
it helps weird people find weird people. So we've got that.
Anarchism.
Okay. So I mentioned anarchism. That brought you in too. So things that I've said on here
Social sciences.
are drawing in interesting people.
But you also like that old jazz standards type of music, and you didn't talk about that on here. And that, I mean, I guess everyone likes that, but
I know a lot
other
of people who detest it. Like genuinely detest it.
oh, and you're a bit of a metalhead as well. That's
I'm a lot of a metalhead. There's an entire drawer in the other room of metal shirts from shows. So, yeah.
You better check the inventory after I leave.
You are welcome to wear any of them you want. Yeah, it's interesting. God, over the years, after relationships, I tend to go through a single period. I don't look for a while, but then I'll like, oh, okay, I gotta look for something. And I'm not going to go into like bars and hit on people. I'm an autistic introvert, so I said, hey, it's the 21st century. I started using like eHarmony and stuff like that. I've used eHarmony, Match, OkCupid, JDate, all kinds of things. I've tried things, put up profiles, met people, and a lot of them try to do this shit like they're all scientific or something. They talk about their little matching, stuff like so. eHarmony brags about their success rate or whatever. I've met some interesting people on eHarmony, but the Chinese dancing app for children did a better job than they ever did, which I think is freaking hilarious because it was not its purpose. And I was absolutely 1000% not looking to date anybody from this.
I wasn't just not looking. I was like not like actively trying to not date and ghosting people who were genuinely amazing.
Right.
Not regular. That's an exaggeration.
Yeah, I was fine being friendly and all that, but I was not looking to date at all. I was taking a nice long siesta from that for a while because I like to take time, process things, just I get back to it very slowly. Yeah. And it never would have occurred to me that somebody who could have met me from me sitting in my freaking office babbling into my phone, and that would actually, I don't know, work out. It just seems kind of weird, but I don't know. We just started talking and we've been talking for a while, and it just makes sense.
Ryan's the wee Irishman. That's the wee Fenian.
Wait, is Ryan the one in the north?
In the north.
The
person in the chat.
Yeah, there was somebody we had on before that was from Northern Ireland. I don't know if that's the same person.
Yeah, he's Belfast.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, there was.
Oh, I've got to tell my cousin that we're doing this.
Yes, so we are.
Ryan, I've got a cousin from. Well, his family's from Mayo.
The bangs and the beard. We apparently have a celebrity nickname now.
Okay, but that's interesting. That's interesting because bangs, what they do for women is what beards do for men. It's like permanent makeup. It's like if you're ethically against permanent makeup and you have a high horse about it, or makeup in general, but you have bangs or a beard, hypocrite. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense.
Yeah. Sure.
Because I've got quite a 5 head.
Quite a what?
5 head.
5 head.
Like a large forehead.
Oh.
I've just got a large head for
a large forehead is I've never heard 5 head.
It's 4.
That's oh my god, that's the kind of crap my father does.
No,
just random substitution, like that's
a saying. It's
I've never heard of that. That's cool. I'm not used to hearing that kind of language twisting from you.
As a hairstylist, I see what you mean, though.
Yeah, that's cool. Honestly,
Oh,
the bangs and the beard sounds like a progressive metal band that does like weird extended instrumental
you
shit.
asked you to start a band with me. That's
Can it
pretty-
be like a weird, creepy progressive metal band that's like long extended
What else would
instrumental
it be?
passages?
Wait, someone, Ryan, you've made my week with what you just called me. By the way, loved it. Calling you the Weefian. That's just.
You're in good company here with that. So
Oh, I was just watching In the Name of the Father yesterday. Like,
let's see.
haven't you seen In the Name of the Father?
There's a jazz hater right there.
Hey, Jazz, that's fine.
I was singing some
Racist,
Sammy Davis
just
on the way. Yeah, on the way to the road.
Jazz is the only American music, right? Yeah.
Well, bluegrass.
No. Wait.
Bluegrass is pretty distinctly American stuff. I mean, obviously, it draws instrumentally on like West African traditions. I mean, banjo is ultimately West African.
Folk
But,
music is like kind of goes back to Black people in a lot of ways.
yeah, but bluegrass sort of like I think it's distinctive enough as a style, and very much American.
You're-
Honestly, blues in general, blues is also American. I mean, the instruments and a lot of the rhythms and whatnot go back to West Africa, but it was done by American Black people. So and you know, African Americans are still Americans, so it's still a distinctly American style. So bluegrass, blues, I can't say folk.
Hold on. I'm translating this Irish. Okay, so he wrote some Irish in the chat, but that's what it meant.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What is the numbers thing? Is 26 plus 1 equals... No, 26 plus 6 equals 1. The Irish numbers. I was going to get a tattoo of it, but obviously it's not that important to me if I can't remember what the numbers are.
I use that phrase a lot in Irish, though. You can find a whole bunch of things hashtagged in my Twitter over the last 16 years with that.
26 plus 6 equals 1.
I make a lot of Irish Unity posts. Go figure. Star Wars would work for both of us.
No Acolyte spoilers.
Oh, you never finished it? Oh, you're so. Oh,
But there might be other people who haven't finished it.
we got
well.
we got to finish that here. Lord of the Rings. You're a fan?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be talking
Thank
about
you,
that one.
Rebellious, for your Opus propaganda. Wow.
Oh, yeah. See, anti-Christbitalism is also, discovering that the Chinese dancing app for children.
That's adorable.
And there's somebody else in our circle here. I'm not going to mention names. It's not public, but there's some other people who met. So yeah, it meets people meet through this, which is great. It's not at all what I would have expected from it, at all. Yeah, you can find a ton of my tweets with this tag in it.
Oh, did you put the 18 plus thing on before you started?
I did.
Okay, Tamara said that she got this thing.
Do you think this line is appropriate for?
I don't
Weird.
know.
I've never seen that before.
I think it's just a random TikTok.
People can always say, if you get that question, is this appropriate for TikTok? And then it's yes, no, or yes for people above 18. Yes or yes for above 18. Please don't say no. But yeah, I always hit the 18 thing because, I mean, I talk about a lot of depressing shit that kids should not be exposed to yet. I mean, if their parents are okay with them talking about that kind of horrible shit, cool. But man, I'm way behind in the chat here. And we finally have a guest request thingy. What is that one?
I forgot.
Ryan wants to pop up. So, do you want to do that then?
Oh, I'm supposed to do it.
Well, I'm 33 messages behind. If you want to do that,
I'm not a mod on this account. Hold on.
What?
It's on my Hival account.
I thought I did both of them a long time ago. Are you certain?
Yeah, it doesn't give me the option there.
Weird.
You only did the strawberry.
Okay, so which?
I mean, it doesn't. I can swipe.
Type something in the chat.
Oh. I have to go attend some Opus matters.
Bluegrass does take talent. Yeah, I'm way behind the messages here. I I do love me some American folk. Honestly, it's a fun one for you, Muse. I love folk metal. Like I adore it, and all over the world. So like I don't care if it's South Asian, East Asian, Northern European, Middle Eastern, whatever. I freaking love folk metal. But um, there's no real bluegrass metal or like American folk or country metal or whatever. I mean, I want to see like metal bands like soloing on banjo or something. Get some mandolins in there. Like not violin, but like fiddle playing. And yeah, Appalachian music sounding like Irish traditional music is not coincidental. There was a lot of Irish and Scottish settlement in the Appalachians. It actually had a significant impact on Southern dialects too, like the way English is spoken. A lot of the Southern United States is heavily influenced by Irish and Scots. The migrants that came in earlier on. Like the earliest waves of settlement.
All right, like that.
But yeah, the music definitely. There's a reason that you can hear the similarities.
Where's my phone?
You just had it. Oh, nice. Nice you give a phonetic reading of that. Yeah, that's Irish transliteration makes no bloody sense at all. You watch Star Wars. Which Star Wars are you boycotting, Rocky? I mean, I still think that they completely screwed the stories up for the sequels, so it actually has some impact on a background level on a lot of later stuff, because they did mess up kind of what Lucas was trying to do, but they're still producing good material. It's just I view it as a different story, in the same way that like the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films they're a different story from what Tolkien was telling, but it still works. I still like them both, so I can appreciate the Disney stuff, but it's not what Lucas was intending with his saga. But I'm fine with that. They're still very entertaining. How did you become Jewish? That's an interesting and long story. Do you want to talk about our spiritual odysseys?
Sure.
We're looking for topics.
Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to hear some like bluegrass metal. I mean, there are bluegrass bands that cover metal songs. There's actually several of those. Actually, there's a really good Finnish one, but I want like mandolins in metal. I just can't get that. Oh, Witcher. I was really, really sad that they ended up driving Cavill out of that, because he did a great job as Geralt of Rivia. And he was actually a real fan of the franchise. Do you know The Witcher at all?
I didn't watch it. My sister watched it.
Yeah, he was a real fan of the books.
I didn't know if it was any good. No one...
It's good. It's genuinely good. I think it's a good adaptation, but he wanted to be a lot more strictly faithful to the books and was clashing with the producers a lot. So eventually decided to leave the role. So I'm kind of bummed about that, but I did genuinely enjoy it. Anti-Christpitalism, if I start answering that, I will be talking for the next hour about folk metal. It like trigger immediate like autistic special interest mode.
Just like throw out. Never mind.
God, where do you start? Like, okay, so best East Asian one, Phonic, spelled CHTHONIC. Best South Asian, Rudra, does good Vedic metal. Let's see. My favorite Middle Eastern ones are Mirath from Tunisia and Orphan Land from Israel. And they tour a lot with Palestinian bands too, so good on them. They're always trying to help them out. I've actually met people in Egypt with Orphan Land tattoos, so they're not Zionists. They're decent people. Let's see. Gosh.
Godspeed has a folk moment sort of
there's-
on their earlier records. But that's not exactly metal. It's sort of a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Godspeed You Black Emperor.
Yeah. You pick up tracks from them. Yeah, they're all over the place, which sounds like a lot of fun. I want to like put on whole albums and listen to them.
Yeah.
It sounds like they're the ones that like you need a whole album.
Mhm.
Korpiklani is great, great Finnish band. If you want like the kind of accordion type feel, it's great there. Mitsatol is a fantastic Estonian band, used to like good folk instruments. geez, if you like medieval metal, In Extremo from Germany is really good. So using shawms and all kinds of like instruments that you just should not be playing indoors at all. Like they're really traditional stuff. But my theme song is an In Extremo song. So Liam, called Liam. So I played at the beginning of the semester as people are sitting down. Like they get a German band singing in Irish because the song is in Irish. So Ryan can look that one up
Ryan
too.
want to come up?
So you were gonna try and do that and we couldn't do it.
Bring up the wee raw man.
Okay, so there's that. So there's that, but yeah, the song is in Irish but sung with a bad German accent, so it sounds freaking hilarious.
Hi Ryan, it's yourself.
Yeah, do you guys? What's the crack?
I won't do that anymore. That was the crack with you.
Not much. Do you want to teach you how to say it in Irish?
I don't know what the hell you just said.
What's the crack is like our way of saying like what's
No,
up?
I know what that is.
Now.
It was whatever
Yeah,
after
This
that.
sounds
So like how you would say that in Irish is KJ and crack.
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Mimi.
She can have some shoes.
No, I don't want her to off plates.
So
This is something she's supposed to know not to do.
Okay.
is this a bit of a love story going on here?
She does it to everybody else. This is a fascinating one.
Yeah.
As a quirk, anybody who comes in my house, she'll try to steal food from them, but never from my plates. So don't let her do it. She has to learn not to do it to other people.
Does
too.
that mean she doesn't respect me?
She thinks she can get away with somebody else and doesn't know the rules,
She thinks I'm
But
cool.
she'll wait for me. It's the dogs are the same way. Everything like they always wait for me to take stuff into the other room, and then if there's any leftover stuff, I'll give it to them. But she knows better with me. She needs to learn with you. Okay, so you asked about us.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a love story going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, has been for a
So,
while.
I don't know if she's at the stage or not, but so me and my wife we try to speak as in little English in the house as what we can.
Nice.
So rather than saying like we love you, like I love you to each other, we say is mohil too.
It's
So
Mohil.
Is
Mohil?
mohil too is like it means pretty much it's like the Irish equivalent to like I love you, but it's like you're my music. So instead of saying like I love you in Irish, you say you're my music.
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful.
That's great.
So I thought that'd be a nice one for you to learn.
Yeah, no, we're well past that.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Like my love, my girl.
Oh, there's by tomorrow. I've not seen the new Deadpool movie, so no more spoilers about that one. I didn't know there were multiple Wolverines in it, so
Are
I
you
don't know the
just going to
story.
watch the Kneecap movie?
Oh, the Kneecap movie.
And I saw Kneecap in there. I was going to ask you what that was because I didn't think it was. I didn't recognize that.
You haven't listened to Kneecap
Don't
I
know.
think
what-
I've listened to it. I'm aware of them.
in any way, shape, or form, but they slap. So there's three fellas from the north, one from Derry, two from West Belfast, and they rap half in English and half in his Gaeilge, half Irish. So yeah, there's a big movement. Like the Brits absolutely hate them. It's really funny.
That's-
But yeah, they have like a lot of like they pretty much get away with standing in the middle of England shouting get your Brits out. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird movement that started, but they're up for an Oscar. So too. Yeah, so definitely
That's cool.
go check it out.
I've not
It's
heard
just-
them,
Yeah, Kneecap.
but I've been following their like news about them a little bit. Like liquor stores in
Yeah, they're
Wisconsin
tough.
don't deliver. Yeah, girl.
I didn't know they delivered anywhere. That's got to be a Minnesota thing. I can't get that here either.
So when you come to the Emerald Isle,
Was that
when you come to Ireland,
where are we going?
Irish
When are we going?
Americans don't have
Well,
generational wealth.
oh yeah, no,
For
don't worry.
reasons.
We
Mom's the first person to
we got
my
here
mom.
poor and we stayed poor.
Yeah.
My family were refugees. We stayed
We
poor.
had the Good Friday Agreement, and we kind of done well from that, in fairness.
Yeah, must be nice.
Before that, you were all poor.
Yeah, no, it's a dream to go. Really, the only places I've been to that aren't, I guess, in the U.S. or North America more broadly, are places that I had legitimate research to do.
Yeah.
So archives in the UK and in Germany, and then Turkey, Egypt, Palestine, things like that, places I had to go
Ooh.
like for work that I could kind of justify spending a significant
Palestine?
amount of time in. So I've lived in Egypt, I've lived in Palestine, but I had work I could do there.
How was Palestine? I would love to visit Palestine.
It's fucking amazing. Honestly,
People are awesome.
I genuinely, I mean, it's weird to think because about half the population is like barking mad, but I genuinely like Israel too. I mean, it's gorgeous as a country, and the people have a really quirky culture. But you got to really know where to go, and there are places that are just fucking heartbreaking. Like there are places I've gone that are just like, holy shit!
Yeah.
It's just like you
I'm
feel like you
very
walk
much-
back into like Mississippi in the 20s. It's just like it's got a really creepy, ominous sort of vibe to it. But other places are just like super normal and welcoming, and there's a whole bunch of like Palestinian villages in Israel that I've spent time in. So like up on Mount Carmel, hanging out with the Durus, or all across the Galil. There's tons of.
How was that? Like the Palestinian villages in
They're-
like Israel proper?
Everything is great. Honestly, I get around generally by
No, I mean like how did they live? If that
well,
makes sense.
well, okay. How do they live? So, it's poorer than the Jewish parts,
Yeah.
but they're still generally better off than much of the Arab world is. Just because, I mean, technically speaking, Israel is the 17th highest living standard in the world, so it's better off than a lot of Europe is. So the money does kind of trickle down in some areas, but the state consciously tries not to invest in their towns and villages. But there are things that they're sort of forced to do.
What you touched on there, by the way,
What was
that you like. I think it's really interesting what you touched on, because you were saying like you love Palestine, but you also kind of like Israel.
yeah?
So I'm obviously serious on Palestine. You know, I love my Palestinian brothers and sisters, but I think we need to be realistic about it too. Like, I'm definitely for a peace agreement, and I think it would be a really interesting thing to see, like a Good Friday agreement kind of mosaic sort of thing going on. You know, similar sort of parameters.
I'm in favor of things like that as interim steps, but I want a unitary state in the long run.
I think a one state is the only way.
Yeah, exactly. One state is the only
Yeah.
way to do it. So it's finding a way to get the two populations to get along with each other, because I think that they both have a lot to contribute to one another.
So what I meant by by Good Friday Agreement is it's one government, but it has equal parties that share the responsibility. So
Right.
they have to completely work with each other.
Right, but it's more like, in the long run, for me, I would like to see the North reattached to the rest of Ireland. But that's a much harder project.
The Ireland.
But it's
I'm not a fan of the Republic.
Well, yeah, but I just think like the island's history is the island's history, and it kind of makes sense. But I get that there's a lot of like cultural links to the other side. So to me, it would be a matter of finding a way to make.
No, I mean like there would be issues to do with like law and to do with like racism and stuff like that I would have very staunch like disagreements with. Where I think as an Irish person, you should be willing to stand with all people of oppression. You know. Ireland should be a welcoming place. You know, Buin Darslew, which is literally a part of the Irish anthem, which means some have come from a land beyond the waves. So we should be a refuge for people who need safety. So that's kind of where I think we need Ireland.
I think, but that's dealing with like the same kind of issues we have to deal with in Israel, because there's a significant amount of racism there as well, but it's not a necessary part of the culture. Irish culture in general has historically been much more opening. I mean, there was like there were Irish legions who fought in like in Mexico, with there's all kinds of stuff. Like there's always been that kind of welcoming aspect of it. It's one of the reasons that there's so much solidarity with Palestine there too. But immigration is kind of doing a number on people and bringing out racism. So it's an opportunity to have those
really not that bad.
Real conversations there too, you know.
We take so little compared to anywhere else in Europe, which is crazy.
And yet really still there are you get bigots.
It's so like I'll give you the insider scoop here. There is a guy called Herms Kelly. He formed a group called the Irish Freedom Party. By name sounds great, by reality no. So they look really good from the outside, but when you see what they're really at, so they would align themselves with like a radical far right British ideology. They have like they're linked to like very like openly racist like far right identities from Britain and stuff. So like
Brexit,
if it's not a British font, I don't know what is. if that makes sense.
My guess is they're linked to Steve Bannon in some way. Like usually when that stuff happens in Europe, Steve
Nigel
Bannon.
Farage, they're linked to.
Oh yeah.
Bannon, and then oh, what's his name? The
Probably.
Dugan, yeah, the dude's like there's a whole ecosystem there linking together tons of like far right movements in Croatia, Ukraine, Germany, Sweden, the UK. They're all they all like they share ideas, through the internet now and influence one another. And honestly, I think that's making some of the racism worse, even though in a lot of places you don't see as many people. Like honestly, the most racist part of Germany today is actually the most homogenous. You look at like the Saxony areas where you get like all the Pegida shit. They're out there like anti-Muslim shit, and like they're no Muslims are settling in fucking Saxony because it's dirt fucking poor. It's
that's
former
the
East
thing in a
Germany.
lot of places.
But they're all drawing on the same kind of like ideas. It's kind of
it's like we need to know our history. Like we had this problem before in Ireland in the 1930s with the blue shirts, and it's literally just repeating itself.
Yeah.
And they'd be offended when you call them blue shirts, and you're doing the same thing.
Tough shit, because I mean it's the same thing. Like a lot of Americans are upset, and when you say like, yeah, this reminds me a lot of the German American Bund. You guys are fucking Nazis, and they don't want to deal with that.
Bingo. Like,
it's the same crap.
Yeah, like I would always try to take the nice slow approach with people and try to keep things calm. But at the minute, it's the stage where like I have friends who are the most kind people who are like afraid to leave their house. Which, like, I'm not going to be okay with. My community is not going to stand for that.
Yeah.
And we're not going to stand for that. There's like one attack on like a foreign-owned shop, and within 15 minutes, there was probably about 100 people standing outside the shop defending it. Ready to like, it's literally like they were ready to kick off.
Yeah, we just had that in what Bristol area. Yeah, like I was just thinking that
there's Syrian internationalists.
There was a bunch of like fashy douches out there, and the next thing you know, like anti-fascists have choked the streets and chased them out.
It was by far mostly anti-fascist, and there were like 6 cops or something. Like they didn't.
Yeah, that's what makes me happy. I mean, we need more like Battle of Paper Street.
Bristol is like they'll throw down. Like the anti-fascists in Bristol will brawl for real.
But it's crazy too. The environment we're in. I went up to like show some support in a live the other day, and then like these people were asking me to like apologize for British colonialism.
What?
I was like, I'm from West Belfast. I'm from the north. I'm Irish. I live in occupied territory. Yeah, so you benefit? And I'm like, no. I'm like, what? And like, no matter what I said, it was like just because of how I look, they were like, no. And I was like, man, I'm wanting to like stand with you here. I'm trying to show you support. I'm not wanting to fight you. But yeah, it's people are picking on each other, and it's really sad.
That the Dairy Girls line about Catholics and Protestants looking different.
Well, their eyes are
Catholics have more freckles, and they keep their toaster on top of the counter. Is that true? Have you seen Dairy Girls, Ryan?
No, legit. The people who keep their toaster in the cupboard is weird.
They do. Yeah, is Ellie here? Like, we know a Protestant. He probably keeps his toaster under the cupboard.
No, like legit. Like my mom's like my wife's mom keeps her toaster in like the cupboard, and like I've never seen a toaster in a cupboard.
Catholics like statues. That's the other one.
Oh, well, yeah, obviously. Virgin Mary. Oh yeah.
Protestants like
the only
to
other
march.
People who like them statues as much as us are like the Mexicans.
Protestants like to march, while Catholics like to walk.
And there's a whole list, and it's
that whole chalkboard in Dairy Girls.
Yeah.
No, we like to march sometimes.
I do like a good march.
But yeah, no, it's a different kind of march. Yeah, no, do you know what? It is strange. Like even accent wise, like it takes like 10 minutes to drive across Belfast, and you'll get like 4 different accents in Belfast. Like mine is distinctively from the west. Like people can tell the difference between my wife's accent and mine, and we grew up 20 minutes away from each other.
I'm curious to hear what your wife sounds like now.
You might not hear it, but like people from here can. But like if you drive 5 or 10 minutes down one road, completely different accent that you would hear. Like if you like country people sound completely different from me. Completely different. Like I can barely understand them.
I clock your accent as like Ulster or like Northern Ireland in general.
Sorry, like Belfast, yeah.
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 Belfast has to be really strong for me to pick up that it's Belfast.
Oh, you found this hard to pick up? It was from Belfast?
No, like for me to hear a Belfast accent, it has to be really strong.
To
and I don't know
differentiate
which
from the rest of
one.
Ulster, you mean?
Yeah, to differentiate from
Mine isn't that strong.
That's largely all I can do is pick out Ulster versus Munster or whatever, like general regions. That's about it.
There's a Donegal accent, I think.
It's very similar to ours.
Mm.
Like Donegal sounds more like Belfast, even though it's right next to Derry.
It's a bit
it doesn't sound like Derry.
It's more punchy or something.
Yeah, and like if you hear the word "hey" after like a sentence, that's a Derry accent. Where we would say like at the end of a sentence. You know, there's like little things like that. If you hear a Cork person, like it sounds like they almost sing at the end of a sentence.
Ooh,
like
isn't
the guitar pitched, and they always say "boy" at the end of things.
Boyo.
Hey, how you doing, boy? How you doing? Can't be cocked.
Let me see if my wait.
Oh,
my cousin's eating
I don't
pizza
know if
too.
John is still here from Facebook. If you are, just let me know. I'm happy to address those if you're interested. But we got to like reach a natural stopping point in an existing conversation. But I'm happy to talk a little about the social stuff you want.
Exactly. By the way, it's like top three.
On the quick question on books, no, there's no Russian history you can see here. There are 52 bookcases in the house, so like you can only see a little bit in a given spot. So no, this is just like a bunch of weird white nationalist shit on this wall, and then the section that's over here is well, mostly the Yazis or whatever I'm supposed to say for TikTok, Germans, but no, just depends on where I'm sitting. But anyway, if you're still around and you do want to stick around, you are serious about hearing the whole like socialism versus theft crap, let me know and we'll come back to it later. But if you were just popping onto Facebook to troll me for a bit, then goodbye, and that's fine. Anyway, where were we?
Do you want to see something cool, by the way, before I go?
Yeah, I'm sure he is, but it's a good topic for people, like about the basic nature of socialism, or because it lets you talk about how capitalism itself is theft. Like the whole idea of it. Like the whole everything from the enclosures onward, like you're gradually just stealing from people, and the idea is to reverse that. So, oh, boo-hoo, we have to take away from the rich who stole from us in the first place. But it's like if you go and take shit back from a thief, you're not the thief. So anyway, I'm sure he's just trolling, but it's a good topic anyway.
Ignore the mess because we're refurbishing the house, but I don't know if you can see the writing on this.
Oh,
wait, should we make you big?
Actually, I
can make him big.
You can now?
Yeah, I put on my other account.
Oh, okay, cool. I was going to say.
Can you see the writing?
Can I slip past you?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna look.
Here. I just saw it.
Long catch.
Yep. So this was made by Republican prisoners during the Troubles.
Oh my gosh.
This is the wee family thing that we just give this or someone we know. And then they're just batting around. They were used quite commonly here. They were actually invented for us.
Oh my gosh.
But just 2 wee bits of Irish history, and if you give me a wee second, I'll turn my camera off and I'll show you something else.
Yeah. That's fascinating. I hope my cousin's watching.
These are like the only fun Irish history things I have.
My cousin's Irish. His family's from Mayo, but he grew up in Cambridge. But I hope he's
England?
Yeah, but he's like, I think he'd probably kill me if I called him British. So he's Irish. He's Irish. He grew up in Cambridge.
This one is from 1791. It's the real document, and it was a massive denied about the United Irishmen becoming a thing.
Ooh.
Whoa!
And then this one is from 1798, and it was America finding out that the rebellion failed.
Nice. So this is why I was happy with being called Athenian.
Irish stuff. But I really recommend actually finding the United Irishman's Constitution. It's a really, really interesting read.
Yeah.
It might make more sense for modern day topics. It's quite scary to see how them people were 200 years ahead of themselves.
Mhm.
You know, they were very proud to be anti-slavery, anti-racist in the 1790s. You know, where they actually threatened shipping merchants, and that's why Belfast didn't have any slave trading routes.
Yeah, there
So yeah,
so many places where you can find these antecedents to what you think will be very modern topics, but they're really not. People want to talk about the scrap forever, you know.
Oh yeah, like Miriam McCracken, she was a hard lady. She
McCracken.
she was at the docks, Belfast, arguing with people going to America with the depiction of a slave saying, "Is he not a brother or a friend?" Like trying to educate people about slavery and the wrongs of it, stuff like that. And this was in the 1700s. So yeah, thankfully we have statues of these people now to celebrate them. But yeah, no, there's been a great like anti-sort of colonial, anti-fascist sort of history to be shared, but it's one that's not very well understood.
Yeah.
Or people don't know very much about it. And the reason behind that was the United Irishmen were actually all Protestant. They were the first Irish Republicans, but they were Presbyterian under the penal laws at the time that Catholics suffered under.
Mm-hmm.
If you were Presbyterian, you also suffered.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So it was like, Presbyterian, Catholic, and Dissenter. So you had to be Church of State, like Church of Ireland.
And yet even there, because people's associations made it harder to take off into a larger movement too. I mean,
Isn't
those divisions have always been a problem.
One of the guys in the Wolf Tones is a Protestant or something?
It's honestly like people think it's really to do about Catholics and Protestants. It's never been. That's not an Irish thing. That's a British thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's that colonial tactic to try to separate people.
I think
the people on the Shankill Road are just the same as the people on the Falls Road.
Yeah, it's the way people associate some people with the colonizers, though. Too, it can still create some issues there. It's not about the religion that's the issue. It's the degree to which you're perceived as part of, the occupying force or something. Yeah,
like if you're unionist, if you're loyalist, then yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
But just for having a religious belief, I wouldn't say that would constitute anti-Irish. If that makes sense, that's what.
Yeah, I mean, everyone forgets the Republic still has a significant Protestant minority.
Mm-hmm. I joke about Protestant versus Catholic stuff a lot, but I know it's not like it's the whole thing with, are you a Protestant atheist or a Catholic atheist? It's just...
Oh yeah, no, it's when the Syrian refugees were coming here, and it's like, yeah, but is he a Catholic Muslim or a Protestant Muslim? And that was a legit thing that people asked, and I'm like, no way, you're that stupid.
Well, it's more like which side you're going to sympathize with, the colonizer versus but yeah,
we know what he's going to sympathize with.
But it's funny how people throw it in the religious terms, and then people misunderstand it as actually about the religion itself.
Are people just townies in Ireland who think that? Like, are there people who just get so insulated on the island? I don't know.
I think the people who, honestly, we're nationalistic people, and not in the bad way. We're the rare occasion where it kind of worked out. Well, actually, no, I'm going to take that back. It's not working at the minute. But we did work well. But yeah, so I think it's. I mean, both sides of the coin are nationalistic, but not everyone learns their history or tries to educate themselves on their history and their culture, and that's probably where these big misunderstandings come from.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone trusts what their grandma told them or their dad told them, and even though their grandma were talking shit.
Yeah, I've heard exactly that. The good kind of nationalist or whatever, just because, again, the Irish liberation struggle does have a lot of good anti-racist roots and whatnot, but it also, one of the things I've often pointed out to people in talking about nationalist movements around the world is cautioning people, well, anti-colonial nationalisms, while they are opposed to clear oppression and trying to liberate a population, as long as you're adopting the basic architecture of nationalism, you can still exclude and attack other people. And in the long run, they do tend to become problematic. And in the Irish case, I think that is going to it is going to become increasingly a problem, and the immigration and the integration of the EU is going to make that more and more of a problem over time. Where so it's like it solves one problem, but it introduces the roots of another.
I think you're really right. I think the difference between maybe the North and the South, my Irishness gets questioned every day. I have to work for it. You know, it's not freely given to me.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's what makes us that makes us more accepted in the North, because again, we in the North, we are completely hell bent against what sort of racist rhetoric is going on in the South.
Yeah.
We wholeheartedly disagree
You're
with it.
having to
So I
learn to
think that's
deal
really
with
why- Sorry?
you're having to learn to deal with the differences. You know, to trying to integrate the communities there, where a lot of the Republic thinks of itself as more homogenous than it really is. So it has this illusion about its national identity.
Just being Irish for free for so long that it's no longer it's not like it's not important to them anymore. You know, I've went into Dublin and I've said, you know, Gurmy, let me go get a waiter or someone in a hotel, and they're like, "What language is that?" They're like a native dub. Like, I was on holiday in Spain. There was a family from Dublin. I was like, "Oh, Judith." And they were like, "What?" And I was like, "Judith," and they were like, I don't know what that means." And I was like, "I'm saying hello in Irish," and they're like, "Oh no, not a single bit of Gaelic," which it's in Squilga. They didn't even say the name right. You know, so again, I think it's the fact that we have to earn what we have here, where they get it for free. So maybe that's why we can sympathize with other people. Maybe that's why we feel that people can come here and become Irish. You don't have to be born here.
How did that happen? Gaelic becoming Gaelic.
In Scotland, it's gay. It's Gaelic.
It's Gaelic in
And
Scotland,
then
yeah,
in
but
Ireland, it's
how does that just become the
Gaelic.
normal way that people say it? Because it's not Irish.
Gaelic's the grouping of languages.
Oh yeah.
Well, Celtic is
Yeah.
Gaelic,
Yeah, but it's like they would say Gaeilge.
Gaeilge, yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, but Gaeilge for the language is as opposed to Gaelic.
I've actually no idea.
I mean, if you're looking at it, I guess if you don't know the language at all, you could, if you're butchering it into English, that's what it would sound like.
I've only heard Americans say Gaelic.
I've heard a lot of non-Americans say it too, which makes
really?
no fucking sense to me.
Because
I don't know if maybe American is
say Irish.
influencing it, but yeah, maybe it's an American thing.
But I know it's
The English and the Americans are both really good at exporting mispronunciations. we're like
my
masters.
thing is
The English are
when they
masters at
read
exporting
Irish
mispronunciations.
names, and they're like, that doesn't sound right.
what
And like, because when you see like American people say like, oh, you know, Saoirse doesn't spell Saoirse, and you're like, it's because it's not in English. And they're like, but Irish is just English with an accent.
No,
What?
no, that's
Yeah, I'm like,
Hibernian English.
I'm like, no, we actually do have our own language, Makara. You know, like, and they're blown away by it. They're like, no way, really?
Yeah, I get that with I mean Scotland has two languages. Because Scots is an independent branch of Germanic language, and then there's the Scots Gaelic, which came from Irish, and then there's Scottish Standard English. And when Americans think Scots are speaking Scottish, they're just speaking English in a Scottish way. They're speaking Scottish Standard English, but that's all people know. They don't know that Scots is an actual thing. You know, I once played a clip of a Scots speaker, you know, and like, okay, so you guys have all heard Sean Connery, right? Listen to this shit. And like, what did he say? Like, they got nothing. I think a couple people got 2 words out of it. Like, because it's a different Germanic language.
There's that red-haired gal on social media that teaches Scots. She's like Scots word of the day, blah blah blah.
Oh, neat. Never seen that.
You know, like the way the Scottish speak their English, there's a lot of Dutch words as well in it.
Well,
There's
Dutch, Frisian, Scots, and English are closely related languages.
I think also there's a link to obviously like William of Orange and stuff too, and things like that.
Yeah.
But no, like honestly, Scottish people are hard to understand, especially like Glaswegian people. Yeah. You know, my uncle's actually Glaswegian, but Edinburgh is like a completely different thing. They're quite easy to understand. But see if you have an Irish speaker from the south, they can't understand Scottish Gaelic. But if you get an Ulster speaker, like someone who speaks the Ulster dialect, they can speak with someone from the south, and they can also speak with a Gaelic speaker as well.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see the little sort of the bridge in between the two.
The continuum, yeah.
But so what's Ulster Scots then? Is that just like the slang in Ulster? Or that's like
it's well, if they have Irish, then we need something.
that's so real.
Honestly.
Yeah. That's the thing. There's a whole pseudo history.
Never learned it, but can speak it.
There's like
that makes sense?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not really.
The dialectical descendant of people who moved over, and it influenced the way the Irish is spoken. But yeah,
there's a lot of Irish in it. Believe it or not, actually, they do use a lot of Irish words. Like I suppose, like an Ulster Scots word you would hear quite common is like mucker. Like someone would refer to their friend as like mucker. But like mucker is just a shorter version for mukara, my friend. Or you would hear, people refer to their mum as ma. Well, the Irish way to say mother is maher. Ma. Do you know what I mean? So
are those?
It's a lot of shortened.
I'd be curious because because their Gaelic is descended from Irish, from from Irish who moved north and settled in the Hebrides and Galway and whatever. The Celtic languages of Scotland went extinct. So their Celtic language is actually Irish. It's later Irish colonized. It's funny how the Irish colonized Scotland and then Scots colonized Ireland. It's
my understanding of it might be a bit different.
Well, I
want to know.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Some of the Maguires went to Scotland.
Yeah, there's a movement there, and I'm wondering if the language maybe some of it came back though too. If the difference in the word there, maybe some of what they brought.
The Irishman, he says he knows about this.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it's to do with the plantation, to be honest. There was that direct sort of like insertion of like a different culture directly like inserted into Ireland. I would say a lot of them people were oppressed as well, but obviously it's a confusing thing. But I would say that, I don't know, you can go down the rabbit hole of the Milesians, and you can see why I would say maybe the Irish didn't colonize Scotland. They were maybe already there. If that makes sense, Princess Scotia and stuff, all that sort of stuff. So,
well, I mean, colonize. I mean, like just moving around and settling.
Movement. Were there, and stuff
there was always constant movement before, but like the language there was no Celtic language spoken in the Highlands until Irish was brought back into it. The Scots had driven it into extinction, and then it took back off in the West, which is
But there is a sense. Oh, sorry, I got excited.
Yeah, no. Get excited.
There's a sense of like indigeneity among some of the folks that like descended from the Scottish planters. Is that kind of where you're going with this? Or is that's a good. I don't know.
I can kind of, Alex. So I would say that I'm an Indigenous person. Okay, people don't like me saying that because of how I look, but my surname is over 1,100 years old from North Armagh. I share DNA with remains that were found that are 6,000 years old, and other ones that are 4,000 years old, both from two different types of Gaels. So I would say that I think it's fair to say I'm probably Indigenous. Yeah. So I think we're very different from the planters in a way.
Yeah.
But they kind of do have a weird claim here too, which is interesting.
Because like they were brought over for demographic shifts, weren't they? Yeah.
They wanted to grow the population. Yeah.
So my surname's Maguire, which is whatever that's out there. I don't know shit.
I have Maguire in my family.
Oh my gosh, my Maguire cousin might be watching, but like one of the Maguire castles is now,
I'll give you a way to find my surname, by the way. I'll not say it out loud, but if you look up the Portadown massacre, we were blamed for that. That's the reason why Cromwell apparently came in.
Which massacre?
Portadown. So that's how
can you spell it in the chat, or can someone spell it in the chat? Or
Portadown. I'll spell it for you.
nice Friday.
But yeah, two
Hello, bird.
two blank with these was at the end of the line.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You know what this is?
Estos dos son un caos. I don't know that last word. There are two. I don't know, but someone's requesting to come up.
Yeah, I just have that.
Oh, you can translate in the chat directly.
Really? That's cool. I don't know how to do
Who
that.
didn't drop it?
Oh, look, it says I should invite Emily to come up. Should I do that? should I invite Emily to join the panel? What do you think?
No, she's such a bitch. All she talks about is bird things.
Oh, you
Which
know,
one?
there's a South African buddy. What's the crack, mate?
Wait, what now?
So what's
There's
that?
my favorite South African person in the chat.
Yeah,
Oh,
Nikita.
Nikita.
Yeah, he's just a
Those
back
are-
to Nikita. Liam the new burb.
I'm the new cat.
Yeah. I'm a dinosaur now, and you're an apex predator. Wow. Yes, hello. We're mocking you too.
Minerva.
Wait, do you want to be
Come here.
included?
Come here.
How many cats and dogs do you have?
I have 3 cats. My dog recently died.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It'll be a while before I get another one.
Animals are the best thing in existence.
Agreed.
They are.
The only thing I would recommend, never get a Belgian Malinois.
A Belgian.
Malinois.
No,
I forgot what those look like. Those
I
are.
don't know.
That's a dog.
Yeah.
A smaller, skinnier, blonde German Shepherd.
Oh.
But imagine like giving a German Shepherd a big bag of speed, and that's what you get.
Jesus.
They're honestly they're really intelligent. They're really fun. But if you don't want to spend loads of time training them and loads of time working them, they're hard work. Like we were trying to like do a bit of stuff in the kitchen today, and ours would just not stop.
Oh, we got a. Felix says those are war dogs.
Yeah,
I grew up with
yeah,
German
like,
Shepherd.
Ours is protection trained. And like it's funny because he's such a big baby with my wife. Like he's like, you know, he gets on like such a puppy. And the minute she says 1 or 2 words, he's like spitting people. But he like he can still an act. Like, he's a big pup. Hot out. But yeah, no, they're fun. But they're hard work. I would definitely not recommend them.
That bit of Spanish. This says it meant these two are in chaos. I don't know what it.
We are in chaos. Well, you're the mother of dragons, and you're clearly introducing chaos.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I enjoy chaos, discord, disharmony.
That's what Jordan Peterson tells us, right?
Yeah, it's the hormones make me go cray
Oh,
cray,
yeah,
make
totally.
me do chaos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. TMI.
I think you need to come over here sometime. I think you would enjoy it. I'll make sure to look after you and show you about it.
But Irish people are
Used
just
to see
nice.
the sketchy parts of West Belfast, all the Republican stuff.
Ooh.
Yeah, I want to see all the sketchy parts.
Rabble bars.
Yeah.
So yeah, but no.
No respectable
Keep in touch
places. No respectable
Sorry?
places. No, nothing respectable. Only the sketchiest places.
Oh no, fully respectful. Just maybe other people wouldn't take it as respectful.
I want to have a disrespectful tour of Ireland
Yeah, I
or
know.
Belfast.
Right. Yeah.
Oh no! Like we're being respectful. It's more the Brits probably don't like it. And Chuck Yarla.
Nikita's a monarch of chaos.
Quickly before I go, I went on a bit of a rant with my wife the other day when we were walking to the shops the other day in Spain. And I was saying, you know, you hear Indigenous people saying, we don't really like our colonizers. And most people agree. You know, that's fair for an Indigenous person to say. The minute we say Brits out, people are offended. You know what I mean? Like, people are like, oh, you can't do that. That's offensive. Why not?
So colonizers out okay, Brits out bad.
Not
They're
partly
all-
so.
They're all connected struggles. I wish that people would have like. I think a lot of people need a better analysis to connect the dots with these things and
Yeah.
Oh,
integrate
seriously,
it.
don't follow us.
Well, I mean, look at how easily you can get people to believe that the U.S. was bringing freedom to Iraq, and those people who were fighting to get us out, they're just Teists. They're just bad people. Like, no, they're anti-colonial. You know,
Though
we
not all Teists are
didn't-
anti-colonial,
but-
some of them are patriarchal fascists.
yes,
Well, man,
plenty
you
of
know,
them,
the
but
freedom
that's
fighter.
beside. I'm just saying, like any kind of insurgency against an occupation is still
Yeah.
anti-colonial.
true.
You know, whether they're like, but no one wants to see their side at it. I've
Yeah.
seen like I've seen like French academics talk about how you can't resist a country that's a democracy, because if it's a democracy, then it's not an imperial power. Like, what does it matter to the colonized person? Like, if it's not like people in Senegal could vote, like they didn't get a choice, so who cares if they get to vote in Paris?
Yeah, but you can't trust the French out there, though. Come on, they're clearly plus the Brits and the Americans.
I always slander the French. Oh,
You know,
game
listen,
recognized game.
we know what you're doing, then, but that's we know you're away travel.
Yeah.
Trying to improve places. You don't have us food.
Oh, the Republic
but
now is
yeah.
requiring a visa for South Africa. That's fucked.
That wasn't nice.
That's fucked. Who am I with, Doctor? Who am I
What?
with?
What do you need a visa?
I am Emily.
Emily.
Go speak to the Shinners about that and see what they say. Let the Shinners kick up a stink. Telling you, down south, West Brits, full of West Brits.
Dublin.
Oh, that's the Peel. That's the most British part of Ireland. Legit, like honestly, like throughout history, Dublin is the most British part of Ireland. Nothing's changed.
Mhm.
I think Tamara just challenged me.
Right.
Take this up a notch.
I'm all
Like,
I'm all
So,
right.
You get the live band.
yeah. How far can I push
I'm
TikTok?
gonna try to get some sleep because I
Oh.
have to tie the floor in the morning. But
Oh,
it
yes.
was really lovely speaking to you both.
It's late.
We are you in the Discord yet, Ryan? Do you want to be in our Discord? I don't know. I'm probably gonna DM you. And
I'm not very technically advanced that way, but I'll try.
That's fine. You just made a reference to something to like you're like you should read this, and I was like, I'm not gonna remember that, but he should be in the Discord so he can post it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've always got like really boring Irish history stuff. If anyone's interested in it.
Not boring.
No. I'd love picking up more of this stuff. It's great.
I honestly think I think the reason why a lot of Irish history is disputed is because it destabilizes places like America and Britain. You know,
Yes.
when you see people say, "Oh, the Irish were slaves in America first," no, they weren't. Stop telling lies. That's not true. It doesn't mean the Irish weren't enslaved. It just wasn't in that way and shape. You know, I think to try to take my people's oppression and use it to try to devalue someone else's oppression is absolutely disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
So again, like, you know, when we talk about Irish history, it devalues these people's arguments. I think that's the reason why a lot of these people don't want it. Irish history isn't maybe as well discussed as what people make out. You see the point?
Yeah, and Irish history is one of the nice loopholes, or not loopholes. It's like an easy gateway drug for Americans with Irish heritage to sort of radicalize them in a left anarchist way.
Chuck your lap. Definitely. Will come.
Okay. Yeah.
No, so
Yeah.
I think it's even. I'm going to leave you for one weird one to think about. So, do you think there's a difference between freedom and liberties?
Yes.
Okay, because in Irish, Saoirse means freedom, and Saoirse also means liberties. There's no difference, and the word means both.
That's beautiful.
So that's one to think about. And also, our language is very, very old, and we pronounce Palestine as Palestine.
Which is nice. Yeah, I think a lot of people try to introduce a distinction there because they want us to think about liberties as the gifts of the state, civil liberties,
You're free to
constitutional
do-
liberties.
Yeah.
And freedom is just you're free. Like you don't have authority over you at all, but that's not really in the interest of the state to truly make you free. So they try to tame freedom and associate freedom with loving the flag and loving the army or whatever. That's freedom, but it's really about but they protect our liberties. It's the constitutional liberties and that kind of crap.
Yeah.
They want you to think in more statist terms as opposed to just human.
Exactly. Exactly.
I love my country so much that I'm willing to tell it when it's wrong.
It's honestly, it should be anyone's duty anywhere.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're right.
It's
But,
the highest. Telling your government to fuck off is the highest form of patriotism, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, here, let's meet up doing that. No problem at all.
Yeah.
Like, you get high enough, and we're going to be like, right, no, fuck you, you're too high enough.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So,
Loving the
but there's
people,
guys
fine.
like,
Fuck the government.
you know why? Slam. But.
Oh,
Slan,
uh,
what now?
Nikita's getting. Are you getting the Cholkiarla in tattooed in that, or what are you getting tattooed? What's the?
I'm always really tempted to do a stick and poke tattoo of 26 plus 6 equals 1.
See, I would the numbers. I would never remember what it means.
It's Irish unity.
The only number I
like
can
all the
remember is
counties.
42. Douglas Adams got his claws into me very early, so that's it. Like no other numbers meaningful.
Hi, Dad. Are we all calling each other Dad now? Is it spreading?
Wait, where's it, Dad?
Nikita's a dad. Yeah, Aquarium says, hi, Dad. Hey, Dad, how are you?
Oh, she's saying there's Nikita. That's
Hi, Dad. I'm
I didn't
Dad.
catch that.
Nikita, I had said, I'll be right back. And then when I came back, I said, I'm back. And Nikita said, hey,
Sasha.
Dad.
Okay.
Yeah. And I said, hey, Dad, how are you?
Neat. So what's up?
Not a whole lot. I came in when you guys were talking about Irish names and pronunciation and stuff like that.
Should have had something to drink here for some sludge.
Oh, yeah.
I need to get some else. We're getting my
I
water.
will have a drink. There's 2 of us. It's okay. But I'm talking about a drink,
Right. It's not alcohol. It's
Oh,
if you're
TikTok.
not alone.
I meant a drink of Kool-Aid and lemonade.
Yes.
And
San
San Pellegrino.
Apple juice. I like apple juice. Yeah. That's some apple juice here. Why is this? That's kind of a jump right there. I mean, it's babies maybe down the line, but that's early in the day for that conversation. But
What about Burbs?
this is Emily,
I'm Emily.
not the books. This.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm.
Supreme being. Protect me. Let's see. Apple juice.
Supreme being.
Yeah, one day past the Kool-Aid. Uh-oh.
What's the
I missed
Kool-Aid
it.
test?
What's the Kool-Aid test? I missed that.
Oh, yeah.
Past the Kool-Aid. What did I do? Yeah.
You're not groupies, you're comrades. You're co-chairs.
Yes.
You're members of the assembly.
Horizontalism. No one's in charge of anything. No one's in.
And if anyone is in charge of anything, it's easily recallable and very short-lived.
Right.
And they're not in charge of much.
Generally speaking, Minerva is in charge. She's the only one who thinks she owns the house. Yeah. We all work for her.
Minerva and Appa, those are the only 2 that have any real say around here.
Right.
Yes.
They're both absolutely convinced they're in charge.
Appo's like a cultural, religious figurehead. He's like Marcos. Subcomandante Was that his name? Subcomandante Marcos?
Not really his name, but yeah, it was his name. Yeah, but
It
for sure.
sounded very.
So-
he would always have the thing with the
Yeah.
pipe.
So, sure, yeah. So he's like a cult leader, but also
Are you trying
a
to?
commie cult leader, a commie religious
Some of
figure.
us have had bad experiences with leftist
Yes,
cults.
I know. That's why, because you said he's a spiritual religious figure, and then he's like Subcomandante Marcos. I'm like, and I was just telling somebody the other day that
It's like a mascot.
PSL is basically a cult.
No, it's like a mascot,
Like there are definitely problematic leftist groups.
but he has no authority. PSL, they have authority with like tiered hierarchy.
He thinks he has authority. I mean, Minerva thinks she has authority, but at the end of the day, she's still the cat. She has to
Well,
beg me for food.
Power never
But she
goes
still thinks she's
away.
in charge.
Power never goes away. You just have to democratize it.
So, no groupies, all comrades.
Just democratized power.
So I need water and or other liquids.
Apple
Would
juice.
you like? So, would you like an apple? Like my, do you want to try one of my apple juice? Or do you want something like that, or just like like that? It's a, fuck you, TikTok. Can I do I pop an apple juice, or do I?
Something between the two. Like I synthesize these things.
So, ales open bottles, and then there are cocktails.
Cockatiels.
Yeah, cockatiels. And then it's cockatiels. I can make you a cockatiel.
What kind of whales?
I could make any kind of cockatiel. Oh, what kind of whales?
What are you?
Whales. I have some reds and ambers. A red ale and amber whale.
What are you?
Well, I would mix. I'll only do something mixed if you're going to. Otherwise, I would just go simple to get back and hang out and talk stuff. So I would just grab a whale.
Yeah, just two whales.
Two whales. So amber or red if I've got one still.
Amber.
It's two.
Cállate, Nikita. Cállate.
Pardon. Entertain the comrades.
Comrades. I bet
Okay,
you're
I just had a real slow moment.
what?
Took me a moment to understand what whale was. My brain kept going to finding doors.
Yeah.
You see whale.
We're not gonna actually drink pureed whale. Fortunately. Y habla español. ¿Qué? Oh, is this because we were talking about EZLN? Aquarium, do you know? Have you been following the person with the sunflower thing in the chat? Like whatever they're talking about? Asia. Oh, paused.
You were talking about, yeah, I was looking. Yeah. So, I think it's the first thing they said. Oh,
hablo español, pero like really bad. Really bad español de Boricua y Cuba, like Caribbean Spanglish. I speak Caribbean Spanglish, I would say.
hablé poquito español.
Sí. Y tú también, yo también. Who all is in here?
I can ask you if I'm allowed to go to the bathroom.
Huh?
I said I can ask if I'm allowed to go to the bathroom.
Comes in handy. Oh, Miami. So you know the Spanglish, the Puerto Rican Spanglish and the Cuban Spanglish. I say está bien, like I'm a Cuban abuelita. Está bien. Everything has a G on the end of it. What's up in like the world? Aquarium, do you know like current events? or anything interesting because I tried to catch up on current events today, and I was like, but I'm so happy. Like, why would I get sad by reading about what's going on in the world?
Unfortunately, my personal life is a little hectic right now, and I haven't really had a chance to even be on social media like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Soul speak. I think you're right. Nikita, your mom lived in Cuba. Do you want to come up, Nikita? Love. My cousin Richard, if you're here, can you comment on YouTube and say something? How's your rescue cat aquarium? The newer ones.
She is good. She is finally out of the closet. No more closet kitty.
That's because you guys are so accepting of her. So she could come out of the closet.
Unfortunately, I now have another closet kitty.
Aw.
But she's not staying here. She's just being cat sit, and she is not a nice cat.
Aw. She's troubled.
Yeah, she's really spoiled, and her mom is in the process of moving, and so she's also very angry because she can't be with her mom.
Mm-hmm.
And she's a little traumatized because I had to break into her mom's house and go get her.
You do have a lot going on, damn.
Yeah. She's staying about 30 minutes away from me right now, and she didn't have any way to get to me, and she needed somebody to watch her cat for her while she's in the process of moving. And so I had to go on his credit card and give me the door open. I'm like, please tell your neighbors not to call the police on me.
That credit card thing does work, though.
Yeah, it really does.
Hi, Nikita.
Hey. So it is 5:02 in the morning, and I see you two cuddling up, and I'm like, huh? Oh,
You make me look so pale.
oh, you guys are the love bubs.
No, it's the Mediterranean side of my family.
We're a thing.
Yeah, the love bubs.
A thing.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm not a thing. I'm a person. I'm a real boy.
I am not a person. I'm 3 possums in a coat. Does anybody know that song?
No, but I want to. Your mom lived in Cuba, you said.
Yes, she did. She lived in Cuba when I was in high school. She got an opportunity to teach there, and so she went. And
Lucky.
she loved it.
I've always wanted to go.
Yeah, I also want to go. But I delayed going because I wanted to study in the US. And now I'm going to go to Cuba.
Let me know if you figure it out, because I've been trying to.
Might as well.
I mean, I guess I have a reason to stay.
The US is keeping you out for so might as well.
Yeah, I might as well go to Cuba and like live as the communist I am.
My some of my leftist friends have said that Cuba's gone like far too capitalist in recent years, and it's like really affecting things, like kind of like how people will point to it and be like, see, they're like, people are poor because they're not capitalist, but in reality it's like they're becoming a bit too capitalist, and it's like shit. I don't know, hearsay.
Yeah,
I'm not really up to date, but I heard that in the
See, I
past.
don't know about these details. I was in high school. That was a long, long time ago. And I feel very old.
Wait, what?
Her mom lived in Cuba when she was in high school.
And that makes you feel old?
No, I was in high school so long ago.
Oh. No. We're not old.
We're
Don't
not
do that.
old.
I'm not old.
None of us
I
are
was not in
old.
high school a long time ago. It was definitely not the 1980s.
Only right-wing boomers are old.
Oh, true.
Yeah. And yeah. Anyone who's not that, like any other kind of boomer, is not old.
I'm still going to be picking on old people when I'm in my 80s.
See, whenever somebody asks me, like, whenever a mutual has me on the panel and, like, just for TikTok verification purposes, how old are you? I say, like, I'm 786 and I look so young because I survive on the tears of white men.
Are you a Maiar? Is that what they're called? A Maiar?
Yeah.
Were you sent
She's
here?
come over from the Undying Lands to, to save us.
Oh, I need to keep this out.
To lead us.
The world has changed. I feel it in the water.
I taste it. Oh no, I smell it on the wind. What did she say?
Smell it to the earth, yes.
Yeah.
Socrates.
I always say, I will diminish and go into the West and remain Gladriel. Whenever I have to like stop doing something or like leave something, it's like I will diminish and go into the West.
We'll go into the West. Yeah.
All will fear, all will love me in despair. That's another good one. Really applies to like most life situations. For you, Nikita, and me, I think.
Someone's trying to warn me of something here. Yeah.
I think you've had ample warning.
Rough patches ahead.
Just if I'm ever around like a ring and you're like, this is weird, I'm like acting really weird and power hungry, like just let me hold it for a minute so I can pass the test and then I'll be okay.
So we already had a question in there about rings too. So you've just now given me like a really, really good idea for one. So if I ever give you one, if there's an inscription on it in the Black
And, like,
Speech,
It's not Arabic.
yes, it's in a peignoir instead. Like, what is this? That's the way to do it.
I need to keep up with the chat. I'm gonna put mine back on.
Oh boy.
Wait, did tomorrow's stuff arrive already? Oh no.
When it's 5 a.m. and you're like scrounging around the kitchen for something to eat, and all you have is ingredients.
And that requires work, and you don't want to work.
So then you cook in the middle of the night and you look like a crazy person and it's awesome.
Or you're just lazy and you decide, just how about a whale instead? Empty calories, less effort.
Empty calories. I lived a lot of my life off empty calories.
Huzzah for empty calories.
Oh wait, I don't want to put
Yeah,
that on screen.
That's about the point when I
it's
figure
not
out
because
which
They care
ingredient
about
is
bubbles.
most
See, look,
edible
this
by
is
itself.
clearly see, it's
Aquarium's talking. It is apple juice. What'd you say?
I said that's the point in time when I look to see which ingredient is most edible by itself.
Yeah.
This is true.
Usually the cheese.
I was just gonna say, see, you can't do that. To me, I can just take out a block of like reserve cheddar, and I'm a happy camper.
Yeah.
3-year-old cheddar at 5 a.m.
I wish I could.
That's it.
I got Tamara a fuck ton of cheese. I mean, a lot of cheese. Can you say that for them? They.
I
do a
fucking
lot.
swear all the time.
I know, but I don't think you're supposed to.
If you're not fucking supposed to swear on fucking TikTok, then fucking TikTok's gonna be really fucking mad at me. Because I've been doing it for 9 months, 10 months, whatever this is, like.
Government cheese. Do you know about government cheese?
What does that mean?
Is there someone who knows about government cheese
It
and
sounds
can
very
come on the
familiar.
panel and
I
explain
know
it?
about government cheese.
You can?
Oh, that is
What is that?
Yeah.
That's my name. What does that mean?
I don't know.
You know about the government
cheese
cheese?
is the cheese that they kept in the vaults underground.
Do you know
They
about
still have a whole shit ton of damn cheese underground.
this? Has to do with Reagan and Wisconsin, right?
It has to do with them
What?
subsidizing milk.
Is there a 30-year-old cheddar somewhere?
Oh, there's probably 100-year-old
That's when
cheddar somewhere.
they subsidize the dairy industry, which is all of just the state of Wisconsin.
I would unalive like a lot of people to get to a 30-year-old cheddar.
You're really missing the point.
You would
But like,
walk in that cave and just die.
but listen, like, okay, Got Milk, the like Got Milk ads and like the milk and cheese propaganda industry,
Yeah,
like that's
They were just subsidizing it and
it's all
locking it
propaganda.
away.
milk's not good for you.
Well, no, milk is fucking toxic. I mean, it actually one of the things about like, they're saying for calcium or whatever, it literally pulls calcium out of your bones to alkalinize your blood because the proteins are so high in it. It's a contributor to people developing allergies, asthma, and diabetes. And they're like, and kids having, especially children having cow's milk, is directly linked to a massive increases in asthma and allergies. I got a ton of research articles on this. The medical journals have known this crap forever.
Am I in your way?
No. And for some reason, yeah, the Dairy Council still gets us with that, you know.
But there's something with
So they bought up all the milk farms and like all the produce from the milk for the troops, and then they just overbought and then they just made it into cheese, and now it's government cheese.
But there's does anyone know the specifics about Reagan and Wisconsin and all that? Because I'm not remembering all of it.
I watched an infographic or a documentary about it, and it's an entangled web, and all of that is true.
Right.
All of that. It's all part of it.
Have you watched the history of the world? I guess.
Oh, I remember.
Oh, you brought that up.
The what's his name? Wirtz something. Oh no, that's
The sun is a deadly laser.
yeah. The sun is a deadly laser. Yeah.
The show I saw that on, I believe, was called Rotten.
Yeah, it's Bill Wirtz, I think, is the guy who does that. I play that in classes. That's me. I literally play that in my survey classes.
But also, have you seen the complete history of Soviet Russia to the tune of Tetris?
No, that sounds funny.
It is hilarious. It's wrong, but it's hilarious.
There he is. He's holding the cheese.
It says it's for they were sending it to food stamp recipients and the elderly. It was just processed stuff during World War II and has been used in schools since the 50s. I guess it's just cheap
Where's
cheese.
the Wisconsin bit? Did I make up that it has to do with Wisconsin? How would it not? Like
Wisconsin.
Like there are coffee shops in Wisconsin that don't offer milk alternatives. Where have I seen that?
Government cheese was nominally removed.
If
in the
you didn't make
1970s.
that up, I think it just has to do with like that just being where most of the dairy cows live.
Rotten on Netflix. Yeah.
It makes me think of Love Actually, to a wonderful place called Wisconsin.
Oh, it's
don't
like
remember
heavily processed stuff. It's like Velveeta. Oh, gross.
It's Velveeta on its own, and it's ew.
It's like
Apparently
it's
good
like
mac and cheese.
pasteurized processed cheese food stuff. Which, if you look at like the cheese slices mom buys, they never say actually cheese on a pasteurized processed cheese food stuff.
I just got like physically nauseous.
Yeah, no, apparently government cheese is garbage. But yeah, it was from milk price supports. That's neat. They made some kosher government cheese.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, okay. Reagan's trip to Wisconsin and receiving a 5-pound block of cheese. This is all real. I'm gonna find it. I didn't hallucinate this.
What, that
There
inspired
he is.
him to send cheese to people?
Here's
Thank you for this block of cheese. I'm
Look,
a rich
can
person
you-
and never
can
had to
people-
buy anything.
See
Yeah,
this?
you gotta hold it slowly and let it. Yeah, cool.
That's an Oshkosh. I almost moved to Oshkosh, by the way. The Reagan Ranch. What am I looking at?
Probably some Reagan fan site. Hey, we're not too far from Reagan's grave. If you if you gotta go, like Nixon's too, actually.
Gender neutral bathrooms.
Yeah. I've got 2 gender neutral bathrooms near me. Yeah, let's go.
I mean, if you have some rotten eggs or tomatoes,
Yeah. Or Peeps. I love using Peeps for that. You can rip them apart and they stick to anything and they're really hard to get off, which shows that you shouldn't eat them.
You ever see all those memes about like how to eat Peeps and it always ends with like in the garbage? Yeah, unwrapped on it in the garbage. My grandmother was addicted to those things. She bought just huge numbers of them every Easter and just ate them all through the year. She froze them and ate them through the year. Like she liked them enough to eat them all the time. And they're not food. This is why she had like crowns everywhere.
They're like government
And that was all
candy.
Okay, so no, eat a whole lot of asparagus before I go. So I can discolor it a little bit.
I'm trying to find my Instagram post about Peeps from a long time ago.
yeah. Did you know that Pop Tarts were banned in Sweden until they changed their formula because they had no nutritional value?
Right. They don't.
Svenska.
But I've never had a Pop Tart.
It was so hard for me to learn how to eat any kind of normal food because there was a whole generation in the US where they just sold everyone on the convenience of all the processed stuff, and my mother bought into that stuff completely, thought it was all good for you, so we ate just the most horrific crap growing up, and it was hard to unlearn tons of those habits. You know, I today if I take an accidental sip of like a Coca-Cola or something, it just I spit it out. It's horrifying, but I drank shit tons of it as a kid.
Yeah,
y'all just grew up with it.
People who went to Mexico spoke about the first time tasting Coca-Cola in Mexico, and was like, "Whoa, this actually tastes good."
Yeah, Mexican Coke is so good. Coca-Cola. Mexican Coca-Cola is so good. TikTok.
Yeah,
I
not
guess
Mexican.
Coca-Cola is better.
Yeah, we should. This is not an
I
episode
love a
of
good
Narcos.
Mexican doing that.
Drugs are bad, okay?
Drugs are bad, okay? Okay. Drugs are bad.
Wow.
Tamara, are you in here?
Drugs are bad.
Is Tamara still
And
here?
the
Yeah,
you're not
Tamara.
missing anything on the Pop-Tarts.
Drugs are bad.
No, thanks. I wanted to tell her something about Oppo.
I couldn't resist. Oh yeah, the sleeping thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have some sleeping routine stuff if Tamara's still around. If she hasn't fallen asleep.
For Oppo's sleeping routine. Who's all Mick?
I
Are
don't
you a
know.
wee Finian? Are you from Belfast?
If you're that kind of Mick,
Do you
yeah,
keep
you're
your
a good
toaster on the top of the counter?
person.
Or do you keep it in the wee cupboard?
You've seen that show a few times.
I'm gonna try to sleep.
She's Blue Venus Copper.
You're gonna try and sleep?
Which means, there you go. Kiara. So that means you're not going into the kitchen for a block of government cheese.
I'm not.
Okay. I'll just do that later for you.
Thank you. Solidarity with cheese. Or cheese with solidarity.
She's internationalism.
Cheese-adarity.
Solidarity.
Cheese-adarity forever.
26 plus
Yes.
6 equals cheese.
Good night.
All right.
Good night, Nikita.
Good night.
Who is the greatest Roman emperor? Probably one of the ones who was almost immediately unalived. That's usually like like what's his name? Was it Harrison? William Harrison?
The president.
the one who dropped dead after 17 days. Yeah, that's how, like, what's your favorite president? Oh, the one who did nothing. He just got pneumonia.
No gods, no masters, no emperor.
Yeah.
The least well known.
It depends on what you mean by greatest, because the great ones are generally horrifying people in terms of their accomplishments, in the same way that like Alexander the Great is great just for unaliving huge numbers of people. So it just depends on what we mean by great. In terms of specific types of accomplishments, there's all kinds of metrics you can use, and I don't have any particular favorite there. There's a lot of ones that are interesting, just for their impact on history, what they've done. But I don't know how I can answer the former Galba and all that. Yeah, let's fight over it. Yeah, I don't know what greatest would be. What would be the metric for it? Marcus Aurelius is an interesting figure. And honestly, he really paid a lot of attention in his studies of Greek philosophy. I mean, people trying to read his notebooks expecting it to be a coherent book are insane, because it's just random affirmations to himself. It's like if people go to like the Facebook groups and get those little self-affirming posters like, you're beautiful and all this kind of stuff here. That's what Marcus was doing every night. He was writing his journal like, yeah, my life sucks and I'm surrounded by horrifying people, so here's my live, laugh, love kind of. He was writing to himself, so it's just really kind of scattered, but it actually sums up a lot of important ideas that he took in because he really did study the stuff. So it's interesting that way. But he actually made a lot of really, really titanic mistakes, including making Commodus co-emperor. And no, anybody who's seen the movie Gladiator, you did not watch history. It is a terrible film. It gets everything wrong. But Commodus was terrible, and that was a mistake. So he kind of screwed up the only really stable period of the Augustan Principate, where you had that adoptive principle where it's kind of like a vice president. You have a chance to see, are they insane or not? Because they kept getting insane emperors. Like, well, what if he's a co-emperor and you get to see if he's insane right away and you can replace him right after a few years? But he picked his insane kid who he never spent any time with. And everyone was telling him, bro, your boy is nuts. You've got a problem. He's like, he's my boy. And you know how guys have like a blind spot for their kids? So Marcus Aurelius had significant problems. That's just one thing you can point to, like, in terms of his judgment. All that philosophy training did not stop him from making some titanic personal blunders. So even there, like, I like him as the whole like philosopher king kind of idea, because he did write some interesting stuff, but I wouldn't say that makes him a great emperor. I think actually he was a pretty bad emperor, but an interesting human.
Wait, I missed so many comments.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up in a minute. Yeah, Commodus was terrible. I always want to call him Commode. He tried to like rename all the Romans after himself, the Commodiani instead of Romani. He tried to rename every single month after himself. It was like 12 months of all named after him.
I pictured him lining up every citizen and being like, your name is blah, 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 and like renaming each of them like a derivative of his own name.
Yeah. I mean,
Which
he was
would be cute.
Seriously unstable megalomaniac.
What's Mara's here?
But it's one of the problems of being raised around power. That's why you should never pick your kid. That's why it was a bad idea. And honestly, some of the best approaches to the empire kind of took that at heart. Americans often misunderstand that too. When you're looking at the history, they think of it as empire in the sense of like a monarchy, like dynasties. But even the dynasties, no one was related to each other. They were all adopted. Over and over. It's very rare to actually pass through multiple generations of the same family. But they were like generally adopting people into their family that they picked. And that worked a lot better. But realistically, the Roman Empire wasn't an empire at all. It was just a military dictatorship. Mm-hmm. It didn't actually take on any of the trappings of monarchy until way, way late into the, heading into the Christian period. So all this period we're talking about here, that it wasn't really the empire that we would recognize. It's just a military dictatorship. Yeah, he was definitely. Yeah, tyrants are bad in general. That's kind of the issue there.
What about Vespasian?
So, Vespasian? What do you got? It's Puffer Vespasian. Again, honestly, they're all terrible in different ways. So it just depends on what we mean by great. Great in terms of like specific types of accomplishments, a lot of them have something interesting about them. But I'm not good at answering questions like that. Like what would be like the greatest anything? Because it would just depend on like in what I'm always like from a certain point of view. Lift up my Obi-Wan there. Like it's just like it depends on how you look at it. What you mean? What are the metrics?
Hello there.
Hello there. Yeah, that's tough.
There was a like proto democracy, pseudo democracy. In Fermanagh County, like among the McGuires back in the day, but it was still a local monarchy, but like they held elections and people would pick like which McGuire or something.
No, that's common in tenantry, just the succession mechanisms in Ireland. So what the heir is can be vetoed. Like it's kind of open. So you're in charge and you have these kids, but it maybe none of your kids inherit, and maybe some of the cousin, uncle, somebody else there. You can choose like this. I want this to be like the tennis or something. But there's always like there's a kind of like clan elections or whatever. It is kind of democratic aristocratic. It's an interesting hybrid of it. It's a weird succession mechanism. But yeah, very distinctly Irish.
Yeah,
that was everywhere.
Yeah, I thought it was Irish.
Well, I mean, everywhere in Ireland. I mean, like.
Oh yeah.
It's a distinctly Irish.
Yeah, I know of it from
but
like
not just McGuire's.
I don't have a huge grasp on Irish history in general, but on specifically McGuire history, and I know like all this stuff, and so I don't have like a good framework to put it in.
Right, and I know nothing about the McGuires, but like the basic inheritance, yeah, it's there was a tons of weird ones that were not. Primogeniture was actually relatively uncommon in much of Europe. There are all kinds of different approaches, Gavelkind, all sorts of other things.
What about the O'Neills, Mick? Because that's are you talking about Irish stuff? Because they were right near the McGuires back in the day. Gosh, I sound Wisconsinite.
You've been there too long.
Oh.
You're going native.
You know, don't you know?
We gotta get you out of there before it's too late.
It's gonna snow tomorrow.
You show up next time with a case of Pabst, we're in trouble.
I almost got a Green Bay Packers shirt just for this trip.
Just a fuck with me. Oh, speaking of that accent, I strange, bro.
I forgot what it is. You told me already. I think I looked it up.
Too, because he's an insane Canadian. Hawkins that go on an adventure. I heard like if you put like a baby mouse in like a beer bottle, you get like 3 beer, eh?
Wait, Shane O'Neill didn't kneel. That's he didn't kneel to the Brits or something.
Oh, someone says that's a lot of books. This is not here really, no. But there are 52 bookcases here, so yeah. Hey, you got an offer for shoot. That's in that song "My Way." You're singing in the car.
Mm-hmm.
One who didn't kneel. It always stood out to me. Stand-up lines in that song.
Oh,
Who never kneel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at you. I never remember to set the whole like tap like or whatever. I can never do that. So it's nice when people remember to tap those little heart movies.
Maybe you can do it like it's EMDR. Like you can tap, like do bilateral tapping for TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, I can't though.
EMDR is trauma therapy. Is it working? Do I feel less traumatized about anything?
The Outlander. Oh, that's a time travel one, isn't it? Isn't that the time travel one that's in Scotland? My friend Michelle was into that. If that's the same show I'm thinking of. I wanted to see that for a while just to see if it's any good. She really liked it, and generally she likes all the good things that I like The Expanse or whatever. But it's never gotten around to seeing it. It's supposed to be like a romance show, but she travels back in time and ends up in the Highlands or something like that. In, like, I don't know, the 18th century.
I've heard a lot about it. It's probably something I would like.
Yeah, I've never
It's
seen
good.
it. Okay, so Bird likes it too. Yeah,
Birdie bird.
yeah. Michelle says it's great, but I've never seen it. I got a copy of it at some point, but that's what.
Anna has a migraine. Oh, how do you say this name?
I do say Benny Maru, but I don't know how to say it. I never know how to pronounce people's names.
Benny Maru, you had a question last time that you didn't get to ask because we were ending kind of early.
Oh,
I just remembered that.
wow! How do you do that?
Autism.
I mean, that's a particularly cool autistic superpower.
Remembering things. Oh, the hyper memory.
Remembering that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Remembering random stupid things, sure, but I mean, I'm not really good. Like remembering how to spell people's names or things like that. Like, or what question was asked last time. I never remember what I was talking about 5 minutes ago. Once I've said it, my words are gone. They're like, what did you just say? I don't know. What are we talking about? I can't keep track of conversations. It has to be written down for me to really get it. Oh, you forgot that question. Oh no. Chew on it. See if we got one. We haven't had many today. There was a Facebook troll that popped up a little while ago, and that was like one of the few questions we've actually gotten. Other than the you look good together kind of stuff. They're cutie.
I need to think of a question.
She's cute.
Oh, you read it. Oh, John. No, you didn't. You started it.
Yeah, I read through that. The essay, and then I'll step back and slow down and move through it, rather than just scanning through it. So I have a Google Docs thing.
Use the force loop.
He saw Jedi 17 times, eh?
From Stranger.
Give it to the dark side, you knob.
Remembering random student things is so necessary for academics. We wouldn't survive otherwise.
Random student things. What mean like student? Yeah, it's. I guess a lot of that stuff is easier. It's easier. People will bring up questions, and then I'll manage to integrate them into the lecture. An hour later, and that's easy. But yeah, like keeping track of conversations works differently.
I invited you, Benny.
What question?
Pregunta. I can make a poll.
You can make polls.
Hello.
Oh, stupid things. Hi.
So I do have a question about the current situation that's happening right now with the whole Iran and the tensions. My question is, do you think that this possible regional war could be the final nail in the coffin for like America's hegemony?
That's tough. I would say doubly no, because I don't think a regional war is actually likely at all. I think that we're just going to continue to see this sort of low-level proxy type stuff, and occasional slapping at each other because it's not really in either government's interest to have a significant conflagration. The Israelis think that it's in their interest because they think they can use it to suck the U.S. into a war, and in that way they probably could, but it would do tremendous damage to them. I mean, their economy is already in trouble, and it would crush them, and I don't think they realize that. In an actual war, the Iranians could do some serious damage, unlike any of the other players near them. It's kind of predictable that they would underestimate that. But it's really not at all in Iran's interest to do it because it would hurt them a whole lot more, and they know it. And it's not really, it doesn't gain them anything really. They gain something out of supporting, the various H groups that I'm not supposed to name. They gain something from that in terms of their regional influences and whatnot, but they don't gain anything out of direct combat.
That's not really their vibe.
Right. I mean, realistically, when was the last time the Iranians invaded anybody? Was during one of the interregnum periods before the rise of the Qajars. So you have to go back into the early 18th century to see any kind of conflict in the area, and that's in Central Asia.
But in Syria, it is seen a lot of the time as Iran invading the groups that they support that attack the SDF and stuff.
Well, that I get, but they are supporting local players as opposed to actually
people
being
go
there.
in.
Yeah, well, yeah, just like there are, again, Russians, Americans, and it is an invasion in that sense.
Yeah.
But it's not like, tanks and planes and an actual combat, kind of thing. But yes, that's like an imperialist incursion. They're just like, the Russians
I'm not
shouldn't be there,
saying
we shouldn't be there. Yeah,
everybody.
Yeah. No, I'd agree in the sense that it is an imperialist intervention for sure.
Yeah, they definitely.
But it's not a war with Syria, which is different. If
no.
they were at war with a government, and which is the case with the Israelis, that kind of conflict would hurt them.
That's where but you just differentiated it from a war with the government. I suppose I use different framings for those things. I go hyper anarchist and framing all those things because, I don't really give a shit if it's a government or not.
That's different though. If we're talking in terms of moral, ethical considerations here versus I'm talking about the consequences of fighting a state, militarily.
Yeah.
The stakes are a hell of a lot higher.
Oh yeah.
So putting a few troops and advisors, equipment on the ground in Syria is very different from deploying their navy to the Mediterranean to strike at Tel Aviv.
Mm-hmm.
And Israel having submarines off their coast launching missiles.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole different level of fucked upness once you bring in that kind of military.
The risk is certainly higher.
So the risk to the Iranian regime is far, far greater for something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's in their interest at all. And if something like that were to break out, if there were a major regional war in the area, I still don't think it would be enough to topple American hegemony, unfortunately. I mean, and a large part of that is that Americans are so freaking brainwashed into supporting a lot of this stuff that we'll continue to take on more and more sacrifices. We've had a declining standard of living in this country for decades already, and people still think it was the greatest country on earth. That no one cares. So if we continue to get poorer in order to have 13 aircraft carriers, people are still going to support it because that's a big part of their sense of what being American is. I think we've got a long way to go before it really bites, because the rest of the world isn't going to turn on us militarily or economically. We're too integrated economically for that to happen, and militarily, the risks are too great. So the change the toppling of American empire has to happen here. Americans have to get fed up with this shit, or a lot more time has to happen, a lot further forward in the future.
That's what Chomsky and Pape, is that how you say his name? Oh, in that one book, that's how they talk about Israel.
Oh, it's the Israelis at the top of it. Yeah,
within.
Exactly.
And I think the stuff from outside the U.S., it's all very low risk. Just meddling with Russia does.
Yeah.
But I do have one more question. Wouldn't that also be the same if, because I know that they're currently building, I'd say a military bulwark like they have for NATO in the Pacific against China.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a possibility that they're trying to maybe bait China to invade Taiwan.
I mean, honestly, the deployment in that area has always been a conscious provocation, and actually we're increasing our military standing in Japan. Placing more assets there now, and that is also intentionally to provoke China. But the main reason for that, from the perspective of U.S. policymakers and whatnot, is because it feeds the fear, which keeps the military-industrial complex going, which keeps Americans terrified and supporting it, and us falling farther and farther into authoritarianism. It has a strong domestic reason. We have to. Americans realistically have to count on other countries' governments being less stupid, because it's not in China's interests to actually engage in head-to-head conflict, but they do want to be a major regional power in their backyard, so they are butting heads with us. But butting heads is a little different from like full-on conflict. At best, I think we'd have like small-scale stuff, like what you're seeing currently with Iran and Israel. Think about the Sino-Soviet conflicts. Like there were several different border skirmishes where like Soviet and Chinese troops went at it, but it never turned into full-scale war. It always calmed back down because they were just testing each other out, seeing what they can do there, proving a point, and then going back to status quo ante, because it's not really in their interests to really go at it. They will both hurt their own standing and development. China is a rising power, and they know it, and they can play the long game. But it's going to be quite a while before they would feel comfortable militarily engaging the U.S. without facing severe risks to their own population. And any significant risks to their population massively increase the chances of revolt. If you look up look up the what am I supposed to call it on TikTok when it's like massive chaos, when you say
taker on the live tolls,
unalivement tolls or whatever. Like look up the total figures for revolutions, like major revolutions in world history, and then look up revolts in China. Like there are just revolts that have like massively higher casualty rates. The Chinese go at it, like, and they have a long history of saying to the government and rising up in huge numbers. And the government has been going away of its way to try and like pacify people in a sense. They're trying to keep some of the wealth redistributed out there and improve people's quality of living a bit at a time, because they want to maintain power. They want to maintain their lock on it. And a direct conflict risks that. And that's the big problem that Iran has right now. A serious conflict could turn their population against them. I mean, all it took was 2 million people in the streets of Tehran to topple the Shah. Right?
population.
And it could happen again.
Against a lot of them.
But a lot of them, they don't like it. But are they willing to be in the streets and face down machine guns? That's the thing. It has to be worthwhile to them. And when you're getting yeah, but I'm saying for like the major population centers in China, when you've got American rockets or whatever pouring in there, that's enough to get people in the streets, I think. And I think Beijing knows that. It's the same thing that's kind of calculation you've got right now in Tehran. Like they know they're not popular. They know they've been very repressive and pissed a lot of people off, but they can hold on to power right now as long as they can keep trying to like say, well, we're making things a little bit better incrementally. We're trying to improve our relations with the world and whatnot. We're trying to patch up relations here. We're trying to play nice with everybody. If they provoke a major fight and a U.S. carrier group is doing sorties into Iran, people will be in the streets in Tehran, and they freaking know that.
Yeah.
So then we are consciously provoking China. You're right there, but largely that's to terrify Americans and keep defense money flowing to the contractors and keep this whole Cold War type cycle going. I don't think it's going to lead to actual war because it's not in China's interest to do that.
But is there also a possibility that a peaceful reunification of Taiwan and China could happen in the future?
No one wants it. The share of the population in Taiwan that actually want to be unified with it is like 15%. It's tiny. Most want the status quo, which is de facto independence without the risk of conflict. And a larger share want the risk to the conflict and go for full independence than actually want unification. No one wants to be part of China anymore. It's been too long. So it would at this point it would be like forcing people into it against their will, which would effectively be colonization. And I don't think that there's any justice in that at all. It'd be a new kind of colonialism. They don't want it.
Do you think they would be able to abandon the idea of reunification in general?
Would Beijing be able to? Not anytime soon, no, because they use the nationalist angle there to prop up a lot of their own internal support. In the long run, they're going to have to accommodate themselves to it, but it may be just a matter of finding some weird kind of like de facto workaround, kind of like the Northern Ireland situation we were looking at before, where like it's technically still part of the UK and it's going to stay part of the UK, but you can kind of pretend, that you can. At least we still have issues because of Brexit, but as long as it doesn't feel like it's totally separate, and as long as it has that devolved government, I think people are mostly like, okay, we can live with this.
They still gerrymander a lot of them.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
You're trying to find something people can live with, like a compromise. And I think some kind of compromise where people can both kind of claim victory in some way, but not actually change anything is much more likely than actually reunifying or them actually formally abandoning the claim to it. I mean, honestly, long-term claims to territory are usually don't. I mean, China and India have been fighting over territory, since the start. I mean, since India's independence, there's been like territorial disputes, or like the ones between India and Pakistan. They're just baked in. There's no easy resolution to any of those things, and I don't think anybody's even going to try.
But yeah, that would be a very good outcome. But there's also the possibility that if that doesn't work for the U.S. because they're desperately trying to stop China from rising, so maybe they'll try to with the disputes in the South China Sea.
Mm-hmm. This is one of the reasons that we do put so much into, for example, while we, on the one hand, palliate Beijing by saying, okay, we don't officially recognize Taiwan as a country anymore, but we have direct relations with their military and sell them military kit all the time. And whenever China is doing military exercises, we make a new high-profile deal and sell them more military equipment. So we're consciously always trying to provoke things. Closer relations and some kind of compromise deal isn't really in our interest because keeping the tensions high and the risk of conflict high is good for Raytheon. It's good for Boeing. It's good for a lot of states.
Yeah.
And in some ways it's good for China too, because they like beating the drum. They like using the nationalist argument there. They like being able to point to like the American enemy interfering in their backyard and whatnot. It's everyone wins by like continuing to beat the drum but never actually going to war.
To be fair, and I apologize for interrupting. I really enjoy listening to you talk. I love coming into your lives.
Oh, thanks.
Even though I disagree, I do enjoy it. But to be fair, when it comes to the United States, it's very different because the United States and China trade so much. The war drums don't benefit the United States as much as it does for China. Because if we were to theoretically go to war with China, it would certainly hurt the United States so much more than it would China. Because we have that trade deficit with China. Now, I'm not saying trade is bad. I'm just saying that if we're looking at it as American consumers, we certainly don't want to go to war with China. And I think our politicians aren't, there's no nice way of saying this, dumb enough to ignore American consumers in the long run.
Well, that's why I'm
At
saying
least I
it's only
hope they
drums. It's not war. We're trying to avoid actually going to actually fighting them because there are serious consequences there. But talking like China bad, that benefits us. And that because that keeps the defense money flowing, but we get to continue buying all the Chinese crap. So nothing actually has to change. So it's like it's a dog and pony show. It's not really meant to be anything.
Yeah, that's how the U.S. works with Turkey like that a lot. Like on the ground, they will push against the things Turkey's doing in Syria, but in the actual Pentagon paperwork, it's all like Syria or Turkey is our best friend.
Mm-hmm.
They're our best ally, and I'm like, that's not what your people on the ground think. But yeah,
there's always there are different interests. The actual consequences of going to war in military terms. it could hurt the Chinese more because we do have a significant lead there. In economic terms, it would hurt us more. It would hurt both countries a great deal, and realistically, neither side could win a war because we have the giant frickin' Pacific Ocean between us. There's no realistic way to land troops or do anything. So an actual war doesn't work for anybody. It doesn't do anyone any good. It's just like the question about Iran and Israel. It does no one any real good to go fully to war, but to talk about a fearful enemy, to scare people, isn't everyone? It's just like the Cold War as a whole. The Soviets were literally never a threat to the Americans. They had an economy at 1/10 our size. They were never a threat. But if you can terrify Americans, you can get them to buy into all kinds of shit. And that's the goal really for policymakers.
I actually have a question then.
wait.
And this is my
Nick is
ignorance. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Mick, you came up before Econ, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's like a mod and stuff. No
Yeah,
worries.
there's no one else up here, so I guess it has to be you. That sucks. You're here, but you're also stuck. Yeah, you get no one else to do that.
There's someone. I'll text him.
Well, Anna was sick, so who else was even around? Well, that's for you, I think. Oh well. Anyway, so Nick, did you have something? Or Benny, were you cool on the question with Iran, or is there another part of that? Or
Oh, I think I do have one more question, but I'll let Nick go first.
okay, cool. So we can circle back around. Yeah. Nick.
What I'm saying is, you can't level up the rest of the world. You can't feed the rest of the world tech, weapons, arms, all the stuff, and expect nothing to come home. It's going to come home.
Yeah.
It's going to come home sooner or later.
Yeah.
So sooner or later, you need to bring down the war thoughts. You need to bring down the people that want to make war.
I mean,
You're not wrong.
you're not wrong. I mean, again, we're anarchists, so yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, the war pigs have to go, but that really has to be struggles internally in any given country. Like any kind of military conflict, one place or the other tends to strengthen governments and make it increases the hand of the war pigs. Really, whenever there's any kind of fight, it just everyone rallies around the flag. But criticism internally against American empire has to happen, and it does exist. There's a lot of people for a long time that been saying we need to get rid of all this crap, but we have a long way to go to convince enough people to really affect the electoral calculus, because the propaganda is so strong, and a lot of this is old too. I mean, the Cold War propaganda realistically goes back literally to the Russian Revolution. We intervened during the Russian Civil War, and we've had bad relations with them for over a century, and they've been terrifying Americans about this crap ever since. So although Russia crap that comes up there, a lot of that has weird echoes of long decades past crap that has nothing to do with anything. Like, how many people are still thinking like, oh, you like Russia? Aren't they communist? Like,
wait, how did you get
no.
on that topic? I wasn't
Well,
listening.
just the long-term brainwashing that stops Americans from really critiquing their own government. Like all the propaganda we used to terrify Americans of other people, the scary others, the Chinese are going to get us. That keeps us from actually critiquing the oppression of our own government.
Mm-hmm. Russia still sucks.
Should-
man.
Well, again,
Well,
that's not the point. I mean, obviously they suck, but people don't.
Yeah.
But people don't know enough about the rest of the world. They just have the fear-mongering rhetoric. I'm not saying Russia's good. I'm just saying like
Oh yeah.
it's
Cold War
the
stuff is
scare-mongering
strong.
works to keep us quiescent
Mhm.
and subservient. That's what they want.
Should the Constitution be an electoral issue?
Should what be an electoral issue?
Constitution, the American Constitution.
We can't right now. Honestly, the Americans are so badly screwed up,
I think it should be-
culturally that
I think it should be brought up.
if
Nick,
we
I think it
did,
should be brought up.
Can you mute
oh,
when you're not talking, Mick? Can you like mute when Liam's gonna talk
Oh.
and then unmute when you talk? Do you know what I mean?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
feedback.
Because the audio is crap on these.
Let's say if Americans were to have a new constitutional convention and actually put it to the voters, we'd end up a much more authoritarian country than we are now. So it honestly terrifies me.
That's weird.
But I think our constitution is trash and needed to be done better. We're one of the least democratic countries in the rich world. by a great deal, but Americans themselves wouldn't be able to make it better. I mean, and it's so easy for money to sway people on this. Like, there's a fun example. Like, ever tell you the one about my I don't know if I've ever used this one here. Like the one about my mother and like the property taxes stuff.
No, but I can see. Yeah.
There was a bill a few years ago in California to place a tax on commercial properties valued at over $1 million. So trying to tax like Hollywood studios, Disneyland, crap like that, because they have an exemption in California law that keeps their taxes way, way low. So they're just net benefit, like money flows into them instead of out. And they were trying to do that on that. Now, it's literally only commercial properties over $1 million, but there was a massive propaganda effort funded by people like Disney and the Hollywood studios that told everybody your house taxes will go up. And I showed her the text over and over again. I explained the words in it. It was impossible because she heard the radio, but on the radio it says my house taxes will go up. So she voted against it. Tons of people did that. It was voted down, and only because you scared suburban people into vote. And it was only just they were going to tax Disney to improve our school system because our school system is falling farther and farther behind the rest of the country. But it's when money comes into politics, it's so easy to sway people. Honestly, if you put these things out there, you'd have the same kind of things out there. You'd have people out there like scaring you. Oh, but the illegals will be voting if you support this, and then everyone would vote for the wrong thing, and then we'd end up a freaking fascist state. So I'm terrified of the idea
That is
in America
so bad
today.
for democracy. Yeah, like
money is deeply corrupting.
May I push back?
Well, I mean, Mick would have the right to do that first too. It's a question.
That's why I asked. I apologize.
Yeah. Anyway, Mick, does that make sense? It's not like I oppose the idea of democracy. I prefer direct democracies anyway. I just don't think that like the U.S. today. I'm freaking terrified of where we're going.
Hi, Mr. Books. Mr. Books is here.
Mr. What?
Mr. Books. He talks like the label on the Dr. Bronner's.
Oh, that's cool.
It's like
God bless you, Texas system. Oh, that's neat. Anyway, Mick, are you there?
Do you have a follow up or anything, Mick?
Yeah, I think you should you come up. I'm fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah, push back.
No worries. No worries.
Cheers.
Yeah. So my pushback may seem silly, but I'm not familiar with Californian. Well, you're probably not from California, but like you were talking about Disney, so I'm just curious. Why is it that California or Disney getting tax breaks hurts anyone else? That's my issue. How does that hurt anyone?
Because they're a massive corporation that benefit from our tax outlays anyway. The major corporations they damage the roads. They create pollution in areas. They create traffic and cause all kinds of problems for people. They create all kinds of noise. So they should be paying into things. I mean, cities are constantly giving out tax breaks to companies that are like, hey, we want to build like a warehouse in your area and it'll bring jobs in. And they go to the place that gives them the most tax breaks. And then what they do is they don't actually hire locals anyway. It's mostly automated and they destroy the freaking roads with all their trucks and the pollution and everything else. The corporations don't actually benefit the area more than they actually harm an area in it. But the money flows out to the investors.
And they do union busting. And Disney is an issue in Florida as well with DeSantis. He doesn't use federal funds for what he's supposed to use them for. He'll sort of hoard them and then brag about how much money Florida has. And then it's constantly passing things to give tax breaks to Disney. I mean, that's what just Florida as an entity has done forever. But then his public rhetoric is that he hates Disney and it's like, degenerate, whatever. By the way, he got married at Disney. Yeah. He had a Disney wedding. Which
they're all hypocrites. They don't care.
How romantic.
But yeah, it's like the Disney not paying in what it's actually doing damage to the area for is just wrong for everybody. And the the population of California has grown massively over many decades, and because of the way Prop 13 was structured back in the 70s, it artificially ties the hands of our government and makes it very difficult for them to raise funds to actually pay for the infrastructure that we need. So we're stuck doing all kinds of, people complain about the gas taxes here. Well, we need that to fix the roads because you can't raise money in other areas. There's a whole bunch of places where propositions came through that prevent them from actually passing laws to do things like this. So they literally cannot tax the corporations on their properties. And the property value in California has skyrocketed since the 1970s, and they're still paying a 1970s tax rate. So they get all the benefits of the increased value of that, all that equity. That's all free money for them, but they don't pay anything on that. And given how profitable they are in California, I mean, it just seems like it's like if we're going to allow these corporations to exist, they should at least be paying back in to support the freaking kids who live here and grow up here.
And the ecological damage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the freaking pollution in this area is insane. I mean, my county and the one next to us have some of the worst air quality in the entire country. Largely because of all the warehousing and whatnot. And that comes from the tax breaks that the cities offer. They offer all the tax breaks to these companies to come in and do this, and then let them get away with all this damage, and they can't actually offset any of that, which you could do if you weren't doing this. And honestly, the tax breaks end up attracting these bad players in the first place. If you weren't offering them free money, and instead gave them, okay, you want to be here, you got to do this, that, and the other thing.
Mm-hmm. If I recall correctly, Disney in Florida was built on a swamp, and Disney's massive. It's lots of hotels and other things.
Oh yeah.
But they would have to dry the swamp to build on it, and that's ecologically disastrous. And it's been a huge problem in Florida for like over 100 years at least. It's like people wanting to build on swamps or like own that swampland, and so they drain it essentially. Fill it in.
But it's naturally tons of wetlands, so it's
wetlands are carbon sinks. Like
they're carbon
are
sinks.
so important.
The birds need them. All kinds of stuff. It's doing damage to you.
Yeah.
I have 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
The first point is you mentioned that the environmental degradation and also the infrastructural degradation, like roads and such,
right,
makes sense. Don't disagree. If you have a corporation that hires on a lot of individuals, and a lot of those individuals are coming in and out from that corporation, probably going to put a lot of stress on the roads. Don't disagree. Makes sense to me. The second point is when it comes to environmental degradation, when it comes to the United States, we're not that bad. When it comes to per capita carbon emissions, we're not even really, I don't think we're in the top 20, I don't think, for per capita carbon emissions because of the consonance curve. If you look at that,
yeah, but I don't think that
we invest in a lot of green energy.
Yeah, and people leave the military out of that, which is the biggest polluter on the entire planet. And honestly, per capita is a lousy way to look at a lot of these things anyway. It's honestly what's the damage to the corporations themselves, because profit-seeking corporations that get away with massive polluting stuff, they're a problem. I mean, but yeah, there have been a lot of policies pushed through in the U.S. We have been making efforts to that. There's also been market shifts, movements more toward solar and all kinds of things that have had an impact there. But a lot of the worst pollution in the country is still just, corporations that are allowed. For example, like there was a big methane leak not too far from here for a while back, and they just let it go and go and go and go. They just did nothing about it. It was just pouring methane into the freaking atmosphere because no one told them they had to stop it. Yeah, and it's a massive greenhouse gas, but it wasn't profitable to them to fix the issue, and no one was forcing it. So I have serious issues with corporations getting away with this shit. Like, honestly, I'm all for like a climate Nuremberg. I want CEOs. I have a real problem with the damage there. But sorry TikTok, I didn't really say that. Just like only in Minecraft. But I've got a real problem with that short-term profit-centered thinking in general. And I think that one of the few things that we actually can do with governments, as much as I dislike them, is actually try to use them to restrain the abuses of much more unaccountable entities.
That's why I brought up the Kuznets curve. If you look at developing nations, particularly very early developing nations, they don't produce a lot of carbon because there's no factories, so they're not producing any carbon.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at countries like India or China,
right,
they have a whole lot of factories. They're producing a lot of carbon. It's a very high opportunity cost to go to green energy unless they steal it from us, which I hope they do.
Mm-hmm.
I want to save the environment so bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope they steal green energy from the U.S., but they're not, based on empirical.
It's profit, though, at the end of the day. That in order to make Indian manufacturing competitive in the world, right, they need to massively increase energy production as cheaply as possible. So if people will sell them cheap-ass tech and they can just keep building crappy old coal plants, they'll keep doing it. That's not good for us, though. Ooh, you just got like fiery eyes. Look at that. You're just straight up flaming
All
there.
all will fear me, but all will love me and despair.
Someone just got the ring. But yeah, God, what were we just talking about? I just had a
Coal in India and
cool.
India.
Yeah, like it makes sense to go the cheapest route. But honestly, there again, if it wasn't for the profit motive here, all the R&D that's gone into cleaner energy sources, why aren't we just giving this stuff out? Like, let them do it. We want to complain about China and India, whatever, and their pollutions, but no one's trying to offset that.
There's a tanky that I used to be a fan of. He's like famous tanky, and he does this really lovely speech about how coal was foisted on India, and like coal, like they're all the stuff that's bad for the climate out of India. He sort of blames it back on the Brits.
In part that's true. I mean, and a lot of it's coal is actually an inefficient source of power. I mean, it's more expensive overall, but the startup cost to bring in a lot of the tech is a little bit out of their reach. And what we were doing is we're dumping. It's the same way that like most okay, so I got into ships, right? So tons of ships, right? And I don't just mean like the liners, but I mean like tankers, everything. What they used to do is they used to take old ships and they would beach them at Alang and like let Indians tear them apart by hand and recycle the stuff. And they were packed full of toxic shit like asbestos or whatever, and no one cared. We just dumped all of the stuff there. And trash. We used to just like export huge amounts of trash. Yeah, but I mean, like, we dumped the stuff on there. I mean, it's not the most efficient way for them to get that metal, right? But they were desperate to get it. So they're like, oh yeah, we'll take your like cancer-ridden ships in order to get the metal that we need to industrialize. That's just straight up economic imperialism, though. It's not like it was the best thing for them to do economically, but it was what was available to them and what we were kind of like pushing in that direction.
The biopolitical angles.
Yeah, there's weird biopower angles into this stuff too. Yeah. Oh, did you just get a hat?
Yeah.
You got a hat?
Look at you! Thanks, Tamara, for my hat.
Look at you.
Oh, request. Why are there no mods? Why am I the only mod? It's so messed up. Are they hazing me? They're hazing me. I'm just a
question,
yeah.
Oh yeah. So going back to the whole potential conflict with the West intentions in the Pacific, I'm thinking that if Trump were to get in office, there'd be a likelihood that he would try to start a war with China, possibly, or at least, I don't know.
Trump? I mean,
Trump.
He's dumb enough to blunder into some of that stuff, but not enough to actually really want it even. I mean, even you look at like the back of his products, they're all like made in China, and he knows that. I mean, he's like Trump ties he's selling to people, and Trump
he has ties to China though. With
he has significant ties.
I missed it.
If
you do it again, I'll do Galadriel. Wait, what did she say?
I love this conversation a lot. May I interrupt?
Yeah, sure.
I talked to my students about it. So I actually asked my students about Trump's trade wars. I literally showed them a map of what I don't think Trump is going to go into war, physical war with China. he listens to donors just as much as any other president would, and donors don't want to go to war with China.
Right.
Consumers in America don't want to go to war with China.
He
I
wants
think
to beat
people
the
are
Brits.
rational and they listen to their rational instincts. But he did go into a war. He did go into a trade war with China, and oh boy, did that hurt the American consumer. Prices spiked after the trade war, and that is particularly within steel. Like you can look up a Vice documentary about how there was a sheet metal company that was really hurting after the trade war, but then sheet metals did really well. Nail companies, they were laying off people left and right. So it depends on which industry you are in when it comes to these trade wars. That's my 2 cents. Thank you for listening to me.
No, trade wars are generally terrible. It's honestly hilarious the degree to which he's gotten so many Republicans to suddenly love tariffs again, like they solve a problem. Again, I'm not going to be. I'm not a supporter of capitalism in general, but if you're in a capitalist economy that's this tightly integrated, the way it works in the world, you can't do this shit. You can't suddenly pretend, oh, it's the 17th century. I can totally throw up barriers and be all mercantilist again. That shit doesn't work. It's only going to hurt you. And we absolutely depend upon, cheap goods flowing in. And if we cut that stuff off, it's going to do a lot more damage to us than it is to China, because China's steadily building up its own consumer base. The more their own prosperity rises, they can sell more domestically, and they have more and more trading partners around the world anyway. They don't need us the way that they did, when Nixon got there, They needed us initially. They don't now. So what Trump is doing is genuinely stupid, but he's doing it to try and appeal to a neo-fascist base of support and do something that won't put us into a massive tailspin. It's going to hurt some people, but it's still not going to massively hurt the profits of all the different industries. It'll have like small ripple effects. And yeah, like his trade wars did serious damage, but not enough. But like, it's not like a full on, like, let's go after everything. It's always still small potatoes that he can use to like brag. Oh, look, I'm doing something. I'm going after China or whatever, like doing his thing. Like, China.
He calls it China.
China, like China, like whatever, however he fucking says. It's gross. It sounds so weird. But he just wants to beat the drum. He doesn't want to, he doesn't want to go to war.
So go ahead. Finish your point.
I do have to give China one props though, is that they managed to like build their economy within just 30 years, actually improve in the technological sector, which actively the U.S. is trying to debuff them at every single turn. I mean, it's pretty amazing what they did in the last 30 years.
They're now the world leader in solar, and we used to be. And in battery tech, they're shooting ahead in a lot of different areas. I mean, they used to be just completely derivative and stealing stuff. So all the memes about China stealing tech, that was true 30 years ago. They're now cranking out tons of patents. So, yeah, I mean, but realistically, massive state investment can pay dividends. I mean, so we can give props there, but still not like them. It's an accomplishment. I mean, I hate the tankies, but the Soviets did industrialize rapidly compared to pre-Soviet Russia. I mean, they were definitely better off. It's still a shithole, but better off.
Selfishly, I love it when the Chinese invest using their own tax dollars into their own economy and then sending their stuff to us, because that is straight up foreign aid to the United States. We're paying so much less on goods than we should be paying because the Chinese are posing their taxpayers.
Yeah, they're heavily subsidizing tons of industries. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's it's them trying to like really walk a weird fine line by trying to be sort of still halfway to socialist, but not. But they're really not.
Do you see that comment?
Thanks to opening. Yeah, I mean, as far as their growth, yeah, I mean, realistically, a lot of that is because they became an exporting powerhouse by becoming much more integrated into the capitalist economy. So in the sense of them becoming like the world's factory, yes. But China today, their economy is more capitalist than it is socialist.
But they Yeah.
It just it has some elements still, and honestly, some weird like Georgist aspects about like the land ownership and stuff. There's elements that are still kind of semi-socialist, but it's not even a truly a mixed economy at this point. I mean, it's much well. I guess it is. Yeah, it's more like France. Like it's like a capitalist economy, but with a state role for a lot of things. It's
Right.
just authoritarian.
My China knowledge is still entirely from like tankies. Like I haven't really gone back and crafted it. I just
I have a
know it.
question, a couple of questions.
Ooh, is that Jamal? I mean,
Yeah, you can say it. It's okay.
Hola.
So first of all, a comment. I'm pleasantly surprised. I had no idea. So congrats.
you.
He never told me.
I told him to tell you, and he's like, "You
I'm
must
gonna-
already
I'm
know."
gonna
I mean,
kick
it's a
your butt
float-
when I see you.
It's been floating around in the Discord for a while, so I just kind of
Dude, you know me, I'm like all over the place with some things, but nonetheless, that's a moot point compared to what I'm seeing now. Fantastic. Awesome. I'm also jealous because you guys are co-hosting together. So I think, Liam, we need to do Lexi Alexander together, the interview. I think that would be on
well,
the 27th.
that's on the podcast one. So we already are doing that, aren't we? that
We're
wasn't a
doing
TikTok.
that podcast, but we should be,
Right.
you and I should be together while we interview
Oh, in
Lexi.
the same room while we're talking.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. We can work out details.
Oh yeah, we
can
could
work out
totally do
details.
that. And honestly, I finally got this place in decent enough shape that you're welcome here too. But we
Either way,
I'll come down
we
there.
can
You
talk
can come
offline.
here, whichever you like. But let me know.
You got it. And then you guys may have covered this already, but the sell-off of the Treasury bonds, and I think they were at 90 billion. China's sell-off of the Treasury bonds, and I think they are remaining with about 54 billion in Treasury bonds, U.S. Treasury bonds.
Mhm.
Have you talked about the impact that has to the Federal Reserve, to the U.S. economy? Anything come up from that perspective?
I mean, honestly, we've never. I don't think anything like that has ever come up on these. But realistically, it could, or we could do something on the podcast where we talk more about things like that. There's a lot about it that kind of gets overblown in the sense where people are always worried that like, oh yeah, China's going to like destroy the U.S. economy or the dollar or whatever by selling the stuff off. But I mean, it's I don't know that it can really have a massive effect. But anything like that, anytime you're moving this stuff around, it does have some impact.
Right. The reason I bring it up, we were having a conversation on another live a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about the impact, the sell-off of the Treasury bonds to the Federal Reserve, although the Federal Reserve generates revenue from different sources, and then the trickle-down effect to financial institutions. And my argument was it's not going to have a significant impact on the Federal Reserve simply because there are other revenue sources, and the banks are solvent enough, at least the larger banks, because one of the points made, well, B of A could be next to fall. And I don't see this as 2008, the Great Recession. I see this a completely different landscape. And banks have been placed in a situation regulatory-wise to really demonstrate solvency quarterly and annually. Do you see any significant impact or a ripple effect, cascading effect to the banks?
I have so I have the first part you're hitting, yes, and it kind of relates to the fact that at the end of the day, the U.S. is a currency sovereign, and it really doesn't freaking matter. We can always just print more money, and as long as growth rates are decent enough, it doesn't cause runaway inflation. People are always like, "Oh, it'll be like Weimar Germany or Argentina or something." It's not possible. Like growth rates would have to like completely collapse for that to happen.
And you're talking about GDP growth rate? Is that what you're
Oh
talking
yeah,
about?
yeah, exactly. As long as there's
Yeah.
general economic growth, as long as there's a metric that they can follow there that that where producing more dollars doesn't actually have a huge impact. What the biggest problem for us is that we don't let that stuff trickle down into wages. We've artificially depressed wages, and that's hurting our living standards. Inflation itself would not be a problem at all in this country if wages actually kept up. And at the end of the day, the federal debt is mostly it's a spook. It's mostly nonsense. It's an accounting trick. It's not really a debt. The banks are a different issue because the banks aren't currency sovereigns, and many of them frequently they depend upon the government bailing them out if there's a problem, and they often they're still massively overextended. They're frequently lending far more than they actually have. There's been some regulatory pushback to try and get them to to shore up a little bit, so there's more of a cushion. But it's not like they're only lending what they physically have, which is what banks used to do. And we still don't have anything like a separation between the investment banks versus the basic retail type stuff. So there's a lot of regulation that's missing that would make the banks more stable than they are. They're always just counting on federal bailouts and the government producing more money and giving it to them. That's what would make them solvent.
I would see that. Sorry, did you?
Point you made.
Econ professor, did you want to add something? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just one point. It's in reference to the wages.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the Federal Reserve of St. Louis, which is the most conservative of the Feds, if you look at real median weekly wages, they're higher now than they were before COVID, which is impressive because during COVID, a lot of people with lower wages didn't have jobs, so it pushed the wages up, creating survivorship bias.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the data, people are doing very well when it comes to real, which means adjusted for inflation, median, which means not even average, just the middle wages. People are doing well right now when it comes to wages.
There's a slight uptick that we've seen in the last few years, but adjust for inflation, and a lot of people are doing no better than they were in the 1970s. And like adjust for inflation, the minimum wage in 1965 was $12.50 federally. I mean, it's like there still are a lot of places where it's depressed. And thinking of at the lower end, we often focus on defending the middle class and middle income and whatnot, but the bottom 50% of the country have actually lost wealth over the last couple of decades. Like they're down from where they were. But it's not just the top 10%. For quite a while, it's only the top 10% that were really benefiting from the economy, and more of that has trickled down toward the middle in the last few years, and that is a positive sign. But a lot of it is like way overdue from my perspective.
I have thoughts, but I don't want to overtake the conversation.
This is helpful.
I mean, you've got we got an econ professor there, and Jamal's a former banker. I mean, we can have a fun conversation. Like, throw some ideas in, talk your stuff.
I do have one question concerning the U.S. debt crisis. So, what is the potential consequences if they do not try to fix it, or if they cannot fix it?
Well, it just depends on what you mean. The biggest problem we have with debt, as far as a crisis, is Republicans threatening to default, which could cause a massive loss of confidence in it. Affect lending abilities in here. But I mean, Japan's been overextended for many decades. It ultimately doesn't matter in the long run as long as you're a currency sovereign. If you're Greece, you're just fucked because you're in the euro. It's a whole different issue. But depending on how you manage other aspects of the economy, it isn't necessarily a problem in terms of debt. People use the federal debt for political capital in the U.S. Overstating the degree to which it's an actual problem. I mean, if you just look at how much further overextended places like Italy and Japan are, historically versus us, it's not actually that bad. But
I agree. With that.
But would it then be a problem if, like, I wouldn't say like most countries have actually abandoned the dollar as their reserve currency?
Not most countries.
Okay,
I would say
you'll get the
initial BRICS, and I think there's 24 that are looking to sign on to BRICS, but not most of the world. And so, an econ professor, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think the last number was 24 who were trying to join BRICS outside the initial 5.
I don't know. Like, I won't lie to you. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's roughly 24.
I don't know.
But I think the other point that it brings up is it more than 24? I'll look it up. But last time I checked, it was 24. I think the other question is, what sort of impact does BRICS have on the dollar, if any at all?
I mean,
or is it too early to
probably
tell?
more of a question for him, but I would say at this point it doesn't. I mean, I don't see any realistic alternative reserve currency yet. In the long run, there may be attempts to come up with alternatives, but a lot of the Washington consensus is still pretty solid.
I mean, I don't think that the United States currency is at risk of being not the sovereign currency for the rest of the world. personally, my view. But I'm not a macro guy. I'm a micro guy.
Oh, you need the flip sheet.
I'm just gonna practice the ukulele quietly in the background.
The economics of ukulele.
Yeah, it is actually 28 countries that want to join BRICS. It's not 159. So whoever said 159 is misquoted.
No, I would say the 159 is for the digital banking system that they're implementing.
What else? Digital banking system? What do you mean, like cryptocurrency?
Doing a lot of distance.
I think so. I didn't read too much into it, but I saw something about that. So what the person mentioned about the
because there's already digital integration within banks. So I'm not
Currency
too sure.
is already digital. I mean, like the euro is digital, the dollar is digital. I mean, we're not moving around physical dollars in it. You know.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of conspiracies about completely destroying any kind of like cash money or something, and just like you've got all the people that are saying, "Oh, they're going to put barcodes on our heads or something and scan us."
Yeah.
Or, you know, I think it.
Well,
I think it's more that kind of stuff.
That's been the case quite a bit since the pandemic. When I was in the banking industry, we would be short on certain types of currency, but not as a result of us losing the actual value of the dollar. And so there was a lot of misconceptions there. And so, because remember, when banks ship money to their branches, they pay for that shipment, they pay for that currency. And so there are certain thresholds with each banking institutions within the branches, certain dollar amounts that they have to keep for a number of reasons. One, safety. The other is the cost of maintaining cash on hand. Hence the big push towards digital migration, wire transfers, Zelle, you name it. And you notice the big one is Zelle for a lot of banks because it's less expensive, or credit cards, debit cards, simply because there is revenue to be generated from usage of those. So,
right.
Minerva.
Anyhow, I wanted to come up and say hi. Sorry, Professor, before I drop, I wanted to come say hi. I'm so glad to see you all together. I can't wait to tell Summer. I'm gonna tell her as soon as she's done working out.
Yeah,
does she know?
Did you talk to her? Because Emily wanted to talk to Summer and see about us meeting up, or maybe the two of them meeting up, or something like that. I don't remember if it was.
She and I were talking about
a double date.
Well, maybe, but I know the two of them wanted to do something.
We were talking about going 80s dancing,
Yeah.
but just like in book club, just riffing about it, and I was like, I'm gonna be
Yeah,
there.
she just walked in. I'll ask her. I'm sure she'll connect with you and let you know. So for sure.
Yeah.
Anything. And Liam, you and I can talk offline about recording together in the same room for Lexi.
Right on.
Econ professor, good to meet you. Ben Mira, old Nick. We'll chat later. Peace, y'all.
Have a good night.
You too.
On a side note, you two are an adorable couple.
Oh.
I'm actually jealous right now.
You should be.
Yeah, just a couple of Fenian anarchists.
Based.
Based. Indeed.
Minerva.
Some live music. I don't know. I gotta tune this sucker. What you doing? Oh, it's turned down.
That cat wants food.
Minerva wants food.
Yeah.
You can go feed her.
She's really miffed that I'm still in here.
Oh.
I'm gonna take a break and go feed the cats, if that's cool. Or is this bad time?
I'll just bullshit with the people.
You need to pet those
Bullshit
cats,
with them?
dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the cats happy and get some water. Do you need anything else to drink?
Water?
Yeah, I'm gonna get some water.
I'll go for water. Whatever cup is out is mine.
Yep.
Well, I know. Okay.
I have one request.
What?
May I see the little cutie that just mewed?
Was that Minerva who just meowed?
Yeah.
She's busy. But you can see
Fair
Emma. Emma, if I act like I'm putting makeup on, maybe she'll come see me.
They know I'm doing food, so it's
Oh.
it'd be hard to get their attention. But I'll plop her here for a second.
She really likes makeup. I pretend to put it on her too.
This is my youngest, Emma Rosa.
what I come to TikTok for, right there. Such a cutie.
Oh,
my goodness.
You want to talk to your friends? You want to talk to your friends on the internet? She's closing her eyes. She's like in her zone.
It's late. Why are you keeping me up? That's what she's thinking.
Our cat's kind of nocturnal though. Look. Show the people. Oh, hi.
Oh, there
Oh,
she
you hear the
goes.
food? Yep, it's food. Go.
She probably saw food and was like, I'm gone.
She heard the slightest noise out there and she knew that it was food for her. His house is so cool, Tamara. It is so cool. I'm like trying to catch up on the chat. Oh, so Erica is a big Swiftie. And I don't think she's here. She's probably busy being in love currently. But I'm trying to find a Taylor Swift song from Midnights that is like easy to play on ukulele because I'm really rusty. And easy to play is C, E minor, A minor, G. So if anyone's like a huge Swiftie and knows like the chords or whatever. Actually, in this crowd, that's not going to happen. That is not a person who is here. So.
So I have a question for the person when he comes back.
Uh-huh.
I'll just wait.
Okay.
I'm just curious, like, are you also a history buff?
I don't know. In some niche topics.
Nice. I love history a lot. Just curious.
Yeah. Syria and Ireland, a little bit of Ireland, and I have really big gaps in my history knowledge, but then I have other areas where it's just I know way too much, so it's all over the place.
That's awesome. Do you have like a degree, like a master's, PhD? I'm curious.
No, I have no advanced degrees.
Okay, I was just curious.
So
not an attack question. I was just curious.
What would be your favorite era of history?
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh God, that's a huge question. I've written a lot about the history of the Kurdish struggle. So I've like written some things that were political and became known by people, and people assumed that I did have advanced degrees for a long time because they'd seen my writing, and it's always awkward. I have to like let everyone down a bit and be like, no, I'm a non-traditional student. Like I'm just always, in school forever. I'm going to school for anthropology, and then after that I have plans. I won't go into them now, but yeah, I'm a perpetual non-traditional Christian student. But yeah,
I wish you the best of luck.
What?
That's really cool, though. I wish you the best of luck. That's really cool.
Thanks. I wish everybody could do it. Super great. But yeah, I've been really into the history of the Kurdish struggle in Turkey, Syria, and sort of Iran. The past like couple hundred years of that is really fascinating to me.
What do you think your PhD dissertation would be on? Just like if you could like split them up into chapters, like if you could like write us 3 different abstracts, like right now. Obviously not that, but
like right now,
chapter.
It's such a fun question. Wait, you go first. You answer that, and that gives me time to think about it.
I do like political economy, but I know nothing about Iran. I'm just curious what your first chapter of your dissertation would be on, in regards to that, with their history.
Are you in reference to what I said about the Kurdish struggle?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like what your first chapter of your dissertation, like as like an abstract, like 50 words would be.
I don't know enough about Iran in particular. That's kind of my focus was mostly like Syria and Turkey.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard. I apologize.
That's all right. I used to have the link in my TikTok bio to some of that stuff. Let me see. I'll put it back in there and then you can go look. Laura.
I walked into Iranian political economy.
You know, and I was like, I don't know anything.
Because I can't hear things.
No.
So, Professor, I do have one question for you.
For this one? Or that one?
Yes.
There's two in the room right now.
It's about the author known as C. Wright Mills and his book
Power Elite. Yeah. Okay.
So I was watching a YouTube video about it, and they were, I don't know if you heard of the geopolitical commentator named Ben Norton.
Named what?
Ben Norton.
Ben Norton?
Yeah, Ben Norton.
Oh, Ben Norton is not like 1% of what he writes about is true.
I don't know. I don't even know the name.
Gray Zone, Max Blumenthal. Ben Norton is like Gray Zone. Consider yourself blessed.
When you say Gray Zone, I think of Sonderkommando. So I don't know what that means. What do you mean?
It's like an Assadist political outlet.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear the rest of the question though. I just heard Ben Norton.
Okay.
Here, you get in the frame.
Definitely not in my sphere. Yeah. I'm just trying to keep filling water.
They were discussing about the capitalist political elite, and I just wanted to know your opinion on the whole deep state and the political elite in general.
Well, deep state is a weirdly loaded term in the U.S. Because technically we don't have one. So I kind of use it as a, I don't know, as a bullshit detector for conspiracy theorists. So grab these. There are glasses of water here, and you are fat and klutzy. He wants to pace back and forth, and then he rubs random. Oh, your water glass is there. Rub, and it goes every. Yeah. I have had so many spilled drinks from this guy.
He's just had so much love in his heart.
Yeah, he's a lover. He's just a klutz. He's a klutzy lover. So I'm gonna bring him over here.
Hi, Summer.
Oh, hello. Deep state technically means unaccountable parts of the government. So if you have secret police that can just randomly unalive people and face no internal accountability within government itself or with the public, you're talking about a deep state. So Egypt has one. Technically, the closest thing the U.S. comes to deep state stuff would be things like NSA and CIA, which are broadly autonomous of the executive branch and do a lot of fucked up stuff, but technically they're accountable to Congress. Congress doesn't do a great job of regulating them, but technically they are accountable to Congress, so we don't really have one. When people are often using it today, they're often talking about it in weird ways that kind of echo like Rothschild conspiracies and like the Jews control everything, and some rich people are pulling the strings. And if anybody's misusing Mills to support that, they're doing everyone kind of a disservice, because Mills's thesis stands up pretty damn well, and things have gotten much, much worse over the last more than half century. But it's more a matter of, this is the nature of capital accumulation. You're always going to gain influence, and you're going to be able to push governments and get them to do what you want to do. I mean, this is honestly something that humans have been dealing with for thousands of years. The genesis of political states lies in wealth acquisition. People have money, they want ways to protect it, so they find ways to form a government that can protect it. So that's not a conspiracy, that's just literally what government is. We like to think that government is about us and protecting our rights, but that's generally incidental. Governments are organized around defense of wealth and property rights and things like that, and then the rest of that we just try to like we try to claw some of that power back through things like democracy and whatnot.
But you want to have one interesting question. Pertaining to that, when did the U.S. actually stop being a democracy? And as I said earlier, let's put it. I'm trying to
toward oligarchy. You mean?
Yeah, oligarchy.
Yeah. Okay, so the U.S. has been an oligarchy since its founding. But it has also been a democracy. That's why it hasn't ended. It's always like a weird hybrid. We have some electoral processes, some constitutional structures, some ways in which you're spreading a voice around for people. Initially, it was like 5% of people who could vote, but I mean, you gradually expanded the franchise. But wealth concentration was there from the very start. It was basically like a planter elite in the South and an industrial elite in the North that kind of got together and built this stuff. And they were trying to protect a lot of that and thinking in terms of this will be a gentleman's republic of wealthy people. And then there'll just be some proles down there that'll take care of things for us. That was always part of the plan. It's never not been that. So it wasn't a transformation away from it. In many ways, we're much more democratic now than we were, 200 years ago, much more so. But still also not terribly democratic because we give way too much power to wealth in this country. But it's really always been, it's like baked in. It's one of the reasons it's difficult to deal with because it's baked into our political DNA.
Oh, someone in the comment section asked if can a settler colonial really be a democracy?
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, when you're dealing with like Native Americans who weren't citizens until 22 or 28, I'm always mixing up the numbers. It's 2 or 8, But by the way, not till the 1920s were they even citizens. All right, African Americans weren't citizens. Women didn't count. All kinds of things. No. But even when you're trying to retroactively like, oh, I guess we should give some rights to different people or whatever the foundations of it are kind of rotten. And that does have an effect. It takes a lot of self-examination to fix that shit. And we've barely scratched the surface of that. So.
And representative democracy is like the worst democracy, or not the worst. It just doesn't work. It's not democratic.
Yeah, it's not terribly. Well, it's not democratic, especially within these capital frameworks that allow so much concentrated power. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, that I have one vote and Warren Buffett has one vote. His vote is clearly worth more because he can write $50,000 checks to a whole bunch of different people, and I can't. That. So it matters more. He gets to vote in ways that I don't get to.
Yeah.
And that's a real problem.
Yeah.
So yeah, liberal democracy is ultimately flawed in that way. It's never terribly democratic. But it's not to say you can't just say it's not a democracy because it kind of is. You get to vote. It fits the technical definition. It's just a really shitty form of democracy. There's all kinds of forms of it. I mean, Athens and Rome were democracies, but terrible ones. So
I think a lot of people. Oh, sorry.
No, I apologize. You first.
Oh, sorry. So I think
it is Mick, for sure.
You said it, that a democracy will eventually become a dictatorship or something like that along the lines.
I'm not sure what that means. There's anybody who says that such and such will inevitably become such and such, it's usually nonsense, because that kind of like teleological thinking doesn't really work. But there are like basic cause and effect things, and there are certain patterns that get reproduced. So if certain things happen in particular ways, then they will trend in certain directions and will get more and more authoritarian. But there's also ways that you can short circuit those cycles and pull back from them. So not all democracies have grown more authoritarian. Some of them have grown less authoritarian over time. So it really, there are other factors than just democracy.
That's kind of a Duganist talking point too. Is
that one is
that liberal democracies always become fascist?
Maybe it's that whole ecosystem then,
yeah,
floating around in there.
Yeah, Ben Norton's a Duganist.
Yeah, and
for real.
And again, like the whole Duganist Putin kind of crap there. I mean, they're ultimately looking to discredit democracy, and that's why they're okay with managed democracy right now, because it gates them international recognition in ways that dictatorships struggle with. So they can play the game, so to speak.
Yeah.
But they ultimately don't like it in any way. But again, a lot of Americans don't either, which is terrifying to me.
But it sucks because there is a bit of truth in that liberalism is fascist in its origins a little bit, but they're not saying the exact same thing.
It's that's the thing. Liberalism and fascism aren't like the same or tied that way, but liberals will always align with fascism against the left if they're threatened by the left.
I think what I meant is nation states,
they're nationalism in general, for sure. So nation states are problematic for sure, but liberal democracy as a whole, it is problematic largely because of the whole liberal capitalist aspects of it, which allow massive wealth accumulation. But again, you can short circuit that with basic social democracy. This is what a lot of the Scandinavian countries have done. They're more capitalist than the US is, but they're also a hell of a lot freer than we are, and more democratic than we are, because they're actively trying to restrain that and distribute more wealth to ordinary people. So liberal democracy of the type the U.S. is pursuing, where you're heavily leaning on nationalism, and far more aggressive wealth acquisition, we are trending more toward fascism. Finland isn't. So it depends on what else you're doing. In the long run, social democracy still has problems with it. This is why, again, it's not really a leftist idea; it's a right wing idea. But it does start to short circuit some of the inevitability of it. It slows that process down, which gives you ways to go off in different directions. So it makes it more unpredictable. So it's not as simple as like, A plus B equals C inevitably. Like it always flows that way. That's much more of like a propaganda talking point.
On a side note, I want to apologize, Dr. O'Mara. I thought that you were like regular socialist. And I just enjoyed talking, like hearing you talk. I disagreed with you. But this is the strangest but fun argument for and against socialism I've ever heard.
What's a regular negative socialist now?
Oh, like a DSA tanky?
It's just fun to be here. I'm happy to be included.
He doesn't know any anarchists.
I'm a pragmatic anarchist, and my more immediate term approach is I'm a market socialist. So I'm anti-capitalist. I'm not anti-markets or trade. I'm not one of the socialists that think you can go immediately to like some moneyless utopia or something. I think that there's a long way to go for humans before we get there, both socially, culturally, technologically, in tons of other ways. But ultimately, I want my nice Star Trek future, but more anarchisty Star Trek, not Starfleet, but
like democratic confederalist,
but
luxury utopia,
right? But I want my luxury gay space communism eventually. But I think that we're hundreds of years away from like being able to handle shit like that. We're apes, but I think that a transition to market socialism is actually quite realistic if you can, decouple people from a lot of the propaganda, and that could get you on the path to genuinely improving things. So, I mean, you can kind of put me in on a spectrum between like the individualist anarchists and mutualists and things like that, where I'm much more pragmatic about it, even though my ideals are much farther left.
Somebody asks, how do you think climate change will affect the political system in the West?
I think it's honestly, it's hard not to do this without like really sounding more conspiratorial too. because I don't think a lot of it's deliberate. I think it's more organic, like it's a systems thing. But there's a lot of ways in which a lot of the current resurrection of right-wing populism is tied to the long-term negative stuff that's going to start piling up here, because it allows them to seize control without ultimately threatening the real systems, the capital systems. So I think that our path toward fascism passes through the climate crisis. I think that for now we're going to be like seeing a lot more arguments back and forth, and arguments for like illiberal democracies like Turkey or Hungary or whatever there, and the US has been declining in its democracy for a long time, and then the development of more managed democracies like Russia. But I think the long-term trend right now is ultimately toward much more authoritarian, fascist type states as a way of dealing with the climate crisis. This is one of the reasons that honestly the Handmaid's Tale TV show is better than the book, because it really its approach to eco-fascism is fucking plausible. Like I can see that happening to the United States. Like
it's already in the right
approach.
Yeah.
So because they can use that as like, we need to like recover from this. We need to like deal with all the poisoning of the world and everything else here, because it's having all these other effects. And here's this horrible way we're going to do it. And I think that they might be able to sell that shit because they've been laying foundations for it for decades.
Absolutely.
So the climate crisis, I'm terrified about what it will do to our politics. But I think that we've been working in that direction for decades now. And it's not, but it's not a conspiracy. I think it's very much an organic process. It's a way for the status quo to survive these kind of collapses, because they ultimately want to preserve their power,
May I push an optimistic counter argument?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm a huge fan of optimism. So if you look at the Kuznets curve again, countries that have the lower opportunity cost to invest in lower carbon if they invest in economies that rely less on non-renewable energies, as they get stronger, it's late. And also wheat juice. It's a Friday night, so it's hard to find the words. But if you have a developing economy, they don't have factories, so there's clearly not going to be carbon. But if you go to China and India, they're going to rely on a whole lot of carbon and coal. But if you look at the United States, Germany, France, Italy, whatever, we're much more likely per capita to look at green and renewable energies, including things like nuclear energy. Here's why I'm optimistic. And like one more point and I'll shut up. China and India are very keen to steal property rights from the West. And I actually want them to. I want them to look at green energy from the West and steal that so hard so that they copy us, so that we can have cleaner energy in India and China at a reduced cost to them. And I think they will, because why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm optimistic. That's why I think in the long run, I'm really, really hoping, fingers crossed, that as we keep getting more wealthy, as the world goes on, people will turn towards more green energy. And that's my 2 cents.
There's so on several things that there's a couple places where I really agree here. First off, the green energy transition type stuff, some of that I have issues with, because there are some parts where it's honestly like just a weird scam where they shift more of the responsibilities onto us as opposed to actually dealing with the real polluters and problems. But infrastructure issues are different. And transitioning the power grids and whatnot, transitioning generation capacity, that has to happen. Stealing stuff, I hope they do steal everything that isn't locked down and that kind of crap. But increasingly, they don't even need to, because they're increasingly innovating in battery and solar tech. And I think that's also going to continue, especially with the Chinese. But we have to lower the cost dramatically for the growing sub-Saharan African economies to get into it, for India to get into it, for anybody else to really be able to get into this stuff. On optimism, okay, this is a tricky one because I talk about a lot of depressing shit in my work, and when people ask questions about long-term trends, I have to often to point to, like, yeah, there's a lot of fucked up potentialities here, but I'm ultimately an optimism about humans and what we can do. If there are problems, I think we can solve them. I think that honestly, there are we realistically could be running full steam ahead in terms of like tech that could pull carbon out of the sky, and we're just not doing it. Like the ability to innovate in these ways does technically exist. The problem is it's not really in the interest of the corporations right now to do that, and they will put that shit off as long as possible because profit is most important for them and making money for the shareholders as opposed to being pushed by us. So I think this is where I spend a lot of time trying to encourage people to like get active, be in the streets. You know, I want like a climate rebellion. I want people to push back and say, hey, you got to fix this shit or we're in real trouble. Otherwise, hey, you know what? Maybe it's Snicker snack time. You know, like scare them until they fix this shit. Because if we just count on corporate, profit seeking to save us, or our governments playing culture wars, we might pass a tipping point that'll make it very difficult for a lot of people to bounce back from it. It's already going to hurt a lot of poor people in the world. So we can be as optimistic as we want. If we stopped all carbon emissions right now, we would keep warming over the next century, and a lot of people are just going to be hosed for that. And we're not paying enough attention to what that's going to do to the world's geopolitics. You know, it's one thing to say, yeah, we can solve this thing economically, blah, blah, blah. You know, this might be this consequence or whatever, but there's going to be hundreds of millions of people losing their homes, land completely unable to support human life. And we're already seeing that in large portions of Central America. The soil is being destroyed. I mean, and some of that is the straight up climate stuff. So other parts of it are just straight up capitalist exploitation of things, whether you're talking about like the palm oil monocultures in Indonesia, or like massacring Brazil's forests in order to like send burgers to McDonald's or something. There's a lot of problems there too. And we're not paying enough attention to that impact either. So I think for me, the path to optimism is getting people to pay more attention to the systemic stuff, to the way we're all interconnected in this way, and really try to change.
Econ,
Push back. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm gonna send you a pamphlet that I made on like climate stuff, and if you want to report back next week with your thoughts, it's not great, but or is it? I don't know.
That's fine.
I'm all for cleaning our climate.
Well, it's
much so.
Yeah.
It's just I don't think you and I will agree, but I want clean air and I want the world to not burn. But to push back on Dr. O'Hara, like he and I agree that people are smart. If you look at the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they're the ones that are going to be most hurt by climate change. Mm-hmm. And wouldn't you know it, they are really, really, really investing in green energy, particularly, wouldn't you guessed it, solar energy.
And desalination stuff too.
People are responding, and it's a shame that we're getting to this point where we do have to get to that point. But to me, the answer is building up wealth for humanity, so we can lower the opportunity cost to invest in green energy, rather than keep us poor by pushing. That's going to make me sound like a Trump supporter. Pushing socialist,
right,
government policies.
Well, okay, socialist and government do not belong in the same sentence. Yeah, especially when you're talking to me, because they have nothing to do with each other. I am an anti-statist socialist. But if you're talking about building up wealth for people, I am 1,000% in agreement. If you think we can do that by allowing corporations and billionaires to proceed with the current finance capitalist system, we can't agree at all, because they have been crushing the real economy. stock trades today are 90% speculation. It's mostly just horse shit. It's making a few people fantastically rich and harming real economic development for most people. I mean, American living standards have been falling for decades, relative to the rest of the rich world, because we just don't invest here anymore. You've got corporations that are just buying each other up and then stripping each other's assets in order to make short-term profit for shareholders, but not building long-term sustainable corporations. And if you really want jobs for people, if you want to build a sustainable economy, sustainable living standards for people that are really going to improve our lives, you can't strip assets, shut a business down in order to make a few investors super rich. It doesn't work. This kind of cannibal capitalism it's economic suicide in the long run. It's making some people super rich now, but it is not helping us.
You were an excellent professor. You were so good. I don't agree, but you were. I'm jealous that I never got to be in one of your classes as an undergrad. But you're really good.
I sorry. Okay, thanks. It's just I don't know. I try always to look over the long term, which is why I am an optimist, because in the long run things do tend to get better, and we do manage to correct errors. There's all kinds of ways that in the long run you can see massive improvements, even if in the short run prognoses can look very bad. So I can give people a lot of really dark shit, and then but at the end of the day, I'm always like, yeah, but we can fix this shit. We can do better. To me, history of the longue durée teaches that. So I try to give people a mix of both. I try to give people enough of the fire under their ass to get them to want to make the world better, and then remind them there's a reason to do that, because it always fucking works, because we can make the world better.
Would that involve a large-scale revolution then?
Would involve what?
Would that even involve a large-scale revolution?
Large-scale revolution.
I mean, one that would.
See, I have problems with that kind of stuff. Honestly, I mean, it's tricky. I mean, because revolutions in terms of really rapid transformations tend to be massively unsustainable and create their own problems. It's how you get tankies and shit. It's how you get the way people can misunderstand socialism now, because their need to stop the reactionaries or whatever made them create so many compromises in their own values that they just destroyed it. And you can't really impose values by force. If you are teaching values like this is the way to do it, this is the only way to do it, support the party, people are going to fight back against that, and their resistance to it is going to create a reactionary movement that's ultimately going to destroy it. So revolutions can't fix us. If you mean revolution in the long term, though, revolution in the sense of I don't know, the scientific revolution, which took 1,000 freaking years. It depends on what you mean by revolution. The agricultural revolution took thousands of years. It wasn't like a rapid, immediate, I'm going to overthrow the government today with my tanks. That's a whole different kind of issue. That kind of very quick seizures of power, I don't think play out well in the long run, even if they can solve short-term problems. I prefer a more evolutionary approach to it, as much as it frustrates me because it's so fucking slow, and I just want to, why is this so fucked up? But I don't know how to make revolution actually escape that downside.
Yeah. Also, Americans use the word revolution weird. We use it as a one-time violent event or something, like this one overthrow, and I've heard it used in places. It's like an ongoing. How do I talk about this? I've heard it used as more of an ongoing struggle that you're inviting people into. It's not me, and it's an ongoing state of a thing we're all doing together, a thing we're collectively building.
Right.
Tomorrow says we need to talk. Yeah. So we Americans, I've just heard it used really weird.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree there. It's more what I mean by the long-term evolutionary change, because it requires you're constantly working together, on something. So yeah, it's a way of getting around that. that way of using it strangely there when I'm talking about in terms of evolutionary change. I don't mean like incrementalist change, like if I just vote for the Democrats again, it'll fix it. It's not like I mean like putting serious work into it, but consistently over and over and over again for a long time, because there are no quick fixes. There's no simple answers.
I'm going to be a little glib here. Dr. Amara, I cannot wait for the hate that you get from the actual like regular, full-on socialists for not believing in violent revolution. Because you're going to get it.
I've been listening to that for decades. I don't give a shit.
It's so silly. I'm sorry. TikTok has actually made me really sad. I'm sure you've been on here longer than me, but I've been on here for about a year, and it's actually made me very sad.
Honestly, no. I got started in October. Yeah, I got stuck into TikTok. I've been on social media since it was created, but TikTok I ignored for a long time because I thought it was the Chinese dancing app for children. That's all I saw. I didn't know that you could do prep like this on it, so it didn't occur to me. But no, I hear you. I have a lot of very productive conversations with leftists about this stuff that don't have any problem with it at all, and often have argued the same kinds of things. And I have other people that they want to go full on tanky, tomorrow. And it's fine. They can think whatever they want, but it's ultimately why leftist movements don't get anywhere in a lot of places. It just ends up in a giant circular firing squad where you're attacking each other for not being ideologically pure enough, and you never actually get anywhere. I mean, this is a much more complicated problem than people like to think, but everyone wants it's part of our ape wiring. I mean, we are literally just apes. And at the end of the day, we want a simple answer that you can boil down to a few sentences, like give me a way to solve this problem. And that temptation is true it's there for everyone. It's there for all of us. It takes real effort to fight back against giving into that temptation and say, no, let's look at the data. Let's look at how these things play out. Let's look at how you can learn from lessons from these different things in order to do better next time and actually really move forward. So that's my argument to people. I can share exactly the same ethics, like I share your values, but I want to get there in a way that actually works and doesn't, create secret police.
So I do have a question in the comment. Someone asks, hasn't China become a catalyst for global socialist systems?
What, by being progressively less socialist since the 1970s? No. China's not socialist. China is run by a communist party. But China is not a socialist country. It hasn't been a socialist country for a long time. It has small elements of socialism, but the same argument can be made for France. France is a mixed economy too. But so what? China's like the dictatorial version of that. It's not more socialist. It's moving progressively away from it.
It's communist in name only.
It's a communist party that rules it, so it's communist big C, so
right.
It's a communist country that way.
Yeah, I guess when I say communist, I mean like the
and to plug my beliefs, China's economy has grown like a weed since they've moved away from socialism. But
it has. Yeah, it has, but it was also growing like a weed beforehand, and that's where another thing that people often don't like to deal with too. If you look at the data for growth rates in sub-Saharan African countries that had socialist economies in the 1960s and 70s, they actually were growing faster than they were in the 80s and 90s when they started adopting neoliberalism. Capitalism isn't a panacea. It really depends on a whole lot of other factors. There are some things that work right one way in others. China was growing fast already, but
which countries in Africa, out of curiosity?
What do you mean? Place again.
So
look back.
There are a lot of countries in Africa that have totalitarian dictatorships, and those would not surprise me if they didn't grow. But if you had
where's a totalitarian
in Africa that freed up their economies and they didn't grow, that would surprise me.
Again, we're talking about the 1960s, not now. So I don't know what you mean there either, or about totalitarianism.
With the totalitarian governments of the African countries in the 60s. I do not know. I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I'm just saying what my hypothesis would be.
There's from an economist's perspective, there's a there's a good section by Ha Jun Chang talking about this. If you're interested there, like where he lays out like the actual numbers between them, and that might be
what
worth
was
looking
the-
at too.
Who was that by? 1 second, I'm gonna get my laptop out.
Ha Jun Chang.
Sure.
I can here. Let me show that. I'm not good at spelling. I'm not good at spelling aloud. Be sure just to.
Yeah, just comment me if you don't.
The. Oh, wait, is this thing reversed and all? Oh yeah, it is. Let's see. Where's the? Where's the?
Even better, I appreciate it.
Did that do it? Okay, so this name. a Korean British economist.
Thank you. I got it. Ha Jun Chang. Thank you so much.
Let's see. Where's that one at? Okay. Let's find this one back to.
Hi guys. So I was the one that asked the question about the political system and climate change before, and I just came up to say thank you because I think I agree with everything that he said. I am new to TikTok, and I found you through JBS book club just 2 weeks ago, and I am so grateful because sometimes it's so lonely. Like I don't know, like a lot of my friends like don't think this way, and I agree with what you said, and also have an optimistic vision for a long-term future. The only thing is that I do work with certain communities that I know that will most likely not survive the long-term issues. So that's like an anger that I have to live with and
I know. Yeah.
just have to So just thank you. Appreciate it. And you guys are super cute.
Thanks. Yeah, that's the thing that hurts me the most is the people who are most harmed by the direction we're currently on. Like you want to do something now, but I don't know. I think one of the ways around a lot of those is just empowering local communities to do something for themselves, which honestly is why I don't mind the EZLN. And I'm glad that they've been left alone mostly by the state, Rochavo, or the territory formerly known as, anytime you can carve out an autonomous community and do something for yourself, even if you're not doing it that way. Like, so for mutual aid networks in areas, right? What can we do to look out for each other? What can we do to build more resilience in our communities? What can we do to help people out? So like during the pandemic, I was working food kitchens, we got a whole bunch of the different religious organizations from tons of different sects all together. Everyone just pooled cash together and did it all together to make it more effective. So we got like the Sikh Gurdwaras and the Mormons and a bunch of Christian churches and the mosques and the synagogues, and everyone just like pooled all this stuff together and did like massive drives. Like, what can you do in any given community to build in some resilience and support people? I think that's something we can aim for to help most vulnerable communities.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. And I don't know, I also think that maybe there is hope that in the short term, since at least like I'm from Brazil, right? But I live abroad now for the past year. I've been back home working with some traditional communities around the Amazon region. And you see that like 10 years ago, right, when I was here, like people are not talking about these things. People are not questioning climate change. They were not questioning like these companies, these Norwegian companies, like they're up here like mining and taking our resources and essentially destroying the communities around. And now these people are questioning it, and everything's in Austria for the past 8 years.
Oh, she's a
And I don't know. I feel like there is a hope that these communities will put enough pressure and gain enough support to actually change the way that these companies work, and actually be compensated for the things that, and maybe there's a chance for survival, but of course it's not for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, one point I often try to remind people, and it gets back to the question about optimism earlier. I think my sources of optimism are probably different from the econ professor there. But one of them is honestly just people power, our ability to pull together and solve things. There's a neat book I've got about natural disasters that shows that over time, when you see major ecological crises, whatever, things like Hurricane Katrina, that kind of stuff, like ordinary people come together much more rapidly and organically to take care of things than any government agency really was able to do. And our ability to do that is kind of baked into us because we're social animals. So when we see things like that, we have the ability to pull together and work together. We just have to work harder at building lasting networks that aren't just reacting to disasters, but are instead able to take care of things and help people and move things forward year after year after year. That's a bit harder for us because we don't like thinking long term. But our ability to work together to solve problems is there, and we can do that stuff. And I take a lot of hope from seeing things like that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. Like I see that on a bigger basis with some of the people that I've worked with in the past months. Like it's crazy, like to see how these people get together, and also like these are people who are supposedly living in connection with nature on a daily basis, right? So I feel like they do have the knowledge, like ancestral knowledge, essentially, to fix some of these issues much quicker than like the government has, for example.
Right.
So,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, people being able to come together. Yeah.
Speak about it.
Right. Yeah,
Thank you.
Stuff like what you're talking about there. Again, I take a lot of hope from that.
On a point of contention, just to be the devil's advocate here, I also think that private corporations, especially local ones, also happen to be part of the community and can respond much better than the government can. Just curious if you agree, host.
I don't think corporations should exist.
Small businesses
exist.
Small businesses, fine, but a corporate. The purpose of the corporation is largely to give it a kind of a lack of accountability to the community. It takes away that ability. When was the last time a corporate charter was revoked for
I
no longer
apologize.
supporting
It's like it's cutting out on you a lot. Can you like move closer to the phone?
Okay, so when was the last time corporate charters were revoked? You know? Oh, actually, if you mute in between that, okay, that helps a lot. Yeah, because we get to create the weird feedback stuff. Corporations, the weird compromise was, hey, we're gonna give you these like ways of working as a legal person, like the fictional person, in order to then provide certain benefits for the community if you're a stakeholder in it. The simple fact is corporations no longer see themselves as local stakeholders. They're now disconnected from the local environment. They're no longer working in the areas they're incorporated. How many corporations in the US are just incorporated in Delaware and have nothing to do with Delaware at all? It's just a matter of like taxes or whatever. If you threaten them like, hey, we're going to do this or the other thing, oh, we're just going to open up a P.O. box in Bermuda or something and disappear. Like they're not connected to the community anymore. Small businesses are. You know, people who actually have a stake in a local environment, they are. Corporations by default, in the way that they have developed over the last, century and a half, they have no ties to the local environment at all. You can't just say, oh, this corporation is being abusive in my area, we should revoke their charter and remove their personhood. That does not happen anymore. They just move to another locality. They're disconnected from the environment. So no, they're not stakeholders. They're parasites.
I have two responses to that. One, sorry.
Oh, I mentioned the movie Parasite.
There's a movie?
Isn't that a movie? That was called Parasite?
Oh.
The one about capitalism? Parasite. It's Korean?
I don't know.
Someone will know.
Yeah, look it up.
Oh, no, that's an anime site.
Just my 2 minutes were, I can sort of half agree that maybe Amazon, not even maybe, Amazon moving into a community or like Microsoft moving into a community, that the people there probably don't see Microsoft or Amazon in themselves as a community when they see, when they're being hired on by those companies. But it's different if you're looking at like the grandma or grandpa down the street that owns like a local actual business that happens to be a corporation. That's different. And I think you know that. And
Right.
those are the most common corporations in the United States. Like most corporations, I agree with you, are the big ones are actually incorporated in Delaware. That is true. But most corporations in the United States aren't that big. They're going to be like 5 people at most.
Sure. But the model is a problem for me. That's the key there. It's what it, and they're hoping to do that. Most of those small businesses, I mean, the U.S. has a 90% failure rate for businesses over 10 years or so. I mean, the most of them don't make it, and they really struggle to get by. It's not, those aren't the ones I'm talking about at all. I have no problem with small businesses. I think that the way that we manage them legally creates the potential for massive freaking abuse, and it's how you get your Amazons. So my problem is still ultimately with corporations, but the to your larger point there, yes, it's obviously the larger predatory ones that themselves, they don't think of themselves as part of the community. Amazon is not invested in my community. They just want to rob us. That's not it. They just want to make money. But small businesses trying to survive here, my local coffee shop, they see themselves as part of the community. They support things. They help people out. Like they are a part of the community. I don't care how they're structured legally, but I think we need to find better models for that. I would rather see much better development of like basic co-op models, like true like worker ownership of things, ways to like share profits there and build, because that builds a tie to the community. If all the workers are jointly sharing ownership in it, then they're invested in its success in a way that an employee never can be, because an employee is only there to make a paycheck and go home. The company it doesn't matter how profitable the company is in the long run to them. If you want people to work harder, get them invested in the company. That co-op model makes a lot more sense to me than the corporate model does, which again is based around setting up the sets of like ownership and the investor class, and then there's employees and all the rest of that structure there. I think that there are serious problems and flaws with that, which is why again I got no problem with markets. I have a problem with capitalism.
May I ask 2 questions then on your topic of co-ops?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to know how you define co-ops. How does a co-op work within your model that you're explaining? And then my follow-up question will be dependent on that. How would a co-op work in your model?
Well, short. I mean, it is a little different than the way they're currently structured in U.S. law, if that's what you're thinking. It's okay. So think of it this way. Business gets started. So like the whole like stereotypical 3 guys in their garage, whatever, start a business. Well, they jointly own that business, and we can think of that kind of like a partnershipy type thing, right? But think of it differently from the traditional partnership model. It's a co-op. They own it jointly, and they work democratically to decide, okay, who's going to do this job, who's going to do that job, and then they're deciding how to reinvest the profits and build it up. Now you start bringing in more workers, so like the staff grows. Next thing you know, you're like 50 people that work there, right? When people come into the company, you're not being interviewed like for the way jobs now, like to hire somebody on and give them a wage to work for you. You're being interviewed to see if you fit that culture and become a part of it, and you become a joint owner with it, which means you get a vote. So the workers are electing the bosses in a sense. You're choosing the most competent managers, and people actually have a say in how profits are reinvested in it so the company can grow. Do we want so people in charge managing and say we would like this share to go involved in like R&D and reinvestment or whatever, this share going into profits so we can distribute to all of us, et cetera, and then people have a say in that. So it lets people feel like the growth of the company directly benefits them, because over time, if it grows larger and more profitable, then their wages are going to go up because they're directly sharing in that profit, as opposed to a salary you're just getting, or a wage. Here's a set amount of pay, and it doesn't matter how much money they make at the top. It's not directly tied to it. So you're working together to do that. So for me, it's not, I think the employment model is a problem. I think the idea of somebody paying somebody else, but that other person controlling the actual money itself, controlling the profits and taking the profit for themselves. I think that the profits should be part of that cooperative, the business itself. The profits are there, and how they are used is up collectively to those workers democratically.
Then that leads to the next question and potentially a third question. As the company grows, actually, that I was about to ask the question. I was kind of like anticipating the answer. Do you believe that in our current democracy in government that there are special interest groups?
What?
Sounds like a non sequitur. Certainly sounds like a non sequitur, but I promise it's not.
Well, I don't see a connection there because my model is
trust me,
actually
there is one.
non-statist. I mean, I
In our
don't.
current system, do you think there are special interest groups when it comes to our democracy that we have now?
Our current democracy is wholly owned by special interest groups, largely corporations, but tons of other groups, tons of wealthy interests control every part of this.
I thought you and I would agree on this.
This is an oligarchy.
Entirely. I agree entirely. So what would make a co-op not susceptible to special interest groups when it comes to things like voting on wages?
The lack of government. Again, my model is anti-statist.
But it's a co-op where everyone gets an equal vote. So why wouldn't that create special interest groups? Like you and I are professors. So if you and I were in a corporation where you and I were the two professors, but everyone else was like, I hate saying this because it makes me sound like a Trump guy again, but like everybody else was like maintenance workers. You and I are outvoted. So if the university were to increase wages, you and I are not going to win that vote on increasing our wages or getting tenure. Any wage increases is going to go to the maintenance workers because they are a special interest group and we are outvoted. Now, this is an extreme example, obviously, but that's the issue with co-ops and voting in the working situation. Now, is it an issue where you have a dictator, in air quotes, determining your wages? Yeah, I mean, like, if you're not getting a wage increase in a corporation, that's really terrible. Like, the issue is you should move. And I'm not saying that co-ops shouldn't exist. Co-ops should exist. The problem is, and I'm not sure if you agree or not, the problem is that modern socialists in the United States, academic socialists, I mean, they are pushing for state-pushed co-ops where there's no choice, where you get co-ops or nothing. And do you not see an issue there?
Where?
I've never even heard of anybody pushing for something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means at all. But in this kind of case here, it's again the difference between the way that interest groups work with representative democracies as opposed to an actual direct democracy. The simple fact is, I am better paid than the janitor is. I'm paid like shit, compared to what I think I should be, but I'm better paid than the janitors. So if they vote to give themselves a raise first, I've got no problem with that. At the end of the day, the management class has to prove its own value to the company. So if they're trying to make a case for anything, then they've got to show, okay, this is what value I bring to it. And that's, again, down to the workers. If the workers themselves think that the management is doing a terrible job and doesn't want to pay them what they think they're worth, then they can lose that and the company can suffer. So this is where markets themselves work. Some companies will do better than others, but that's a matter of like people being able to work together, make a good argument. If I can make a good argument, if I can sell people on my strategic vision for the company, then they're going to vote for me to run the company, in a management sense there, and they're going to vote for me to have a slightly better pay package than somebody else for that job. If I'm not doing a good job and I'm not able to convince people of that, if the company isn't working out well for them, if their pay isn't steadily rising, if I'm opposing the janitors making more money, I'm saying, no, fuck the janitors, they shouldn't get more money should come to me, then they damn well should kick me out of it. I don't think that. So special interest groups in the sense of like, okay, all of them collectively organizing, that's great in a direct democracy. I have no problem with that. In a representative democracy where there's money exchanging hands to buy people, that's a whole different issue. Our government's bought and sold through money.
I thought.
Sorry.
One big thing, I don't know if you guys talked about this because I was out of the room, but another big thing in co-ops is equal wages among everyone. So like if I'm the owner, manager or something, I would make the same as like the lowest, who we think of as the lowest worker, but they're all really valuable jobs. And you can make a big argument that management is the least valuable.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that,
I'm sorry, I've got to disagree. I mean, I understand where the argument comes from because it's labor theory of value based arguments. But I mean, like, I don't know. Like, my dean works really, really hard.
How's labor theory of value come into there?
It's not, and I shouldn't even argue that because that's buying into the labor theory of value
I
argument.
don't really see how labor theory of value is relevant.
yeah,
though.
and I'm not really making a particular argument. I'm just saying this is how co-ops are frequently, and my experiences with them and running a business that use that type of model for wages.
And I realistically think that they should be as close to that as possible, if not that. I mean, and realistically, a lot of our businesses used to be like that. It used to be like the difference between like the top CEOs and like the lowest paid worker was like, just a few times, so like 2 or 3 times, and in some countries it's still the case, but in the US it's 400 some times. It's just obscene. And there's no manager anywhere in the world who's worth that. Nowhere.
That is a labor theory of argument value. You're making the argument that nobody works that hard to earn that much pay.
Wait, what do you think the labor theory of value is?
Yeah, that's not at
I don't
all
think
what
we're
it
getting
is.
It's like something's lost
You're
in
making
translation.
the argument that there is an objective value that corresponds to somebody's pay. Not pay. If I'm going like on the super base, like if I'm going straight to Adam Smith, like the argument is value is equal to some objective measure of somebody's value in producing a good or service, which also goes into the labor market, which includes CEOs. So this translates to the argument that if you work hard to produce a chair, then that chair is very valuable. Whereas you're making the argument that CEOs do not work hard, so then they do not deserve the really high wage that they get. And labor theory of value has been discredited since 200 years ago. It's not a thing that people believe in anymore.
Yeah, but it also has literally nothing to do with anything that I said.
That last statement was, do you want to say that differently? I think you said labor theory of value.
I do not. Maybe I said it poorly, but I don't think I said it wrong.
He says it was discredited 200 years ago.
And it's something no one believes in anymore?
Well, maybe it was discredited in the 1800s during the marginal revolution.
Okay, so yeah, heading toward foundations for like the Austrians and all that.
So you had Adam Smith and Ricardo believing in the labor theory of value, and they were very smart. No, and Marx, very smart too. Not saying he wasn't. I'm just saying up until the marginal revolution, that's all they had, and the marginal revolution, then they came up with the subjective theory of value, and they solved the diamond water paradox.
Right, but
there's not any economist today that believes in subjective theory of value.
First off, there absolutely are. There are whole branches of economics that still use this, but it's also still completely irrelevant to anything that that we'd said here, because you're talking about the value in things like being produced. So like we're producing X amount. I mean, it's useful for like figuring out the value of goods if somebody's trying to do that, and again, I'm not arguing again. I mean, even Marx had no problem with subjective valuation. Like, capital includes significant sections about subjective value for things. So a lot of people badly misuse labor theory of value, even in terms of basic price stuff in a market economy. But in this case, it's nothing to do with it. I'm not saying a manager doesn't do work. I'm saying that no manager does 400 times worth of the value, the wage of anybody else. That's just stupid. At that point, it's exploitative. It's like saying the king deserves to sit on his pile of gold. He must have worked hard for that. It's not possible to work hard enough to be a billionaire. It's just nonsense. That's not labor theory of value. That's just common fucking sense. You would have to work since the time of we talked about Marcus Aurelius earlier, right? So if you're making like more than $100,000 a year and you never spend a single cent, you were working since the time of Marcus Aurelius, you still wouldn't have $1 billion. It's not possible to do that. So it's not labor theory of value. It's just, this is really stupid economics to allow that much concentrated wealth there. Whereas, especially in a consumer market economy, the more wealth that's in the hands of workers, the more we're all paid, the more we're all able to go out and buy shit, which means all businesses are going to profit. If more of that money was in the hands of ordinary workers, we wouldn't have a 90% failure rate for businesses because more people could go and buy shit. I mean, not all businesses will succeed. Again, some people are terrible at running it, but they wouldn't be constantly collapsing because they're saddled with massive debt to banks. They're struggling with all these different issues here. I mean, there's all kinds of crap there. But the argument about, some talent deserves blah, 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 like more recruitment. Okay. But you still have countries where, the difference between, your lowest paid worker and your CEO is like 10 times. It doesn't need to be 400. So there's some argument to be made along the lines you're sketching out there. There is no argument to be made for what the U.S. does. Like none. It's not, and it has nothing to do with the labor theory of value at all to point this shit out.
I want to let the hello average undergrad.
Hey,
Average undergrad.
Oh, I was
What a
asking.
cool name.
I was asking them preliminary questions before letting them up, but
Oh.
bye.
Too late.
Yeah, I mean, so I think those were some good points. However, I do have to disagree in some things. I think it's fine that the United States, some CEOs earn more than 10 times their workers. The United States does have the biggest firms in the world compared to Norway, compared to my country, Peru. What we gotta think about is that people differ in different skills. So, for example, people specialize in growing apples. Some people specialize in carving wood. And people also differ in their skills in organizing production structures. This is why firms vary in how their costs are set up, how they vary in quality. And yeah, some firms are going to be better than others, and then people are going to create value based on this. So they are going to create, infinite more amounts of value than someone that just uses stamina. It's not about stamina. It's more than that.
Sometimes 400% more than other
Well,
companies.
the value that they're providing is the value in networking. Who do I need to talk to bribe government to get the special contracts? What's my golf game like? That's not value. That's value within an already corrupt finance capitalist system that I think needs to go the fuck away. So it's not value.
Econ, can you mute when
Very
someone else is
couldn't
doing
agree
their
more.
question? Do you mind? It's this. The sound is just crap on here.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No worries. Okay.
It's because my USB-C port on my phone is dead, so I have to charge it wirelessly, and that causes these weird echoes, I think. So, yeah. Anyway, to average undergrad's point, some companies are 400% more efficient than other companies, and that's my point. But you said there was somebody that asked me a question. I'm sorry.
Sure. Some of them are 400% more efficient at, corruption.
So actually, to your point, Dr. O'Hara, yes,
Nara.
Your second and third point about being able to go to your senator or your representative or have a better golf game than your competitors, I definitely agree. Crony capitalism is real, but my problem is that the issue here isn't the capitalism; it's the government that makes the crony capitalism
It's an Austrian.
happen.
Crony capitalism is
Don't
just
laugh.
capitalism.
Come on,
No, I'm just saying
come
crony
on.
capitalism is literally capitalism. It's capitalism for 500 years. It's how it works. It's just what it is. So making
Saying
that
it's
distinction
like
is
saying that
nonsensical.
monarchism is the same as crony capitalism, and that's just not fair.
No, capitalism works through cronyism. It's just how it has worked since it was being developed in the High Middle Ages. Capitalism has always depended upon, those power networks. I mean, you
Then
can't
those
take that
bonds
away
would
from
be
it.
to minimize the government to prevent the cronyism, right?
No, then what that does is it creates neo-feudalism. Then you just put the private interests in charge, and then they create a new government for themselves, which is what they always have done. You can't remove government and leave capitalism in place because wealth creates governments in the first place. Like the ANCAP arguments are the most like philosophically absurd of any economic principle ever. It's nonsensical. It's just a scam.
Are you? Come on. If you look at long-term microeconomic theory, if you look at what happens to supernormal profits in the long run, they get eroded because of competition, not because of government. If you have no government, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't have government, I'm not an anarchist, but if you don't have a government, if you have like a market of salt or a market of insulin, and there's no government there, then the price will go down to the marginal costs.
But again, this is why the bane of ANCAP and Austrian arguments is history, because history disproves every fucking one of these talking points. Like we actually have physical evidence of like that not happening. If there's no state at all involved in these things, and it's just somebody having, like the competition would drive this stuff down. No, it doesn't work that way. If you already have a lot of wealth, you can concentrate more of that and buy at more competitors and crush other competitors, and there's no one to stop that at all. I'm not saying government is the good guy here, but it isn't also what creates the problem in that sense. The wealth itself does. And if you take the government away or minimize the government's role there, then the wealthy interests will seek to reinstate large parts of it, whether through private tyrannies like your British East India Company types, or through recreating state structures that are more salubrious to them, like that will do what they want them to do.
Okay.
I'm starting Fitna.
All right, hey guys, how's it going?
Hi, Anna the mod.
You're starting Fitna?
Yeah, I'm starting Fitna. Is that why you're here, Anna? You're moderating me?
Yeah, I'm here to fight. Start yelling.
Defend yourself.
But this live is all about love. It's, no fighting allowed.
Not tonight, no. It's a celebratory night.
Insert peace signs here.
Emily, I'm BSing. That wasn't serious.
Oh my god, thank you. You see what he wrote? No. I was like, somebody fight me about Syria.
Well, did somebody fight?
No, I replied. I was like, no, you're not serious. It's been proven he did it. Blah, blah. My like Assadist PTSD.
That's why I was saying I was here to fight.
Oh, you're an Assadist now? I'm sorry.
No.
I was serious though. You can fight me now, like a fair.
Oh God, no. Pick another one. I'll fight you. Yeah.
Okay, average undergrad, did your question get answered?
No, what was the question?
I thought you asked a question.
I think I was addressing, talking about firms and addressing how people can actually do more in terms of value than just the amount of stamina they put in.
But I don't even know where stamina came into this. Because again, I wasn't talking about labor theory of value or some objective measure or what anybody's doing. It was never at any point a part of my argument. I don't think it was part of yours, was it? No. So it's I don't know how it's relevant.
So do you think like Jeff Bezos created a lot of value by creating Amazon?
No.
You don't think like he organized and then like stood with the company for 20 years while it was like not profitable?
No.
And then like now Amazon's like doing like.
No, okay. because I think a co-op could have done exactly the same thing that he did. I don't think
didn't. And they were like competing in the same
so
market.
What Amazon has actually done is crushed a ton of brick and mortar stores, driven tons of other even internet distributors out of business. He has caused tremendous amounts of economic damage, as well as tons of labor violations, tons of ecological damage. Jeff Bezos is a fucking cancer. I would like to put him on one of his little dick-shaped rockets and launch him into the sun. No, I don't think he's provided any value at all.
Amazon?
I would be perfectly happy without Amazon. If Amazon is useful because it exists. It's not because I want it. If it was gone, I would not cry one tear.
Yeah, but I didn't ask about you. Like I asked, like, do you think it adds consumer value?
No, I think the world would be better off without it. Vastly better off.
Yeah, so like especially when they build a giant like shipping building, the jobs they're creating, they're not high paying jobs. So an entire town or county can get stuck in a poverty cycle when there's no way up from those jobs. They don't lead to higher paying jobs.
And they're steadily automating them away. They've been treating the workers terribly because they still need them, and so they'll just treat them like shit. But they're working to fully automate them and have robots going around pulling that stuff off shelves. Eventually, it's going to be like a dog, and then the guy to feed the dog, and that'll be the whole staff. They won't need anything else in there. I mean, they're not sustainable businesses because the whole point is to automate it and keep all the profits flowing out and to crush every other freaking business. Amazon is cancer. That's not real economic growth.
Anna, do you want to remind folks on the panel real quick
Yeah,
how
guys, hang on a sec.
Anna and I are moderators, so
anything else?
No.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say that this conversation we're all gonna have to agree to disagree. Liam is gonna need a break. I don't think we're gonna convince each other that the other's point is correct right now. I think we've exhausted this, and I also have a question. So I think we're gonna move on to a new topic. Thank you guys so much for coming up.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good one, okay?
You too.
Okay, topic that Emily can fight you about.
Anna, I can do it or you can, but I think we might want to remind folks how we do things with questions, like follow-up sort of, and then like muting between, and then when someone else is going, muting, letting them do their conversation with Liam and going in order on the panel. Do you want to do a brief overview of that, or are you still in pain?
Yeah, no.
Are you in pain?
I'm good. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for everyone being here. I don't know how long it's been since we told you guys, but this is the 50th live that Liam has done. So it's a very exciting night. And we're really excited for you all to be here with us. So how we work with our panel is if you guys have any questions or a topic or just some general statements, you can come up and you'll get some time to talk with Liam and Emily. And then if other people have any points they want to say, we can get someone else in there to make a comment, and then we can move on to the next question. So you guys are welcome to request or put any questions in the chat. My question is like a clarification question, and I'm sure we've talked about this before, but my brain doesn't remember. So I was wondering if we could go back to talking about Jesus and during
flipping the tables.
That's the liberation theology.
When he was becoming, or during his life, what was the purpose motivating him to write the scripture that he did? Like, was he rebelling against current norms in the area that he was living in?
Well, okay, so these, at the end of the day, these are all interpretive questions, especially since not even all the stuff in the Gospels can reliably be taken back to that point. But we have to remember that he didn't write a word, but he was an itinerant preacher moving around, and so he did have a mission of sorts. Like I'm not one of those like mythicists that think that there wasn't a real person that inspired it. I just think that a lot was added on. But there's the goals around all of that are in part a kind of like social renewal stuff, which is why he talked about some of these social values. This is one of the things that Christianity has in common with Islam and Buddhism. Like they're like, how do you fix the world that we're in? How do we like fix things? So this is why he talked about poverty and talks about, the prejudices and things like that. but there's also in the emphasis on the kingdom of heaven, he's part of a broader trend within first century Judaism, where you can see a lot of thought about the afterlife and what's the purpose of everything. Traditionally, Judaism didn't have an afterlife beyond the kind of thing that you had in Mesopotamia, eaters of dirt kind of crap, or Sheol, like we're just specters floating around. It wasn't like a kingdom of heaven kind of ideal, and it didn't have a lot of this is the we would kind of recognize. So you're looking for, okay, you're living under a Roman rule. There's tons of foreign cultural influences here. Like tons of things are going wrong. This is just not how we've always lived. So it's a kind of like, let's get back to basics. What is the whole Torah here? Treat people well, like be good to each other. And if you do that, that can open up like a kingdom of heaven for us, a path to a kind of redemption. So it's a redemptive religion that's disconnected from all the bullshit of this world. So sometimes we like to, especially with the liberation theology type stuff, you want to make Jesus into like an active revolutionary. Mm-hmm. I think some of that can be overblown too. Yeah. But because the whole like render under Caesar what is Caesar, like I don't care. Like the government is fucked up. The government's gonna do fucked up shit. That's its job. What can we do to make lives better for ourselves and help each other out? And our reward is in heaven, right? Not here, not where you. Oh, look at you with a mustache. Look at the mustache there. Rootin' tootin' this cowboy over here.
She's just a little cowboy guy. Cowboy like me.
Got her out into the Southwest. Now she's gonna go native.
I'm an emerald dealer.
That's a wrong kind of.
No.
That's that other guy that
I
we
meant
did
to
launch
say
into
turquoise.
Space. Oh, look at that.
Wait, did you too?
We got two hats. Look at that. I've never seen it. How did that do that? It saw both of us on here. It gives two hats. That's cool. Yay, Chinese dancing app for children.
I had a thought on what you were saying that was like, oh, I just made everything move. Damn it, what were you talking about though?
Let's make things better for ourselves, and then the real reward is in heaven. Oh, you have more hats? The real reward is in like the kingdom of heaven. Thank you.
Dang it.
So there are real challenges that people faced in the first century BCE and the first century CE. That there's a lot of trends within Judaism, early Jewish apocalyptic writings, things like that, and there are a whole bunch of like redemptive religions building up there. Most of these all die out. John the Baptist's faith technically still survives, but but almost none of them made it. But his movement would be just one of those. Like it's a way of saying, hey, there's a way of living here under this occupation, a way that we can kind of like take care of ourselves, and we can give our Jewish lives a meaning and purpose that's sort of being denied to us because we can't exactly live the way we did before under our temple monarchy, because hey, we're now part of the Roman Empire. So it's trying to find a movement against it in some ways. And this is something useful too, especially within a Jewish perspective, because the Gospels later, like they set up Jesus as a major antagonist with the Pharisees, and actually they have a ton of shit in common, because they're both preaching a decentralized religion that breaks away from the monarchy and temple priesthoods, all that kind of hierarchical stuff, and is going for like, how can people get together in the synagogue and take care of each other and like worship God together and like build real community that way. So I think that's the closest you can get to like from my interpretation of it. That's the way I would see like the evidence of like the historical Jesus, the passages that you can find in there that are most likely to go back to the original source. I think that's the kind of stuff he's doing. He's like a Jewish revivalist, preaching this decentralized faith of like mutual aid and shit. And we just bolted on a ton of stuff that can take it off in different directions.
There's also Anna, do you mind if I have a comment or a question or something?
Go for it.
Co-host. Dive in.
What's Anna? She has a migraine. Okay, you mentioned the whole thing of like your good works are rewarded in heaven or something. So like, I don't know if this is true. This is something I've heard from liberation theology type Christian clergy and such. But like the way they talked about the kingdom of heaven, the way fundamentalists read it as literally being some other place, like heaven, like another dimension or something. But that's sort of wrong. That's not what was that's not the original intention of
Mhm.
the person writing it. And so what I've heard is that there's this weird thing where it's like, yes, it's about heaven, some potentially other place, but it's also about the immediate future, like the near future.
Mhm.
Like, so the kingdom of heaven is near, meant literally like it's near. Like it was a sort of utopianism. Like you can build and bring this now with your good works, your mutual aid.
Right.
So,
That's a current dispute in the scholarship on this, because you can take it in two different ways. One is to put it into the Jewish context that was doing apocalyptic work, right? And Jesus is an apocalypticist, and there are people who are looking at, but some of that isn't the way we think in terms of like heaven as a different plane. Some of it is more like to put in terms you might recognize, like in tikkun olam, like the perfection of the world here. So some of it is that too. So you can very much take it outside of that context as well. You can either put him into the context of somebody who is preaching that's part of the trend that created an afterlife within Judaism that helps to create Christianity in that sense, and its emphasis on an otherworldly dimension. But a lot more of that, because some of that does come out of the Hellenistic influence, some of that, and they're influencing Judaism as well. So they're all contrary trends. So there is a development within Judaism itself. But you can also put him very much in this world. I don't think we can easily solve that, like which of the two it is, but both of them are perfectly plausible that it's this world that we're talking about perfecting versus an actual apocalypse and transformation, or another plane. That they're all possible, and not. And again, because he doesn't write his own book, it's very difficult for us to get back to it. It's. But yeah, it can fit easily either of those. So they've got an argument. But where I'm stuck on things like this, because I can't approach it from a purely theological perspective. I don't have a position like this is the one that's true,
right?
Because Jesus didn't tell me. I can only take guesses. So for me, it's like either of these work. You can put them into either trend. I prefer the one that you're talking about as a way of reading it and I think it's much more solidly in line with older Jewish trends.
Yeah.
But because in the 150 years before his mission, there were already significant developments within Judaism pointing toward the development of an afterlife.
I knew about that.
So afterlife ideas are there, and he could very much be part of that too.
But also the tikkun olam, is that how you say it? That whole thing. I can see that like a direct connection there.
Right. And that could be the kingdom of heaven is this one being perfected. And that can still be apocalyptic in the sense that the world is going to change. It is going to change. It's going to be back to God's original vision, and we'll fix this stuff here, which also, again, makes it very Jewish, where the whole other planar stuff is much more Christian, Hellenistic, whatever, but there are elements of Judaism that we're taking that idea on. So there is an active argument happening in the first century, and we don't have enough evidence to say exactly where Jesus falls between those poles. Does that make sense?
Question.
Anna, does that make sense? Yeah, it's her question.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Go for it, Benny Maru.
My question is intended to Burkina Faso.
Hold on,
I just
please.
wanted to say good night. Like, you guys are really awesome, and I was very lucky to be a part of this. You guys are excellent. I hope that I get to talk to you both again. It was a pleasure, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your night.
Thanks. Have a great night. Always fun.
You too, Econ. Have a great night. All right, Benny, go for it.
So my question is pertaining to Burkina Faso. I don't know if you heard, but for the first time, apparently the U.S. government tried to overthrow the current government, interim government that's there again.
Like now?
And I think it was this week or last week that they tried.
I'm out of touch.
And
I've been distracted.
And yeah, apparently it was forward because the national country's national watch guard or something, they caught it before it happened. So my question is, what do you think? What do you think they're gonna try to do to stop the whole Sahel Federation alliance thing?
What was the last part? I lost it.
Oh, the last part was I'm asking is, what are you? How are they gonna, continue, to try to disrupt the Sahel alliance? And yeah, pretty much.
I really don't know what to say there. There's deepening interconnection all through the area, and in many ways, the growing economic and political links regionally in sub-Saharan Africa are viewed beneficially by like the EU and the US and whatnot. They're not really a threat per se, and they can actually improve like stability and growth and all the rest of that. But if and realistically, none of them are really acting out. I think this is one of the reasons that I caution people sometimes who get really enthusiastic about things like BRICS, because it's not as disruptive as it was. We're not like in the early 20th century with that kind of like attempt to really break the systems here. They're all playing the game to one degree or another and like trying to advantage themselves within it. So it's not really the same. We're not in the classic era of overthrowing governments because they've stepped too far out of line. It's more like responding to individual perceived threats in individual countries. But I don't think that the regional cooperation is viewed negatively, even in internal policy circles in the U.S., because it broadly improves political stability, which improves the economic trade access, and honestly helps people keep exploiting the holy hell out of it and stealing its resources. I think if they manage to get any of those organizations to really gel in a way that could be threatening, that might change things. But at that point, it might be too strong to do anything about. But I don't really realistically see that anytime soon. So I don't know.
There's also I do have a follow-up question. Pertaining to the revolution in Bangladesh, I heard that it was a U.S.-backed coup because the U.S. wanted to build a military base or an air base in Bangladesh for some reason.
Color revolution.
I've heard nothing about it, so and certainly I have nothing that could support that. I don't think things like that are impossible, but I don't think it probable, because I think that there are good internal reasons for that already happening. I think the bigger issue to keep an eye on with that one is just the way that people are massively misinterpreting a lot of the violence of it and turning it into a kind of sectarian issue. There's a lot of deliberately dishonest propaganda coming out of India that's turning it into like, oh look, Hindus are being attacked and they're being like unalived in the streets or whatever, but they weren't being taken out in any higher proportion than any other group of people. Like there were casualties in any of this, and people are using it to kind of like feed nationalism in the area, and that's fucking dangerous. The U.S. already has a ton of bases in the area. I don't think that it's worth the risk of creating instability in a country as populous as Bangladesh, or one as significant to the U.S. economy. I mean, a significant amount of American clothing is manufactured in Bangladesh. It's not really in our interest to massively destabilize the area, and certainly with the risk of greater conflict because of the nationalist governments in India. Because you're taking out a Hindu leader and letting people play on all this issues around that and scaring people, which could create a much bigger problem. No one wants to go back to the civil wars and massacres in those areas there. It's not worth it for a base when we have a ton of them in the area already. So I'd be shocked. And there's no good strategic reason to have a base in Bangladesh anyway. What does it really gain us? I don't know what's the immediate threat that we would be looking to counter with a base that needs to be right there. I can't imagine.
Could it just be greed?
Just what was it?
Or greed?
Greed.
Oh, greed. Oh, just to have one. I mean, I don't think. I mean, yeah. Okay, it works on some level, but I think that they're usually a little bit more calculating on things like that. They can have serious blowback risks. It's just there's always like a cost benefit analysis that they do in government too. Like what can we get out of this, and what are the consequences of this? And I think that people in state would be just freaking out if that was the proposal. Like, hey, Pentagon wants a new base here. What do you think, yo? And they're like, yeah, I could. Problem. Like, no, it's not. It wouldn't be worthwhile. I don't think. I would be shocked if that was what happened there, but it's possible.
They're not that bold usually.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but I'd be shocked. I don't see a rationale for it. I see a lot of downsides.
Has been disastrous over the decades. So
well, yeah, for sure. But it has the thing about that. Okay, so one thing to avoid in trying to understand U.S. foreign policy is don't assume it makes sense to us. Like it follows our logic, because what would make sense for me, I should say, to do. No, that's not how governments think. But governments do have their own logic. They do have their own way. Oh, that fits the book you were talking. It's one aspect of the one you were looking at yesterday. There, yeah, there's an aspect of that that's relevant to what I'm saying here. They do have an internal logic. They are predictable, just not in the way that you would expect, like an MLA to be predictable. Like they have their own kind of like internal logic to them, and trying to understand the way that they think, helps us a bit. But what we often do, especially in a lot of like amateur foreign policy analysis, is we tend to apply our own kind of reason to it, and not the systemic logic, like their own way of approaching things, because they're institutions. So there's a kind of like organic group think within them that does push them in certain directions. So it is chaotic as hell, but our foreign policy does benefit some people. It doesn't benefit me or you, but it benefits somebody, and there's a reason they're doing it.
Sometimes it benefits me.
Sometimes. I want to know about these times. Someone's getting kickbacks here.
Oh, there's a poll.
I want to hear about your
Elvis
kickbacks.
Crespo won the poll.
Elvis Crespo.
Good, he deserves
I
it.
don't know what these.
Elvis Crespo.
Oh, look at these.
famously
Yeah.
did Suavemente.
Oh, you're interesting. John the Baptist.
Wait, who voted for Ochelant? I mean, that one guy. I'm not supposed to say. Bing Dungus.
Oh yeah. Didn't he come into the Discord recently, or was trying to, okay.
Curious.
Yeah. I still don't think we've had a conversation like that I can recall. I mean, maybe we have.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as like in the Discord, like things like that too. That's cool. The Christ. That's
Pico.
Yeah, that's
a good song.
He got screwed there. It's a good song.
Mm-hmm. Oppo was going to have a black-headed Kaif brother, and he was going to be Pico.
Oh, that's cool.
Which is probably slightly racist or something, but
well, I mean, it's just a bad pun because it peaks.
Yeah, and he would. I'll show you the.
Okay, we had one earlier question about.
Hey.
I've never heard of these, so you'll have to tell me if you have, Liam.
What?
The Forbidden Books.
What?
Forbidden Books. Someone said it was indigenous, but they didn't say where to.
Like in Marvel?
They did the Forbidden Books.
The Darkhold in Marvel is a forbidden book. Don't read it.
I don't know what that means. Like it as an expression. I mean, it might have. Hey. Stop licking my computer.
Hopefully, Olnick, you can clarify.
What are you doing sitting there? Sorry when we're watching on YouTube or whatever, Socrates decided to like shake things.
Right, well, it's 11 from, or no, we're at the same time zone now. Never mind. I was like gonna say it's later for Emily.
Not right now.
Yeah,
It's 1 a.m. for me right now. Rude.
We're only like what? Let me think.
What are you doing?
No, 8 must be like 18 hours away from each other.
18.
What? I don't know how long would it take you to get to Seattle?
Not the way I drive. But yeah. But realistically,
We're on the West
16.
Coast in nondescript areas.
That is correct.
Yeah. Somewhere on the left coast is best coast.
Yeah. Enough to feel very strongly about which coast we like.
What's the leftist coast? So perfect.
Yeah. Exactly. The one's still on the right. I mean, come on, guys.
Who wants to live on the right?
You'd be disoriented all the time.
Weirdos.
The cats are getting
feisty. I'm wondering. No, he's
so
licking
crunchy.
things is not normal for him. I'm wondering if he's sick. He likes to rub things like that, but like licking my mouse, or he licked the top of this fan.
So perhaps he tells me things.
I wonder if he's sick. You okay, buddy?
Anyone have any burning questions? Or like a nice question to wind down on?
Oh yeah.
Or is it?
Yeah, it's 11.
Because it's 1 a.m.
I don't know. Is this a normal wind down time for me? It would be one, maybe like an hour from now.
Yeah, but I mean,
YouTube can see me feeding my face. On TikTok.
Well,
Okay,
the screen's much wider here anyway, but we've been looking much more over here, so they're mostly been seeing the sides of our heads. So sorry, guys. You get to see more of the room, but mostly profiles.
Okay, we have 2 good questions. The first one is from Dead Poet Jams, who said, "Did you guys see the Center for Climate Reporting undercover interview with the Project 2025 dude?"
Oh, I saw. I saw. That's the one where they got like the hidden video where he's admitting like the connection to Trump.
Yeah, it was the second phase, and the radical policies set for rollout on day 1 of the new Trump admin. So yeah, that's what.
Yeah, there was a bit like where he was saying like that they're gonna like ban abortion, all this kind of stuff, but like that they have Trump on board. Yeah, I saw a few excerpts from it, but not all of it. But I was aware of it and saw a few clips.
Yeah, I think it was like thousands of hours. Some of it was thousands of hours of training videos.
Bro, definitely not watching that.
They didn't release all of them, I don't think, but they released some that they got. Okay. Faithful Being 100 asked, "Can you tell us about the feminine aspect of Yahweh?"
The Shekinah glory. That's what you go ahead. That's what the Christians would say.
Okay. See, the way I'd have to approach that is really pushing way the hell back, because it isn't as much that Yahweh had a feminine aspect, but Yahweh had a consort. God had a wife. So there's that sense of it. I mean, and we literally have a picture of Yahweh and his Asherah, right? Or Ellen and his Asherah. But the Yahweh part where is really more when you blend the things together. The trick there is we're really kind of unclear still, and there's a lot of arguments about this. There's an argument to be made where the Yahweh God is indigenous to the Levant, and one in which it's more of a composite with a significant Egyptian element to it. And I think that this is another one of those places where we don't have enough evidence to choose one or the other, but both of those I think are better than the Midianite theory at this point, which still floats around. But I tend to mention all 3 of these classes. But El always had a female consort. By the time that Yahweh is becoming the dominant interpretation of it, and certainly by the time that you're blending El and Yahweh together, in the kind of like post-Exodus type element where you're integrating the certain like elements of like the Egyptian thought into it and all that crap. I think by that point the patriarchal structure is too well in place that it doesn't work anymore. You have to go back beyond Yahweh in order to see the feminine aspects of it. But you can still, at the time of the Yahweh cult, see pushback against it, because people are saying these are the same God, right? And people are like, well, cool. We remember when God had a wife, and we totally want to bring like symbols of her into the temple. And they're like, oh, you've defiled the temple. Oh, you brought in a symbol for Asherah. That's all messing things up. But in popular religion, that the feminine aspect was still remembered long after the elites had tossed it. But there's a whole process of making the religion more and more patriarchal and more male specifically. So God giving a distinctly masculine sex even. We today still don't translate a lot of passages of the Bible very well because there are references to God's dick, for example, and God's butt cheeks and things like that that we just don't want people to read.
Ejaculations.
Yeah, all kinds of
God's
stuff there.
ejaculation.
But like, yeah, hey. But all this is part of making God more and more masculine and taking away that aspect of it, like stopping that. But it's the transformation is still underway at the time the Yahweh cult becomes dominant, but it's less a matter of Yahweh having a feminine aspect than the feminine. Like the pairing was normal in all of the cults of the ancient Near East. There was always masculine and feminine forms. Whether you're talking about Mesopotamians, the Egyptians, everyone, like that was always a part of it. Even in patriarchal cultures, there were always elements of the feminine, and there's a lot of really significant roles that women played. Like look in Mesopotamia, like civilization itself was stolen from the gods by a goddess and brought to humans, right? So there's a significant role for the feminine in all these ancient faiths. But Judaism starts taking a very hard turn toward the dick. And that's really tied to the rise of Yahweh as the dominant form of the god, if that makes sense.
Everyone was becoming patriarchal at the time.
Yeah, but especially in the religion, like stripping it out. I mean, because what happened in a lot of the other ones at the time was you end up with the female gods being masculinized in a sense or fully neutered. Like the myths getting like worse and worse that way. So like the people ask me about like how can the Greeks be so super patriarchal when there's all these powerful goddesses? I'm like, let's go through some of them, right? So Artemis is powerful, but she has to stay a virgin, right? So like Athena is powerful, but she's not born of a woman at all. She springs out of her father's skull. Right, there's all these like ways that they take away some of the feminine power and they masculinize them in a way. So they didn't toss the female. They just
girl bossified them.
Yeah, exactly. They put on their Clinton pantsuits and like started committing war crimes.
They're like, I'm a girl cop.
Right,
vote for me.
Girls can be cops too. Yeah, it's not like, but it wouldn't be your divine feminine, right? Or it isn't that balance that they had in a lot of ancient religions. Judaism was unusual at the time in trying to dispense entirely with the feminine and making God purely male and making femininity kind of like weird quirk where we have to do that. Like we have to create a way to reproduce, but they can't have any power. I mean, Torah literally makes women permanently subservient to men and permanently inferior to them.
Bridget. Okay. Bridget was a goddess.
Yeah. Tons of those.
Yeah, they merged the two. It was like both bridges kind of became one. And the liturgy around Bridget is gorgeous.
Yeah. Cool stuff. There's so much of that in as Christianity grew and tons of other ones where they blended in and connected to other ones. For sure.
Could you clarify what Ashara means?
Oh, well, it's a goddess in ancient Canaan or ancient Palestine. Oh, I got one of those little thingies popping up here. Verify to continue. Puzzle piece in. So El and his Ashera, El and his female, his female counterpart.
Within the Canaanite pantheon, that was like
his wife.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it gets taken on as kind of like a generic goddess word later, but that's a later use. It's literally the consort of El, who was originally, and El is the oldest name for God in Hebrew, but El is also the general Levantine sky god. So like for ancient Palestine or like Palestine, Lebanon, this whole area, El would be the top of the pantheon the same way like, I don't know, Jupiter would be, right? And not the kind of god that most people would ever interact with, because you don't go praying to Zeus for like, good fortune at the casino. You talk to a lesser god. you trouble Zeus with like the really big shit. So you got the sky gods, and they're much more remote. But what you're doing as Judaism is developing and becoming more, trending more toward monotheism, is you're adding more and more of those features in and finding ways to like, actually interact with, instead of like making it the very remote sky god. So the Yahweh god is much more of a god of action, a god of like war. So this is why God is depicted very differently in Exodus as opposed to Genesis. Because this is like, he's a butt kicker. Like I'm gonna mess things up. I will punish you if you disobey me, but I'll also mess up the Egyptians, for you. I'll work for you. Like it's a god of action and of history, where sky gods are always very remote. And El is that form there, but it's the oldest form in Hebrew for God's name.
Can you think of a religion that emphasizes the feminine more than the masculine?
I mean, that's a major world religion, no. But there have been tons of earlier like shamanic faiths that were very balanced that way, and that had significant roles for women. We have some places where there are guesses about it. Like we don't know anything about it because we can't read their writing yet, but there's very likely a very significant feminine role in the ancient Minoan religion, but we don't know what it was, like what it meant. Making it the dominant sort of role there ends up not being the norm anywhere, because the way that agriculture and the development of states are tied to the developments of patriarchy, which tends to make the religion also patriarchal, because religion is the chief way you can reinforce, you can pass on patriarchy. You get people to oppress themselves by passing it on culturally. So it kind of pushes it away. But in non-scriptural religions, so it's like, animistic, shamanic type religions that are, very living, active pagan faiths, there's a lot of places where we can see that, but not in a religion that people would know. Like none of the ones that are big in the world today. You can still see in some of the places where, Shinto is one of those. Shinto is really unusual as a shamanic faith that has survived into the present as a significant religion in the world, but it did so by trying to accommodate itself to this. And it developed some scriptural aspects to it to formalize, but it still has shamans, and women can still perform that role. Women can still play that part. But Japanese culture as a whole, under the influence of Confucianism and everything else, got quite extremely patriarchal. So they lost a lot of the social significance. But you can still see in the very existence of women shamans in Shinto that earlier ancestry for it. And we've got like really interesting hints there, like with Pimiko or Himiko, like we're not sure which it was, but she's said to have been a female ruler that had an all-female court, and there was one male in the court, and his job was to basically pass the message on to the other dudes, like he was like their go-between, but she was basically in charge. And that you can kind of see how that could be possible in a faith where women still played an active role in it. But as men gained more and more power in the court and things got more and more formalized, and Japan caught up to the rest, because Japan was at the time just adopting agriculture. It had just started that process a few centuries earlier. As it caught up, all that disappears. So I don't think in any post-agricultural society we see any place where women play the leading role in religion. Earlier, there's hints of that, but I like pointing out to people too, especially when you bring this question. The first like named author of a significant piece of literature is a woman, in Hedawara.
Wait, explain that.
She's a an Akkadian writer, one of the daughters of Sargon. And she's writing she writes a significant prayer, right, to try and like restore the dynasty to the throne, and like beseeching the gods, and she's calling out to the Akkadian version of Inanna as Ishtar. So she's calling out to Ishtar to like fix shit, like and restore things. Sargon had put his daughter in charge as like the high priestess of priestess. Like every Mesopotamian city had their own chief cult, and because historically they had like sacral kingships. So like the high priest is the ruler in a particular city, and it's a high priest for a particular god for that city. But what he did in uniting a whole bunch of them together into a single empire is he created a single religious office that oversaw all of them, and he put a woman in charge of that. So that far back, you can still see places where women could exercise a significant influence.
Yeah.
But it's trending away rapidly already. So
there is like a move to pull from like those earlier Mesopotamian things in like feminist movements.
Interesting.
In places.
Yeah. I mean, you can see in a lot of our earliest writings in places like Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, all kinds of places where women early on were much more significant in society, and in religion too, especially in religions in many ways, but gradually lost that significance. Here, you can plug into one of these. Like if you have an A one, you can plug into this. Otherwise, I can unplug from here, and you can plug into this port here. Well, actually, it's the same kind of thing. Yeah, it's an A charger. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Don't I have a brick? I have a brick.
You can plug in either of those.
Okay.
You.
When you're ready, we have one question, then Benny, I'll let you go after the question from the comments. Someone asked, what about Jewish prophets that were women?
There are a lot of places where women did play a significant part in early Judaism too. And in fact, some of the earliest, when scholars are taking apart Tanakh and looking at the different elements that go into it, some of the oldest writings that we point to, we think were actually authored by women. But there's, again, over time, the structure of the religion becomes more and more male dominated, and women lose that. And honestly, the transformation of God into a distinctly masculine figure is part of the way you push women out of that. But there were women that played a significant part really all the way, all the way through that stuff until you get up into like the Talmudic period when you are finally like fully crushing those remaining dissenting voices. You can even see in like, I know you asked a question of like what we can reconstruct about Jesus or whatever. Look at the way a lot of people like to try and talk about Mary Magdalene as a prostitute. The book does not say that. She's literally just one of his close followers, a disciple who is with him all the, like a follower. And there's a gospel according to Mary Magdalene. Like, so there was a significant movement around that. So even in like the Jewish Christian movement that develops there in the 1st century and 2nd century, women can still play a significant part, but they're sidelined still. So yes, there are women who contribute significantly to the development of Judaism, but the religion is trending away from it. It's a long-term process. Women did not lose their power in society overnight. It took thousands of years to sideline them, and people fought back hard against that. But so now it's weird to look back and say, like, because we can look back in hindsight and think like, holy shit, like things got really, really bad. And think that it was always that way. And people are always trying to say, oh, patriarchy is just sort of natural. It's always been like society. No, it's not. Oh, somebody's asking me, Christian. No, I'm not Christian. Sorry if that disappoints you, but I'm not. I'm a scholar of religions, but I'm not a Christian.
Yeah, I think that the thing about Mary Magdalene was added later on, wasn't it? As
it's an interpretation.
Yeah. Story got retold and retold and retold.
Yeah, like so many things that people take for granted as like fundamental parts of Christianity, they're simply not in the book. Like the Trinity is simply not in the book. The Trinity is nowhere in the New Testament. You just read into it. We just like put it there. Or the way that people talk about the devil or Satan, like the devil in Scripture is nothing like the devil of the Middle Ages, but the one that is in popular culture that everyone knows is the devil. That's the devil of medieval myths, 1,000 years after the Bible. So, we oftentimes our interpretations take precedence over the text itself. And that's a particularly big problem in Christianity too, because much of Christian theology is actually built more on the Pauline letters than it is on the Gospels too. So things get really kind of messed up, but we always add these layers of interpretation that change things.
Dead Poet Jams wanted to know if there is a Bible or educational book on the Bible that's most helpful to understand this.
Depends on what we mean by this. There's a lot of texts I can suggest on, it's the evolution of the Bible, where it comes from, but I don't know what specific thing they're looking for.
Yeah, I think it was more about like misconceptions or things that have changed throughout time. So maybe like a more literal. There was one that you mentioned or that recommended a while back. I think it was the Bible Unearthed.
Oh, that's on some of the archaeology around the. It's a good popular account of some of the archaeology around the development of the Hebrew Bible specifically. There's a lot on the development of the Christian side too. I have to think about what might be a good, more popular place to start, because the first things I'm thinking of are things like the Orthodox corruption of Scripture, things like that are a lot more technical. When Emily's back over here and can chat for a second, I can look at the show. I mean, because I have to think for a second about what might be a good place to start for those changes and transformations on things, because I have most of 2 bookcases on this, and everyone covers a different piece of it in a different way. There's no good single thing that covers all of it well. My approach to it is synthesizing a lot of different takes and finding my own path through them. That looked like a scene, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the best thing I can probably do is plug into my.
There's also really good Audible lectures on this. If you look up like myths or Christian myths or Christianity, there's a ton of different lectures on there about this, and then some of them they go through writings from the Bible in.
No, I don't. I don't have one.
Not in the order that they're in the Bible that they're published, but in the order that they were written. So you see the progression of the stories, how the earliest appearance of Mary Magdalene in writing, and then the latest, the one that's closest to now, how she's described. And so he'll go through like 6 or 7 different iterations of the same story to show how it's developed through time and retold.
This is for Audible stuff. I didn't catch the name. Are you talking about like Bart Ehrman stuff?
Yeah, let me go look. I think we've talked about this before. He's done a ton on there.
Yeah, a lot of his are in audiobooks.
Yeah, I think there's one that's like the top 10 myths surrounding Jesus Christ.
Ooh,
or something like that. Neat. And then I think one of them is Mary Magdalene. And then another one they go through when I don't remember his name, but he goes to Christ's tomb and then he sees Christ before him. That changes over time as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's witnesses who say they saw him there and some don't. Bart Ehrman is debunked.
Yeah, no. Definitely not. I mean,
whole person?
Yeah, apparently he doesn't exist anymore. He was a myth.
Benny, I've tortured you long enough. I don't know, Liam. Do you want to get those books?
Yeah, I'm gonna find a block for her phone, and then I'll try to find like a couple of like accessible introductions to get people started on this as a topic. You want to talk about Christianity with people for a bit?
Sure. Benny, do you have anything you want to say until Liam gets back? I'll let you.
Oh, it's all right. I'll wait till the professor comes back and ask a question.
Okay, sounds good. Any comments on our current topic?
Ooh, Belly.
All right now.
If you would like, or
no, not at the moment. Just a question.
Okay.
Belly's asking if we'll be on for another hour because they're gonna go to Kev's. I think I know who Kev is in a bit and can join the live.
No, that's what I was thinking about it.
I don't know who Kev is. Probably another hour. That's what I would think. That would be like the cap of what we.
Yeah.
I would guess like at a maximum. I'd kind of want to wind down a little sooner than that myself.
Yeah. So you guys are welcome if you want to go live somewhere else, or, you know, I think we're going to answer Benny's question, and then, or Liam's going to get some books for us, then we'll listen to Benny, and then if you want to come up and say hi, you can, but we're winding down.
Oh, Jesus never called himself God ever in the Bible either. That was a big thing for me when I was in church. I was like, why are we singing worship songs to Jesus? I feel like that would offend him.
Yeah, it's very much like, I don't know, you're just propping up someone into like an idol, and then you're making them like the center of your world.
I was just reading back in the chat.
No shade to anyone.
Yeah.
When I
Interfaith vibes, like, you know.
Like also, I don't know. The thing is, I haven't really read a lot of the like original text, so when I talk about things, it's just like what I've heard other people say, and I've read some of it, obviously, but I haven't like sat down and read everything. So
yeah, I've read everything. Do we need to? This is someone's calling people ignorant. Is that a mute block situation?
Okay.
I don't know.
Friend, listen.
Don't make me. Okay, never mind.
I'll give you one more warning. We're going to be respectful. And, you know, I respect all religions, and I think that was a very
well, can I address what this person is saying? Because I get what they're saying, I think.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that, and I think what faithful meant is that Jesus Christ, like in the Gospels, wasn't literally like, I am God. He said it in a bunch of what Christians take as like roundabout ways, where he was saying he was God by saying like, I am the way, the truth, and the life, or whatever. But we're saying literally, did he say he is God, like that word?
A good one on
Jessica
that
says,
start with show
what was another big discovery you had reading the text?
Because this is
Wait, hold on,
in the first couple of centuries when there was no Christianity. And there's just tons of different Jesus movements. Here, let me flip this thing around because there'll be a bunch of things we'll bring over. But people tend to think that it just started off and like, oh yeah, like Christianity was just a thing, and you know, Jesus was always God. But no, there's a ton of books that talk about like the whole process of how Jesus became God.
Right.
But this is like,
Can you put it over by the black chair?
This is a good summary of what?
By your arm, between your, there you go, it's perfect.
This is a good summary of like, a little closer, of the variety of different Jesus movements before there was an actual formal religion and before people agreed on things like Jesus being God.
There were a lot of Jesus.
This is
and when Jesus would say follow me, it meant emulate me. It was
this kind of goes along with that one too. This is so Jesus before the Gospels. So this is also in how people would have remembered him and worked with him beforehand. But it's more about like the different popular movements and you know their understandings before it's sort of formalized into a religion.
Ooh. Who's you guys? Who are the you guys that read the Torah?
You tell me, please.
I'm talking to Helmut.
I know. Me too. I'm saying you tell me what the word was, please.
Abraham made a weird blood covenant with one of the Canaanite gods, where he walked through pieces of dead animals. That's what happened. Someone said, haven't you guys, this person, Helmut, whatever, said, haven't you guys read the Torah? And I was curious who that was addressed to. What religion are they?
Somebody just asked if I've read Torah.
It was you guys. It was like very broad.
Bro, I downloaded the Tanakh on Audible. It's like 800 chapters, bro.
The Tanakh. Which one is that? That's the one that's kind of crazy. Oh, wait.
No, that's the Talmud.
Oh yeah, that's the Talmud.
The Tanakh is
This is just for you. But I mean, I think
The
you
Hebrew
might like
Bible.
this.
Oh,
It's one of those like tends to reinvent based on. So I think it's yours that.
Yeah, it took me, and they're not labeled, so I had to go to like chapter 700, and it was like, it literally took me like 10 minutes just to. Okay.
this is just for me, not a recommendation to everybody, but I'm still showing y'all.
Yeah, Faithful, I'm gonna ask your question, but I'm waiting for Liam to sit down. There's a lot of versions of the Bible. It's been the biggest thing is just the number of translations of the Bible. So after you've translated it from one language to another, you start to lose meaning of words. So say there was one word, say like the word maiden or virgin or girl, right?
Virgin.
And then you translate it into another language, but the original language had 5 different meanings for that word, and the one you pick is virgin.
Yeah, Mary.
Then the next person, so then the next person translated it again, and then now it has the implied meaning that of divine conception, and instead of just saying that Mary was a girl or a woman or whatever they were trying to say, now there's a different implied context.
How about calm the fingers down? I'm just gonna, this might come back by me, but I've been like in ministry full time in the past. I used to teach people theology. I used to mentor, used to disciple people, and I still consider myself secretly kind of a Christian. But you're not really doing anything useful. The comments about us being ignorant and such.
So I think it wasn't written in Hebrew. It was like Proto-Hebrew or Aramaic or whatever you want to say it was. And then the Old Testament specifically, right? And then I don't know if it was it directly into Greek after that, or was it, I don't know, man. It's like 1141.
You're not, Helmet, you're not saying anything that's not like super common knowledge in this space.
I'm gonna have to give up.
Yeah.
It is way too hard to think of one, specifically in the Christian context here. People have usually asked this question more about the Jewish developments there, but it's really hard to kind of nearly all of what I have is written by scholars for other scholars. So they're not really accessible, and they're generally dealing with very specific aspects, very specific problems and not addressing like a lot of them, so it's part of like a larger conversation. So it's hard to really sum some of this stuff up. But somebody asked specifically about like changes or whatever. So while this is a work of scholarship, it's not, this fellow writes a lot of popular ones more for a popular audience. This is not one of them. So this is actually a little harder among Ehrman's work, but the Orthodox corruption of Scripture is looks specifically at how all the debates around Christology actually affected the way the texts themselves were shaped, like how they changed the words about things. I'll give you just like one of the simplest examples that I'll give in classes. two of the Gospels have a birth narrative, like the Jesus's early life kind of stuff. Those were not part of the original text. Those had to be there because of later understandings of it. So the texts were used very, very differently. The early movements who were using those Gospels had them without it, and for reasons. It didn't make sense for them to have it. One of the movements, didn't think that Jesus was human at all. They thought he was like completely divine, that Christ and the Jewish God were two completely different gods. So why would they have like a birth narrative there? And on the other one, the other movement that was using this, like Jesus was completely human, like, so there's no like divine aspect to it. So there's no need for a virgin birth. But as the Christian movements were trying to explain themselves in relation to Jewish scripture, they looked for prophecies that they could fulfill, and hence the birth narrative was introduced there, because it then could fulfill aspects of the whole like both like the mistranslation and Septuagint around a virgin birth, as well as like the whole suffering, the suffering savior aspect of anyway. So there's a ton of stuff here, but this is a nice summary of that. But again, it's not the easiest thing. Also relatively difficult is Metzger's classic work here on the text of the New Testament. So it sums up a lot of what we know about how the text came together over a long period of time and who did all the different work around it. So the text of the New Testament by Bruce Metzger here. This is the 4th edition of it, so it's been continually updated for a long time. If you're interested in some of the things that went into it, there's a ton of stuff on that over there. But like I grabbed one here that sums up some of the stuff. Like the Gospels behind the Gospels is a nice summary of a lot of different competing trends in the Hellenistic world that all contribute to the development of the particular Christian mythos, like what they were inserting the Jesus character into it as they were building the stuff up here. This gives you more of that context in the background, which I think if you're thinking about the development of the text, relevant there. So that's Robert Price's The Gospel Behind the Gospels. And then on the whole question of like, you're talking about the whole like, Jesus didn't call himself God kind of stuff, in his own ministry here. So these are the two best on that, like short ones. And actually these, even though they're works of scholarship, they could be read, I think, much more easily by ordinary people. So Fredrickson has a number of good ones here. She has a great book on Paul, if you're really interested in Paul. So if you're interested in like, look at Paula Fredrickson. Her book on Paul is fantastic, but this is From Jesus to Christ. This is, how Jesus became God, and then and this is Richard Rubinstein's take on the same thing, but it's the same basic process. None of this stuff is debated at all, really, in any kind of like mainline seminaries. I mean, everyone's taught this shit in the same way that they're taught the documentary hypothesis about Torah and everything else. It just doesn't show up in like preaching. So ordinary Christians and Jews don't learn this kind of crap. But the scholarship is just it is what it is. Like evidence is what it is. So they teach this stuff in seminary, and then people don't use it in the pulpit.
Some do. It's rare though. I encountered all of this.
Yeah, exactly.
I was in a odd circle.
Yeah, exactly. Again, more liberation-y type. Yeah, yeah. But it's rare as hell.
What is this?
But is there? Apparently, you had somebody in here that was telling us that we're all like fallen and deluded and going to hell or something. Was that? What was the vibe I was getting earlier?
Something like that. We're ignorant. We don't recognize the godhood of Christ.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not here anymore.
Yeah, I'm totally ignorant in the sense of recognizing the godhood of Christ, because I'm just a scholar. So I look at all religions. So you want to talk about Muhammad, you want to talk about Moses, we can talk about all of them. But I'm not going to recognize the divinity of anybody. So sorry.
So I do have a question. So, what are the implications of the Bible's treatment of slavery and women's role in light of modern human rights and gender equality standards?
Its impact on women is horrific, and this is one of the reasons that I frequently take excerpts from Christian nationalists and point them out to people and show that we're heading toward Handmaid's Tale, because that's what they're citing. They're going back to like, hey, Book of Timothy says this shit. Like, yeah, we gotta like.
Was Timothy one of the forgeries? Sorry, interrupting.
Hard to say, but yeah, I mean, as far as like not being false, but still like, I mean, there's a Emerald's book Forged is a good summary of who we think the authors are of all the different texts. It's nice. It's one of his shorter ones too. Well, not short. But yeah, fortune is probably a bad word. Just like a common way of looking at it. It's just the authors are generally not what they're saying they are in most cases. That's because that's not how ancient literature worked at all. Mm-hmm. No one expected them to be. That's a modern perspective. But the way that women are depicted from Genesis on has really significant consequences. It's for people who take these the text very literally, who think that this book was, I don't know, written by God or God's direction and is completely infallible, and want to ignore that it is the product of thousands of hands over a very long period of time. Well, then we're kind of screwed if they have any power over other people, because they're going to impose that vision on others and assume that it's somehow baked into the universe. But for anybody who's willing to understand the historical process of it, then you can at least let go of something. Well, humans wrote this, and maybe this isn't what I really want my religion to believe. And it can evolve. Christianity can absolutely evolve and get better, but the text itself is a barrier to that. And the more that we think of scriptural religions as being built around a text, and the text itself can't change, it does create problems that just don't go away. Ancient myths could change constantly. We could just change the relationships, change their stories, change their myths, borrow things from other people. But once you lock in a text and say this text can't change, it's really difficult to fix that shit. So it is an uphill battle. On slavery, it's a little bit more nuanced in some levels. The people sometimes try to be apologists about this and say that, Judaism was opposed to it, blah, blah, blah. But no, they had no problem taking non-Jewish slaves. They're just like, you got to set your Jewish slaves free every 7 years or crap like that. They had no problem having and treating terribly non-Jews as slaves in the ancient states. And when you have references to slavery in the New Testament, it's references realistically to Roman slavery, which is a form of chattel slavery akin to the Atlantic system. It's one of the worst slave systems of the ancient world. So when Paul is saying, slaves, you should totally respect your masters and stuff, that's within the context of an extraordinarily abusive chattel slave system. And anybody who's taking that literally and saying that's God's view and not Paul's view, that also is an obstacle. It was one of the reasons that while there were evangelicals on the good side of this argument and fighting against slavery the entire time, and some badasses like John Brown, for every one of them, there are also the people who are using the Bible to say hey, you got to listen to me, and teaching Christianity to slaves in order to make them more submissive to their authority because God said so. It's not just white people with guns. It's God says so. That was a significant argument.
Yeah.
So Christianity has been very problematic on both scores.
That person's still acting a fool in here.
Thanks.
Okay. I'm going to scroll up for a question. It was about Gnosticism. 1 second.
The Isaiah scroll there too. We still have to remember that it itself was a composite, and there are at least three identifiable authors to the book of Isaiah. So there is an actual historical figure that we can connect to the earlier parts of it, but the text went through many revisions over time. It did eventually reach a point where it got standardized, and that's what we have there. But you can still easily see in the language used in it that this is not the same author. That there are significant shifts in syntax, vocabulary.
Okay, what language were the Dead Sea Scrolls written in?
There's a mix of stuff there. There's a bunch of Aramaic stuff in it, but also Hebrew.
Why were the Dead Sea Scrolls significant?
Well, they were significant largely to the Qumran community. To us, they're significant more as historical artifacts of that period because a lot of older texts don't survive. In the same way that, like, a lot of the later texts dug up in Egypt are significant too. Like where the Nag Hammadi library, for example, is significant the same with the Dead Sea Scrolls and as historical records, giving us a ton of books that we didn't have otherwise. There's a whole bunch of prayers and whatnot there, and it's a really interesting window into an Essene community. There are people who, rather than being part of one of the revival type movements, like what the Jesus movement was or whatever originally, or perfectly happy with the temple hierarchy that had sold out to Rome. These were people who said, this world is fallen, it's all fucked up, God needs to fix this crap, but we're going to retreat out into the desert, do our own thing, and pray and fast, and hope to bring the Messianic age. So it's a kind of Jewish monasticism. So it's a view into Jewish monasticism of the period. But they don't really have a lot of significance for current understandings of the religion per se. More it's historical construction, like how it developed and whatnot. And in some places, like the aforementioned Isaiah scroll, it does give us some, like, it shows us by this point this text was fully codified and done, so it answers certain questions. We're always looking at when were certain books finished, because it's a long-term process and tons of them were edited and re-edited over time, which is why reading some passages of this as historical linguists, you're looking at I don't know, going from Beowulf to hip hop lyrics in a single page. They're like massive shifts in language because they're edited together much later and they're including earlier portions and then stitching them all together. So some of it it doesn't fit right. But it's some of that stuff, it helped us to see the development of some of those texts, where some of those changes were, when some things were totally finished and whatnot. Although realistically, again, we already knew a lot of that material, or we're already figuring that stuff completely separate from it. It's more fascinating historical curiosities, I suppose, and useful to scholars who are trying to reconstruct the development of the religions in this period of time. I don't think they have religious significance, really. Because those interpretations of religion are all long dead. Like, no one holds those kind of views anymore. So,
Okay, Jessica says, thank you for asking the question. Belle says that they creepily take screenshots of Minerva whenever she can.
Well, you got some fans. Look at you.
Minerva has a stalker.
Yeah.
But we don't blame Belle because Minerva is worthy of being stalked.
This is my old lady. There's your fans out there. Yeah, you got fans out there.
No, it's worse than that. It's like next level creepiness. I have so many screenshots of Minerva. Like, it's not okay. It's not normal.
Do you have a separate,
like, hang them in your closet?
Yeah, no, I have a little dossier. Like, I have a yeah.
On what?
I have in my closet. There's lights and candles. Minerva's picture's in the middle of this, like, the satanic star symbol, whatever it is. I don't know.
I should make you a candle with Minerva on it. Like the saint candle.
I can do that. I'm a crafty person.
That's great.
See, Minerva needs to be part of our
paparazzi-worthy is
correct. We need to be like some bird cat religion.
That's two of them.
Oh
We have to have a trinity.
I'm thinking.
I don't like number 3.
Can you give us 1 second, Benny? We're gonna let Belle.
Yeah, and then I'm sorry. One creepy thing I was thinking of doing is like making a compilation of all the pictures and sending Liam like a mini calendar for their desk,
each day is like a picture of him and Minerva. Like it's a creepy picture. Okay, it's not that creepy, y'all. I was just kidding.
Cute.
Anyway, all right, I'm done. I love you. I love you. Oh, I love you guys so much. And I don't think we're gonna
Love you, Dad.
we're gonna join in. I think we might go live though. So if we do go live, I'll invite you, but you're probably gonna be asleep. So yeah.
Okay,
Love you
Dad.
though.
And we'll be back next Friday, if not before.
Yes, for sure, for sure. I did put some thought into it, for sure. I'm obsessive.
Irish goodbyes.
Goodbye.
Bye, champ. Bye, sport.
All right, Benny. This is gonna be our last question, and then we're gonna all say goodnight.
Okay.
thank you.
So, what ethical considerations arise when applying biblical narratives of divine promises and land ownership to modern political claims and the conflict involving Palestine and Israel?
They are nonsensical in every possible way, which is why traditional Jews have always opposed them. And it's just absurd to take any religious text anywhere in the world and use it to justify political structures. It's just nuts. Like, God gave me the right to do this, that, or the other thing. Like, cool, yeah. So, hey, let's restore slavery now because the Bible says it's okay. Like, we should totally, like, who's going to do that? Like, oh yeah, let's go back to like divine right of kings type arguments. Like, I mean, I'm sure some people would love their like Trumpian God emperor, like, Jesus put him there, all that kind of crap. But it's the same kind of argument. If you're honestly okay with like a chosenness narrative that gives a chunk of land to people for all time and ignores the changes and whatnot, because none of those countries in the ancient world were ever homogenous. They always had tons of other people on them. So if you're going to use it to justify an ethno-state that doesn't include Palestinians as part of that, especially since they are literal descendants of Jews and Samaritans, as well as the other people who live there on that land, then you might as well like use it for any other nonsensical thing, like, hey, why don't we use the Bible to support God Emperor Trump? Because it's the same level of argument to me. It's obviously ethically fraught because it's just you're using some ancient text and applying it to completely separate circumstances that have nothing to do with it. The Bible doesn't talk about ethno-states. It just does. Oh, look at that. There's a Minerva. Oh my gosh, look at that. And my favorite hat, too. Minerva, there you are. There's Minerva. That's cute. But yeah, it doesn't work to do that. You're always just reinterpreting it to whatever you want. I mean, look at the way people use Revelation. I mean, realistically, it had nothing to do with what people use it for now. A lot of it was like an allegory about the Roman Empire. It's completely out of its own context. But they see this world in it, and that's dangerous as hell. I mean, I don't want people with like the nuclear codes, paying attention to this crap. What are we looking at?
Anna.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, looking out at the view. Yeah, look at that. Yeah,
I'm coming over.
That's
Rebel.
cool.
Hi, Rebel.
Okay, so we're getting in the car now, and we're on our way. West Coast meetup.
Rebel, it's Emily. Me, Emily.
Show.
Office hours with
Emily and some hairy weirdo. Just there as an assistant to carry
some,
books around.
Some guy from a power metal band.
Other guy.
Yeah. Some random headbanger you just picked up on Hollywood Boulevard.
There we go.
She just found me at the whiskey.
West Coast, the poet. You picked the right place. We're gonna reignite the rivalry between the two coasts.
Oh God, no! People died.
Valiantly fought.
We're just gonna translate it into like the metal world now instead.
Jessica, your questions were so good tonight. Thank you so much for coming. Jessica says that we totally changed her viewpoint on the power of social media. It's a huge compliment.
Social media. Well, that's neat.
I suppose.
I do like these platforms as an ability for their ability to connect people together and get them talking about issues that they just might not in their own circles. So it's great in that way, you know. I think we can definitely find new uses for this stuff that the corporations may not have been happy with in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So, thank you. That's great.
And then Dead Poet says office hours with Emily and Liam, bowling alley with wizard pipes and brews.
Bowling alley.
Those are words. And it's a cool group of words.
We got to do it at a bowling alley. That'd be great.
I'm so bad at bowling because my arms are made of metal.
We should totally do it anyway. And my knees are falling apart, so I fall a lot. I do it anyway because I don't care. It's a fun way to get some exercise, but I sometimes have a hard time staying upright at the end because all the weight goes into one knee.
Yeah. My shoulder would not be happy. Everyone would be staring at us. We'd be the weirdest bowling crew.
Yeah, I've enjoyed doing it recently because I've done with my family a few times, and it's neat to see like the little kids doing it and having fun. But also it gets my parents out doing it, and they're both in terrible physical shape. They can't bowl the way they used to, but they still walk up and they huck that thing down the lane, and they still do all right. So they're having fun. It gets them out the door.
Yeah, they have cool like ramp things too. If you really need, like, you could put the guardrails up.
Yeah, that for the kids we put the bumpers up, and
bumpers.
it's like a slide at a park, like a little, and you put the ball on there, and then it rolls down, so they didn't have to throw it. We used that for Brianna the first time.
Oh.
Well, this most recent time she actually got the lightest ball, and she was like practicing trying to throw it, which was great.
Aww.
But she used the little slide the first time. Yeah, she's 7. So, like she's 7, and she's out there hucking the. I mean, the 6-pound balls will get stuck up there all the time. The machines don't like them, but it's still fun.
Question about Kabbalah.
Ooh, sure.
Go for it. If Liam gives consent, you can ask away.
I found Irish prayer about beer to Saint Bridget.
Okay, so we can do this one together. I would like a great lake of beer for the King of Kings. Okay.
I would like to be watching Heaven's family drinking it through all eternity. Irish.
That sounds
Lakes of
I like beer.
Lakes of beer,
and I don't
lakes
like
of fire any day.
Okay, Faithful wants to just know what Kabbalah is.
So it's the Jewish path to mysticism. Mysticism, just the simplest way of looking at it, is an experiential relationship with God. You want to like touch God somehow, and
you're gonna reach out.
Tons of religions have a way to do this. So Christians, Muslims, Jews have all different ways to do it. Kabbalah, just very loosely, is the Jewish path of mysticism. There's much of what we today think of as Kabbalah really has its origins in medieval Spain, and borrows a ton of ideas among the 3 religions. But it connects to a lot of older Jewish ideas still. But when it tries to make itself directly anti, when they try to say like the Zohar is an ancient text, it's literally not. It's literally from medieval Spain. But they connect to older things and try to say that it's an older stuff. But it's more. It really is that kind of experiential practice. It's they want to like
embody.
It's like
sensory.
like the Pentecostals are like feeling the Holy Spirit kind of thing. You want to like, you're looking for ways to directly interact with God in a way, and chanting different names of God and things like that. There's certain Kabbalistic practices, but it involves a lot of interesting reading between the lines sort of thought too. I mean, there's some really interesting ideas in it, but they do depart a lot from more traditional Jewish ideas too. It's very much a distinct mystical tradition as opposed to a part of mainstream Judaism. For most Jews, Kabbalah just doesn't matter at all. And realistically,
You said
too,
it
it's hard to
was-
study.
So it was created in Spain, you said? When was that?
In the High Middle Ages. So like you're looking when Muslims ruled, and you have Muslims, Christians, and Jews all living side by side and exchanging ideas. So there's actually significant cross fertilization between Jews and what became Sufi, the high forms of Sufism. Because Sufism it predates that period, but Sufis interacted with Kabbalists and they exchanged ideas and both influenced each other. And also it affected several interpretations of Christianity in the Middle Ages. So they're Christian mystics so they're all exchanging ideas and translating each
Makes
other's
so
work.
much sense of my religious experience.
So it has its origins there for that specific reason, because they can all like talk about shit. So yeah, it's in like what we can roughly call the Islamic Golden Age, but it's under the Umayyads when they're still ruling in Spain. So after they've fallen from the caliphate as a whole, but they held on to Spain for a lot longer, and it's in that period there under Umayyad rule that we see that kind of cross fertilization.
Yeah, one thing that's really interesting is this like idea of the essence of God, and like it's kind of transformed into more, I think, like spiritual practices of Judaism and Christianity in the modern era. But like going back, I was just in a live a couple days ago where there was this whole conversation about the Trinity and how like the essence of God was like in different things, and then the essence was like all together one, yet three different parts. I have like this 12-page article about the essence.
That sounds kind of slutty.
In Islam.
Interesting.
But
I thought you meant
so I
Christian.
can't really like go more beyond this essence idea, but it's very interesting.
Yeah, the 10 sphirot, like they're different aspects of God.
Yeah.
What they're doing is you're kind of dividing the Godhead up into different features, because it's a way of, I mean, if you think about it, monotheism has a significant challenge relative to the polytheistic faiths, in that you're trying to get a single entity with a single will to reflect the entire spiritual existence and like all that we could want or yearn for, right? So by breaking these things up in different ways, and you can focus on different aspects of it, and then there's different ways of communing with God on a particular level. So it kind of fits the discussion we had earlier about like, how do you deal with like the divine feminine kind of thing, like, how do you find these different aspects, because I don't know, God's wrathful nature and God's generous, beneficent nature are obviously quite different, right? So how do we all want like a schizophrenic God with multiple personalities? It's not really, instead like what they do is they break it up. It's a neater way of like packaging the stuff for ritual use, for our practices, for spiritual practices. And again, mysticism is very much an experiential approach to religion, as opposed to a very scholarly kind of like dry aspect of it. It's about feeling different aspects of the religious experience. So touching different parts of God's nature, rather than the complex mystery of God that encompasses everything all at once, if that makes sense. Because that's a very abstract idea for us to wrap our little 8 brains around. So it's common in mystical practices to focus on specific aspects.
Yeah, so then this will be our last little question. I appreciate you guys continuing to engage this topic, though, and we can always pick it back up next week. This is just a very quick one. It was, what are the most important texts to practicing Jews?
Oh wait,
Well,
it was more than that, wasn't it?
Torah.
Yeah,
I don't know what to do about that, because
It was this question.
what do we got? What are the most important texts to practicing Jews and who actually Okay, so so the easiest thing there, all Jews have Torah. For some Jews, that's all they have, right? And for some like adjacent religions like Samaritanism, they have Torah as well. But the Ethiopian Jewish community had Torah, but they didn't have Talmud, right? That stuff didn't exist for them, so not all the texts are there, So you've got Torah, then the rest of the Bible, so Tanakh, the prophets and writings that make up the rest of the Hebrew Bible. Religiously, Torah was always front and center, and the rest of the Bible wasn't really used religiously in the same way. It's more like moral stories, how to teach people certain things, like the women will use this stuff to teach the kids stuff, but it didn't have the kind of like ritual or religious relevance that Torah did. Talmud is a massive compilation of laws, interpretations, commentaries, all kinds of stuff there. And it's just a giant clusterfuck of diverging opinions. And it's super important to many Jews' religious practice because it's about how to work with Torah better. But not all Jews use it to the same degree. So there are many Jewish communities that didn't interface with it to the same level, or others that, again, like the Ethiopian, that didn't have it at all. Zohar, that goes with Kabbalah, and a lot of the later Kabbalistic writings that build on that, are useful really only within that Talmudic context. And the traditions always would argue that you have to completely master Talmud before you can touch Kabbalah. So like the common argument was like, you got to be at least 40, like there's no way you're touching this stuff before. So people like, I don't know, like Madonna got into Kabbalah for a while, like all that kind of bullshit. That's not traditional Kabbalah. That's like pop Kabbalah to package up to sell at Barnes & Noble or something.
I tried to get into traditional Kabbalah, but I think I got into the Madonna thing instead.
Yeah, because to do that, you mastered not only Hebrew and Aramaic and mastered Talmud, but I mean Zohar itself. You're working with this stuff all in Aramaic, and the words themselves, from the Kabbalist perspective, they have power. So you have to read them in that language.
Oh yeah.
So you have to have mastered not only languages, but all the texts that they're based on and relate to, because it's all this interesting interpretive stuff. So it's like a lifetime of study before people even get to studying Kabbalah. So most Jews never touch that stuff, either by inclination or simply because they're not able to.
Ellie. Hi, Ellie.
Oh, hey, look at that. Who's this?
Hi. Oh man, Matt. Oh, Ellie's requesting. I can't finish my poll. That's okay. Oh, we're winding down though, Ellie. We're about to end.
Yeah. Not too much longer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I got my child to bed, but I saw you still around. I want to say hello. So, and I'm glad that the Madonna thing didn't follow too far, Emily. That's why we're friends.
I wasn't friends with you yet. I think you.
Healing.
I think you would have talked me out of it.
Did you wear your like little red string?
No, I didn't do that. God.
I'm just checking. You got your own evil eye string.
Friends with a red stringer. Come on. Yarn makes my autism.
I just got really into that little chart of the guy with all the different like spirits or whatever. The Sephiroth.
The Sephiroth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a whole shelf of this over there.
I just like charts.
It's fun.
I think I was just really into graphs and charts, and they had that. So I was like, sign me up. These other guys have the worst graphs and charts.
It's cool. Yeah, neat stuff.
Were you in the middle of answering a question, or is there?
Was it?
I don't know.
No, we answered it. We went through it. I think if we keep going, we'll be here. We're kind of opening a whole new chapter of Judaism talk. And while that is very interesting to me, I am ready for bed.
Yeah, I think we are too.
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's after midnight.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We were talking about going another hour. We managed to do it already.
I know.
Time flies by.
We're belly going.
Yeah, but Faith will come back next Friday. We would love to continue this conversation. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
And I see you have lots of questions. So
yeah, this kind of stuff was my first love, honestly. I mean, what made me end up being a historian of the Middle East. One of the main reasons I focused on that area was source of so many religions. It was my early fascination with all these different traditions.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, people always ask that, like, was a specific issue of people submitting an answer? It was like, this is so many different religions that come out of this, and I want to know why and what happened and how they spread around the world and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it was just a rabbit hole I went down very early in life and never got out of.
I think that was the gateway drug for me too. Sort of go back to it.
So if you click on his name, Faithful, there should be a little bell at the bottom. If you click on that and you go to all notifications, you'll get all the live notifications every time he goes live. And then if you reach out to me, we can also get you a Discord link with a little bit of a verification process. But that'll alert you to the lives. Yeah, and I think too, Liam, like it was just Tisha B'Av, and I was reading Lamentations, and it just had so many parallels to current day G-side. Unfortunately, it was very, very sad. But
it is, and the more people can't deal with it on that level and really be empathetic towards other people, it's constantly frustrated me.
yeah, I know. Just like the raw pain in those writings, to not connect it to this is crazy to me. Also, Faithful, the last couple of weeks we were on different accounts, so that I think that's probably why we didn't get notifications, because we didn't go to live on this account. But now we're all caught up.
I was trying to save the number 50 for having a co-host in the room that I like super into, so it marked the number, you know.
We flew in a hot girl. We needed to get some plane tickets in order on our private jets to get someone across the country.
I'm a paid actor.
She's just trying to make me look cool, right? You know, like
I'm for hire.
Just here for show, you know. It's not in the bio, but I'll message you. I'll message you and I'll get you a link.
And yeah, definitely. I've seen Faithful in these chats a lot going by. So yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right, guys, have a great night. Have a good rest of your trip, Emily. Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, folks, and good night to everybody on the YouTubes and stuff as well. Let's do this one first. Yeah.